to sleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled. Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. yeah. I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. So I don't repeat history, and people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. I know this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it, I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest, I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest, cause I promise you that I'm just getting started. And I promise you that my skills are getting sharper, so I'ma get charted. Can't be guarded, nah, I'm the one to get retarded. Get the party started, yeah, get the party started, yeah, so let me get up on it, yeah. Bitch, you got me fucked up, I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup, we bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud, sounds like we're sold out in front of a whole crowd. We lose control now. Don't take this shit too personally. Everybody got a different version of me, everybody gotta be learning from me. Everybody wanna be working with me, and I feel like there's uncertainty and urgency to find out what you wanna be. But honestly, we change our minds constantly, so stop and breathe and find out who you wanna be. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option. option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, walk until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, not because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up, no act. So you better raise up a sack and tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up. It's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up. Live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how. Just speak your grit out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back. Shit. You ain't gonna make it. You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore. I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you could fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
No ping sounds pretty terrifying.
Very scary.
Pretty terrifying.
Yeah, when he played on OG, he was on ping the entire.
Yeah, he
I
was.
think, at least for the majority of their games, and of course on that stack that he played recently, he was like definitely
And he was
on
playing
ping there,
carry.
so,
I just
yeah.
want to say that this guy, last time I checked, was ranked like 13 in an A, and he just randoms and goes mid.
Yeah,
He literally just randoms.
Wait, have you been playing against him in Europe?
I have not played against him in Europe yet.
No.
I'm just saying the last time I saw him in pubs, he was just randoming and like playing Omni Knight and Enigma middle and stuff. That's what he's done.
Look at this already. Pretty wild opening from Liquid. Lena Magnus opening. You don't see this
Strong
all the time.
lane. It's a strong lane. The shockwave into Light Strike Array.
Yep.
The radius on Light Strike Array has made it much more reliable. You don't need a hard setup stun. Just a little bit of a slow is good enough. And I dealt with this lane. You empower the Lena, and she hits for an extra like 6 or 7 damage with that Fiery Soul. It racks up. Usually they'll go like the Blightstone on the Lena.
Yeah. Because this, as you're saying, you're sort of assuming this will be, what, the 3 Lena with the 4
The thing is, I say that it gives them this dual lane, but if Brame manages to present this safe lane that says, that might do pretty well against that, then they can always rotate either of these heroes out of there. And that's
Sumail
why
can play
I see
either
it.
of these in the mid.
You could technically be mag 2, 3, or 5.
Yep.
And the Lena could be 4 or 2. A lot of options.
Or 5? No?
It could be lane, safe lane, but Lena like always gets farm, right?
Yeah.
I'll be a little bit surprised if Insania played
If Insania played Lena, it would basically be like second in net worth at like, 30 minutes in the game, because that's just how Insania plays Rubik and such. Second net worth on the team, not on the game.
Yeah.
All right, we got an Earth Spirit coming out from Brame and a Phoenix. Earth Spirit, of course, one for Stamana to set a very high tempo, and that does mean that Spartan is probably going to be the one playing the Phoenix.
They ban out all the traditional mag synergies. Might want to consider Life Stealer against the Phoenix, maybe a Troll.
Yeah, both of those very strong. I mean, where does sort of the PA threat fall? PA Magnus, is that not as high
I don't
tier
think
as
I
the
would
others?
want PA into those two supports.
Sure.
It's like you can always pick it, right? Because PA Mag is probably the most innately broken of all the combos. But I think if you can, there's a lot of options for carry that you can pick that kind of don't get ganked by those two picks so far from Brame. And PA, I think, could suffer quite early to all that magic damage.
That's a really cool mug.
Which one?
The one that Jabs is holding? I mean, you can't see it
Jabs.
properly anymore. He was just drinking from it. It's like a really nice, cozy to-hold style mug with like a little rounded on the edges here. So like, we see it here in the background.
We've got Oracle ban
I
out.
see it, yeah.
Obviously something that can help very nicely against the Phoenix pressure in lane. Like I said, the couch. Actually, Liquid ban out the Troll themselves. So not something they were thinking about slipping into their lineup.
Seeing Sumail in Liquid outfit is just so foreign, I feel like. It's not that it's like there's something wrong with it. It just
It's just been a while since we've seen him in a jersey.
yeah,
right?
really at all.
Official
Exactly.
capacity,
Hey,
yeah.
Blitz, the whole gang's here.
Yep. The duo coach squad.
It's weird, Blitz actually being at the boot camp rather than at the caster's desk while his team's playing. That was the joke going all on last year.
Yeah.
During COVID, he was at all the events.
We got Ember. Also starting to maybe open up some of the mid lane opportunities. I mean, if you're banning Ember, does that sort of say to you you're not going to put the Lina mid? Because you wouldn't really care if there's an Ember in your lane if you're Lina, right? So it's probably leaning away from
I
that,
guess
getting
so.
something else for some.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Ember's one of the
Storm is
better
still in the
ones,
pool.
though. Ember is one of the better ones. You can gank with the Earth Spirit, and you can also close the gap on Lina later on in the game.
Yeah, I do agree. I do think there's a chance it's maybe opening up for the Storm. I think Ember is one of those heroes that Sumail himself has said it's just not a matchup that he wants to play Storm against. The chains are very irritating. It stops you from really being able to go for that Orchid or that that straight aggressive build up that Sumail would love to do. So
I love this Abaddon pick. I was thinking like all these trolls that are left in the pool, they ban troll, but like all these heroes like troll that can't really protect themselves. It's so good against the fire spirits, all the dots from Phoenix, all the dots from her spirit. It's just gonna make your carry pool a lot more versatile and not like the game of the carry can't just get ruined is how I kind of look at this pick. It's protecting the pick from becoming useless, the later ones. So they might be able to just fourth pick their carry here if they feel comfortable.
I mean, I still agree with what you're saying earlier. The life stealer being there definitely seems to be the one that sticks out the most.
But with the Abaddon pick, you might pick a less defensive carry.
Okay.
I'm saying
so
Life Stealer without Abaddon would be good with like a Grimstroke or like a CM, something aggressive.
But with an Abaddon, what do you want to say? I mean, something like a Gyrocopter?
Yeah, honestly, you don't need a melee hero if it is a spread damage hero like Gyro or Medusa. I don't think that's necessarily what I would look for, but Ursa comes to mind when they pick Centaur. Slark comes to mind here.
He does.
The Abaddon.
Yeah, and you don't like the PA anymore? The Mag PA? Is that dead?
I don't hate PA here.
Okay.
Well, now that you've got
I would love a hero that threatens the Centaur. I think people have underestimated the ability to actually threaten a Centaur with a carry. Because once he gets Vanguard, any hero that doesn't have a damage passive is going to literally hit for 0 damage. So you can pick PA, you're just surrendering your safe lane, which is fine. We've seen plenty of PAs just recover in the triangle. We saw that last game in the last series. I usually don't like Slark, but I would actually be down for it here.
They're taking their time.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they went sort of all in on like a draft around the PA. Yeah, so make a. What about this? If they do finish up, if they want to maybe have either the Mag or the Lina as the support mid, one of those two, and then you finish off with a Slardar on the offlane.
I don't think you go Slardar against Morph.
Okay.
I don't think it's terrible. Morph actually kind of struggles if you have too much single target focus, meaning, Slardar minus armor, usually not that good against high armor heroes, but the thing is that I would rather have a hero that goes in first for this lineup than a hero that like buffs up the PA. I think you've kind of like got the PA on lock. She's protected by the Abaddon. She's buffed up by the Mag. Just have a fight starter. Have somebody that's going to create some chaos. Because right now, I don't really think you never want to lead with RP. So if you're not leading with RP, then what? Usually the god tier RPs are set up because there's some guy that goes in, forces 3 people to focus him for a second, and then the Mag RPs. They don't have that yet.
Do you think it's any clearer what way Liquid's leaning with who's going to be going mid, who's going to be going offlane in terms of heroes? Like, what are they saving to last year? They're saving Sumail's hero to last?
Yeah, they're saving Sumail's, man.
You don't think it was just the Lina?
You're not giving him Lina into Centaur. It's not obviously you're not laning against a Centaur. It's like the idea that as a core Lina, if they have a Centaur, they're just going to jump you with 3 heroes at the same time and kill you.
So what do you want to play? You're Sumail, you get 10th pick. Is it 10th pick overall?
I would pick Tiny here if I were Sumail.
Tiny. Sumail Tiny.
We got a Razor ban.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a hero that stuns, but it does. Like Razor would have been fine in the sense that it's a hero that runs in. They also could think that that's like an offlane Razor or something. I don't think mid Razor last pick really concerns me.
So you're thinking that in this lineup it will be Magnus played by Koikfa?
I think so.
Okay.
It's like a mid lane hero in the off lane.
Yeah,
it is.
What I mean? I think it's probably what they're going to do.
I would just be a bit surprised because at least if you go off the public data that we've seen recently from Quake for when he's been practicing the offlane, the 4 offlaners that he's been playing are Darkseer, Slardar, Sand King, and Necrophos. That's what he's been playing in class on the offlane.
I see.
So if it's something that he's not been showing publicly.
Okay, I don't hate Slardar. I just because he is a hero that goes in. I don't mind it. We still haven't mentioned the Brood since the start of the draft.
Yeah.
That's still there. They don't really deal with the spiders at all.
But that would mean that it will be Sumail and Alina.
No, or the Magnus.
Or the Magnus, I guess. Yes, sure. Magnus could be too.
We have seen some Mags mid again recently.
Yeah, Brood would probably be a bit awkward, actually, because usually with Brood, you want a roaming 4. You want somebody who gives the Brood solo levels.
Viper ban?
Yeah, they're banning out Koi for heroes, so they clearly think this is a mid Lina. Those are not Sumail heroes.
No.
Yeah, it's looking like a nice tiny game, though.
10 seconds.
Or, hear me out,
Yeah.
Sumail Mirana
5 seconds.
I mean, that
against the Phoenix.
I believe he was playing that a week ago in his pubs.
Okay. Just saying, it doesn't really do the whole go in first thing, but I wouldn't put it past them to just say, hey, Sumail, go and style on these. Okay, never mind. Not Mirana against TA. Never mind. That's why they banned Razor Viper. That makes a lot more sense.
So what are you picking against the Viper? So you don't want to put the Lina? You really want to put the Mag? You want to get something else?
Wow, look at all these bans.
Hey, by the way,
Pugna Huskar also banned.
Yeah, Puck is still in the pool. I don't know if it's good, but I know that Liquid plays it a lot.
Seconds remaining.
It's so hard to think with the. It's going to be really obvious when they pick it.
What about Invoker? Just get the Sumail Invoker out. You've got someone else to buff up the TA. You've got good catch, good setup, and a lot of these heroes are going to have a really nasty time if they get a bit of their mana burned.
How about Lesh?
Ooh, you said it before we heard it.
I said it.
You said it.
I'm like, the thing is, you're listing off all these heroes, and the thing is, when you picked Invoker, you emphasize it's another hero to buff PA. They're not going to pick something that buffs the PA. They're going to pick something that Sumail's going to carry the F out of this game. And I actually like Lesh a lot here because they have very limited catch early, and Lesh's vulnerable stage is like 7 to 15 minutes where he hit his level 6. He doesn't have a defensive item and a mana item yet. And that's when you're supposed to punish this hero. If he's allowed to go farm, I think he actually does this job better than TA because he can kill the TA with a +1, but TA cannot kill him. So I love this pick. Dude, Sumail Lesh, that one TI5, I'm ready.
You think that this sealed the deal for Team Liquid?
I think it's a sick Lesh pick. I think the hero's situational, but right now, like, this pick is sick. I love it.
How about you, Owen?
I got to agree. I think it's pretty hard to go against the Sumail Lesh hero. When he's seen everything ahead of him, the final pick of the draft, he's going to have some confidence. And as Brian says, you know, it's one of those heroes that Sumail he'll just carry the game on. So I think it could be one of those games where Liquid do nice things around him. Sumail pops off, and the Lesh it's going to be a bit of a difficulty for Brame to deal with. But I'm looking forward to see what Brame can bring against him. But Sumail, he's back. He's on his mid Lesh. Good luck.
And for Brame to be successful in this game, Brian, is there one thing in specific or timing that you're looking for?
If they get a couple crucial kills on Sumail early, he's the space mag.
Okay.
This mag PA. So they could immediately collapse the map on PA through that, I think.
And Earth Spirit is definitely a hero to do that with,
Earth
right?
Spirit's the one we should be looking out for.
All right, Stomanan's got his work cut out for him, I believe, here for this first game of the best of 3. Should be a very exciting match. And for exciting matches, we have exciting people to talk about the game. And we are ready to head over to Cap and Kyle for that.
Yes, thank you, Sheaver. There may be 2 other teams in the server, 9 other players, but the story of this game is the king back. Will he manage to reclaim his throne, or is the best behind him? Kyle, he's going to be playing mid for Liquid.
Of course he's going to be. It's funny enough, I was texting him 2 weeks ago. I'm like, you got to stay good. You know, some team might pick you up soon. You're not even playing. He's like, bro, I don't play. I'm still top 5.
Yeah, that's the signature Sumail cockiness right there.
This is the man. This is the king. He's on his staple, the hero that arguably won EG, that TI 5 grand final.
Yep.
Because you had to ban it against this man, and Cheeky couldn't beat him with it.
Yeah.
Who was the only player at that TI to beat Sumail in the laning phase?
I think I remember. It happened early on in the tournament, right? It was, I think, upper... it was in the upper bracket, right? I think it was the first round, maybe?
Something like that.
I think they might have played Complexity. Was that it?
They did. I got text evidence. I'll pull it up on screen later.
Kyle is showing me his WhatsApp conversation with Sumail.
He's got nightmares.
All I saw was nightmare.
Now that I've retired, he can come out and look to dominate. But this will be tough. Brame has looked good. Yeah, they came out of the lower division, but they've been working hard. They've been boot camping, and they looked really good against Tundra in their opening match of the season.
Yeah, speaking of which, Sumail, the last time he played was obviously on that Just Error team. that team did not do so well. In fact, their final match was against Yellow Submarine, which they lost. But the two best ones before that was a win against Alliance and a win against Tundra.
Yeah, those teams are certainly no slouches.
No.
But we'll see. The thing I like about Liquid's lineup is that they left the Phoenix and got the Lina early. I think this is probably the go-to counter because it's arguably the best egg hitter just because the range is so much. It's not much higher than a Snapfire, but it's definitely noticeable. And I think it was, I was talking to my brother about this. This 4-position Lina is definitely back because you just output so much pressure into this off lane.
So when it comes to Phoenix egg counters from the 4 position, Lina, Snapfire, what about Mirana? Where do you rate those 3? You had to give them a number.
I think Lina is certainly number 1, especially after the changes to Fiery Soul, because even as a support now, it's much easier to keep those stacks going. But man, what a blast from a pass watching this mid lane. Leshrac versus TA. We have not seen that in some time. TA considered a dead hero by many people, but it's been getting a lot of play in China. So I think that, especially after their dominance at the major, more people are looking to that region for draft and hero meta inspiration.
And it does seem to be peaking back bit by bit. I think we've seen it at least once in the Eastern European division. Not sure if we've seen it in the Western European division just yet, but why is it back? What made it bad before?
Well, you certainly can't dominate the lane nearly as hard now that refraction damage doesn't work on denies.
Okay.
I think more emphasis on ancient stacks and ancient farming this patch has pushed it up, but it's Roche. Like, TA is still good for the same reasons she's always been good. It's a heavy minus armor, a Roche taker, tower hitter, real high tempo. Just kind of disappears.
Pulls it back. Spartan is still not level 2. He's going to throw out the last fire spirits, but the damage is done. Koifa picks up the first blood. And we may not have really talked about him too much, but his appearance in the off lane. Koifa has primarily been a mid laner for most of his career. So he has played off lane every once in a while, and obviously Liquid especially like to move people around and shuffle them about.
He's I think in at least the honeymoon period, mids going off lane is kind of spooky just because their laning phase is typically much better than carries. Like there's if you watch streams even of mid players and compare their laning to carries, like I was watching BSJ stream earlier as an example. He's missing CS under tower. You don't see this from a mid player like Koifa. They know that tower like the back of their hand.
That's true. I think it's a little unfair to compare them to BSJ, but fair
similar
enough.
MMR. Skylark
is going to be doing a little bit of pulling shenanigans here to try and make this lane work, because it does seem like the 5-position Ben that, speaking of BSJ, I know he loved this pick quite a lot, is being rather effective at being super disruptive to both the Eurospirit and Centaur.
Yeah, Mickey is pretty much free farming, and now, they might go for a kill.
You're going to try again here. No dive available. Taiga is going to keep running at him. No, he decides against it. He maybe could have tried for another LSA, but the Morphling represents too much of a threat. The dagger will finish him off. Mickey, not only is he free farming, but now he's picked up a kill as well.
Yeah, Liquid winning all 3 lanes right now. Mid is also like a straight-up disaster for Wish. He's forced to go farm his camp because Sumel's doing a great job keeping hill control. The CS is a bit deceiving because he just picked up like 9 neutrals on the easy camp.
Oh no, that's enough. The skewer. He did not expect that shockwave into LSA.
Definitely. He skipped in power too, which I imagine he would notice because it hasn't been cast yet. But that's a real cool decision by Koifa. That's a lot of magical burst combined with Alina.
I think what's always interesting is when mid laners transfer over to one of these side lanes, they always pick up mid lane heroes anyway. You can see Koifa showing off his mid Magnus here in the side lane and doing quite well at it.
The other big shift is when you see mid players go to support, like when Fada first swapped over and he was playing the same heroes he'd play core, notably Jakiro, like whenever possible.
Yeah. Did you do that, Kyle? You went from mid to off lane to support. Oh! Charge on in. This time focus He's level 3, so as long as he gets the button off, Sumail is making his way back here. He's surrounded by so many heroes. Insania completes the TP, and they have to give up on the chase, and Sumail's going to turn right back around and stand, deliver,
You
and
come for the
gets
king?
kill.
You cannot come for the king with such a feeble offering. Nice TP by Insania. Rune spawning, not right. Just kidding, no runes.
No rune.
It's really hard to get used to that.
Yeah.
Although I do like... Oh, is that another kill? Oh my god.
What?
Taiga.
What is happening here? Taiga sneaks in another LSA that gets the kill onto Focus.
That's Lina buffs in action. He's just hitting so many stuns with no setup.
But yes, I find it harder later on into the game.
Yeah.
Standing at a bounty rune at 25 minutes.
Yeah, every time.
I was like, wait a minute, 25 is not a multiple of 3.
I like it though because I think it's the nighttime phase shift is enough of a change. Like I like that there's no bounty rune spawns on the clock change.
Right.
Nice deny. Man, Liquid is just firing on all cylinders, all 3 lanes with a pretty nice lead.
Is this supposed to be happening? Is this Liquid looking really good, or is this their draft? They set themselves up for really good lanes? What is
a bit of both, I would say. I know
Yeah.
they've been working hard because Insania and Blitz have stopped playing Mafia, so you know that they're taking it seriously.
Dire's middle tower
But I don't think I think that they answered what Brame had in mind. Like this Lina against Phoenix is certainly proving effective. The Leshrac last pick up top, I would think that the Centaur would be doing better, but that's the power of the Abaddon 5. You just give the level advantage, stack camps.
Yeah.
An Insania special.
And Brame having a rough time. They went and started this season really well by being able to get that 2-0 against Tundra. And potentially set themselves up to be one of the teams that does stay in the upper division. But in order to really make sure of that, they've got to take down another win against one of the bigger teams. And Liquid would certainly be potentially their best target to aim at, right? Just because new player, stand-in of all things. You're hoping that they're a bit off their game, that they're not the same Liquid that sometimes shows up and does really well.
You would think Liquid is just probably the definition of inconsistent. Sometimes they look so good, you're like, damn, this team is going to win a major sometime soon. And other times, you're like, why are you giggling?
I know Blitz is listening to the cast right now, and I know he hates you.
Oh.
he loathes people calling Liquid inconsistent, but I'm not going to disagree with you on performance.
We will. I mean, we'll take feedback. You can shoot us a mail.
Yeah, maybe we could show a William Lee tweet maybe later on in the show.
Hey, well, shout out to the Liquid, the group, and especially the Liquid chef. You're the real MVP. Should ask for a raise and shout out because I'm jelly because they all get to watch in their big room at the TV screen.
Yeah.
I used to have one of those.
Big difference between giant org like Liquid and Brame, but at least Brame has a boot camp going on.
It's true.
Yes, Kyle?
Nothing. I just if only they had a chef. That's really what's missing.
Okay.
Oh, nice rollout. And this is where the game slows down for Liquid, but they got to be content with this. Bear in mind, this is, I mean, he might have skipped in power to start the laning phase, but this is Mag PA. Like, this is unbelievably strong at scaling. They've got tons of stun lock on top of it. I love playing Mag with Lina because a 2-man RP, you get a double RP off of it because the Lina stun's always going to land. And Brame really need more momentum. Their TA specifically has got to come online quick. They need that mid tower. They need Roche. I like what Wish has planned. It looks like he's going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, but I don't agree with 3 points Saya Blade if that's the route. I think that the Blink build's most effective with Max Meld at that same timing.
Would you say that Insania kicked up, couldn't quite put him on top of the cliff there, but he's still going to be run down. Insania probably thinking, worth it. 3 heroes here. I still got the last hit on the ward for 135 gold, and Mickey now knows that he should probably play a bit safe.
Illusion.
Would you say a lineup like Brame's, the fact that they've got like 2 cores, this Morphling and Templar Assassin, that it is important for lanes to go well, right? Because both of your cores can't default to jungle.
I mean, look at the issue is that Morph has just thoroughly been dumpstered, and really more than the TA, that's your win condition, especially with an Earth Spirit. We've seen teams in Asia first to Morph ES for this reason. for the double spirit roll in and just an unbelievable amount of stun lock potential. Nice play from Sumail, just backed up by Insanio on a bad and easy pressure on the tier 1.
Does a hefty amount of damage.
You're getting bottom for free as this occurs. This is the trouble when you lose one lane so hard. The entire rest of the game, your whole squad has to play catch up, and they bleed out advantage in the lane that is now abandoned. Because it's not just the Koifa Mag free farming. Taiga's also free to stack, to farm. He has TP ready if they try to dive top.
So it does mean that Brame is going to have a lot of pressure on, I think, this man right here, Skylark, the
sure.
lane that did go well. And he is also the playmaker.
Yep.
Our TA still needs that blink dagger, as you were talking about. Skylark's got to be able to exert some pressure somewhere on the map.
Yeah, the trouble is you saw Purge give that breakdown of why minus armor is less effective against Vanguard, but that's for the early phase of the game. This Deso timing is going to be very quick, and it actually works against you that you have this Vanguard instead of plus armor once PA's minus takes you to negatives, which it will do once he hits that talent.
Silence going off, immediately removed by the Aphotic Shields, and we're getting a good old classic 3-on-3 mid lane. Both teams posturing to try and take the mid tower. That is not going to be enough, and now Spartan just goes ahead, goes for the dive, the jump in. Liquid turning around to go for the kill onto the egg, and they will manage to do so, but they lost Taiga in the process. 1-for-1 exchange with the Stampede going off, getting Wish out of that stun, but unfortunately for Stominen, Mikke shows up a 4th member into this. Skylark's got to get out of here.
He's in trouble.
1 for 2, maybe even a 3rd, but Skylark proves to be a bit too tanky. Oh, Koifa missing the RP. Wish barely managing to blink away just in time. 2 near-death experiences there for Wish, but he survives through them both.
That was wild. Yeah, that would have been a huge kill. You saw Liquid. Koifa called out that he had the RP, but the blink away just in time. They repositioned to the river, expecting the skewer down. That would have been 100% an execution of the TA, but he actually saves his Centaur too by juking that, because they could have also continued. I believe Sumail was in Yule's range, would have been able to follow up with the stun quite easily. But alas, I think if the Phoenix Egg maybe let the dive swing you back just a little bit, if you get that egg off, I think that's a much more decisive fight win. And here's the TA strength, just farming the Ancients.
Done very well for himself. The only camp stacked being by him. And he's managed to claw himself to the top of the net worth chart by quite a hefty amount. Skylark, so second in net worth for Brame, is going for a desperate TP out, but it will not be successful.
That was all Fairy's Trinket right there. That little bit of extra damage thanks to the spell damage and mana cost reduction. Absolutely broken tier 1 item, especially on a hero like Leshrac. Plus the 100 health, because why not?
Yeah.
You'd probably still have it equipped, but take the health anyway.
3d8, a 3,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid right now, and
feeling good.
Feeling good, and not too much pressure. What would you say on them?
This is chill. I like the way that they're utilizing their positioning around the map. Like Insania, you know, Sumail, he hasn't played professionally in a while, so Insania is doing a good job holding his hand. You know, don't worry about it. You might get ganked. I'm here. I got the heals. I got the shield, and they're also defending the most valuable area of the map.
I like how they're both teams have a similar concept here, which is they are putting the hero in mid lane that can solo pressure the tower, and it forces response, right? Yep. You kind of always have to have somebody standing there, otherwise your mid tower is just going to die to retaliation or die.
And this is the right move from Liquid. Just get the smoke around, collapse on this mid tower. Every team will tell you this is the most important objective to take in Dota 2. They want the Phoenix if they can. That effectively removes Brame's
smoke's going to break, and look at this defensive ward they have. They know, but they also know where the Phoenix is. They managed to get the skewer, a 2-man RP, the roll in, but Snowman can't stop this damage that flows through. Sumail gets the double kill, make it the tower. Immediate buyback from Spartan, but they still can't take the fight. After all, they lost their core Centaurs, so even with a buyback, they're just going to have to walk away.
Really great job there. Shout out to Taiga. Excellent stun. Picks the spot where he expects the Phoenix to be. I think they saw him on the high ground vision, and at least they saw him move into the trees, so a bit more than a guess, but either way, nice setup. Koifa then the skewer to grab the double RP. And this is the trouble, is that right now, Brame, they don't have the team fight to answer a blink RP. There's no real counter initiation. Sure, you can roll in, but the actions from Liquid are going to happen far too quick for you to be able to make a proper defensive posturing. Like, how do you respond? There's no interrupt on the Lesh stun, which means all these heroes are dead. Way too much burst, especially with the PA going Deso.
Okay, so now they've lost this mid tower. What does that give Liquid?
It just opens the map.
Yeah.
See how aggressive they're.
All of a sudden, they're in deep, and Spartan, his last shots, not quite enough.
So the movement here from Insane and Sumel, it's effectively the same as when they were posturing in front of their tier 1. They're still controlling the same area, but in this case, they're able to get a lot more vision and pressure. And if they farm creeps or steal creep waves, it's on enemy side, and then they take enemy jungle. So just a product of taking this tower makes it much easier for them to choke out Brame's resources on the map, force TA into that top triangle. Morph left only with top lane. 70% of the map is now there. Still, Brame not out of it, but they need a good fight. They need to use this egg. They have a Deso timing on TA approaching rapidly, and the E-Blade on Morph, though I'm not sure who he'll really gun for. It's really just Taiga that he can target.
Yeah. Sad part of being down this much net worth usually means the cores have their prerequisite items to survive through any kind of burst like that.
Dude, I should have picked more bad when I was playing. This is so chill.
Yeah.
Insane is just... I got you, bro. That's it.
Where do you want to go next, Sumail? All right.
He's like, all I know is, Sumail, you're confirmed town, and I've got you covered.
And Mickey manages to get a solo kill on Spartan, but Brame kind of feeling like they got to make a move here. They're getting picked apart around the map, and it's getting smaller and smaller. They're going to run into Insania here. Insania with the TP out. They don't know quite where the smoke broke until it's too late.
You see, Brame, they know the pit is their play. They have egg, they've got the stampede. You need to fight on your terms when possible, and they can Zerg the Roche down fast enough to force a response. But it's very cautious. You can see the scan comes out. Like, Liquid are very aware of the script that this game will play out.
Nobody being in there for now. Stack by Taiga as the 17-minute mark. We have the second round of neutral items available.
God, there's so many. I was like, are you saying ruins? That's not divisible by 3.
Yeah, no, there's other things to worry about.
I was watching old VODs the other day. It is insane how much simpler the game was.
Yeah.
Like all of neutral items, talents, map changes, all of it didn't used to be.
And one thing that actually made the game somewhat simpler in a very small way was stats being taken away. But now that's another option you can have.
Why not?
Skylark, he may be tanky. Can he survive through all this one? The Stampede, they're trying to burn out with a little bit of Sunray to help him, and he just barely getting away out. He's good. Koifa, the shot coming in from him, but the mid-scoil helps protect him. Brame, explosion from the egg, and that's going to be a big one, but an RP goes out from Koifa. A 3-man with a 2-man kill from Taiga, which turns around and delivers some damage on his mail. It's just enough to be able to get the kill. Stromanen gets out with his life, but Liquid claimed the fight around Roshan, and there's a double damage sitting there for Mickey to do Roshan.
That was so sick from Koifa. Barely escapes, comes back in, 3-man RP. Love the confidence as well from Sumail. He's low. You're going to watch him posture so that he's in a position, always at the front of the team fight, trusting in Insania to keep him alive, and that 3-man stun is what actually confirms those kills. Don't have time
back into it though. Stromanen, he tried to go for a cheeky Aegis steal. Sadly, his timing was a bit off, and as a result, 4-15 now, 7,000 net worth lead for Liquid, and now an Aegis on Mickey. Oh my god.
So the DD helps, but that's minus armor against a hero that only has the 10 armor. He even has a casual ring of protection. The trouble is, like, Vanguard, yeah, it blocks 70 damage, but that becomes less and less impactful when PA crits start getting into the 4 digits.
Yeah. Now they're taking their ancient stack. Like, this is the nightmare for Brame. They don't get the Aegis. And now Liquid can operate with that kind of confidence and play inside your triangle. Now you've got a TA and Morphling who don't have simple, good areas to farm. As you can see, Them scrambling around here. Liquid making a push forward with that Aegis. They're going to roll in. They go to the back line. They immediately execute Taiga and might be able to catch Koifa as well. No, they decide he's a bit too tanky. They want to get away from Mikke here if possible. Shumanet, he's going to be the victim. Mikke's assault in the back line, though. They manage to catch Sumail. Sumail moves forward, and Skylark immediately catches him out. A buyback coming in from Shumanet. They see this and say, Liquid only have 3 here. Even if it's an Aegis, maybe we can still do something. But apparently the rest of the team disagrees, though, with Stominen's assessment.
That's the second support buyback for a fight. Like, Brame's just a little too itchy on the trigger. I understand why you want to get back into the fight, but there's no mid tower. There's nowhere for you to go. And without an Earth Spirit, no Stampede, Brame legitimately have no catch. So Liquid can pretty easily just disengage. There's nobody forcing them to stay in melee range.
To be fair, which would you rather have, though? A person who is a little bit too eager to use their buyback.
You got to buy back.
Yeah.
You know, it's better to err on the side of buying back than not doing so. Even you go to like the one game OG lost to TI9. You know, Ana, my bad, because he just didn't buy back on Spectre.
Yeah.
They thrown him. Like, oops.
Well, Wish. He needs that item real badly, the BKB. So it's a good thing they got a little skirmish that sort of went their way. Found themselves a bit of map to farm on.
Yeah, the curious thing is this TA pick, because I don't really consider it a counter to the PA. You need an MKB, but the trouble is, as a Templar Assassin, you need Blink Deso BKB as core items every game. You can make an argument skipping Blink for like a Dragon Lance. I've seen that used in China a couple times, but it's just a weird selection. And when you fall behind, the game gets real difficult because Liquid feel no pressure and are just eating your map. And like, he's alone. Mikke's just walking in, scaring everyone, killing a Phoenix.
Yeah, and he's still got 2 minutes left with the Aegis, so he can keep doing that. With pretty much no recompense from Brame. Satanic next for him, so even as his Aegis goes down, he'll still have that form of a second life.
I wonder how good this Leshrac shard is. 3 stun, not 2 extra, 3 extra stunts.
So
you just stun on top of the PA and chill.
I asked actually Sumail about both those things. I believe he said Aghanim Scepter as well. He said the Aghanim Scepter was garbage.
Yes.
And I think maybe it wasn't him, but somebody said the shard is good. It just requires you to either have a lot of stuns or be defending high ground. Right? Once you're able to, if you defend high ground with that shard, really nice. Dominant. Oh no, the Yules is here. He may have silenced up Sumail, but he it's only a bit of a timeout before his death inevitably comes.
And then there's just a PA pushing mid with a incredibly strong offensive threat in the RP, and then Insania still just holding his core's hands, hanging out. Going for his very own Melk award. Needs to up those death counts though.
Yeah. Only 2
What did Melko was 0-17? I watched free to play.
It's 22 is the magic number. It's been a long
Have
time.
you seen, because free to play just got on Netflix, and it is insane to see how young everybody is.
Yeah.
Like, and it's also crazy how many people, a decade ago they make this documentary, and yet Cinderin, Misery, Dandy, Fear, like these guys are all still here and still playing.
Yeah.
Well, except for Cinderin, but he's playing.
He's playing.
I'm a subscriber. 8-month badge.
What happened 8 months ago?
I lost a bet.
Oh. Spartan. Oh, this guy needs level 12 real bad. Oh god.
no.
Oh god. Get out of there, Spartan. He throws fire spirits. Oh no, Spartan, no.
I love it. I love the Shadow Amulet with the Sunray still going. He'll never find me. And the Liquid are just hunting now. They smell blood in the water. Constant map rotations. And they move so quick, too. Oh, we don't need to see it again.
Half his health
15-11
gone
crit.
just from Cleaves. Panics. TP or dives away, throws damage on the creeps, hoping to be able to kill the wave. But it doesn't. It like Kyle. It doesn't look to me like Liquid is necessarily going to go high ground. I don't feel.
They need Roche for that. They're just chilling.
They're just.
This is how you got to close out a game nowadays, though. Like going high ground, especially with the ease of buybacking, got cheaper last patch. It just no point. Just chill. Get Aegis. Get yourself level 20 on as many heroes as you can. The second Roche with the free shard, I think, is just huge.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're trying to make part of the reason Roshan is getting more and more items to give away is basically saying, hey, look at all this stuff you got.
Yeah.
Maybe you should try hitting high ground with it.
It forces you to fight around the pit as well. It's another reason I think you've seen so much PA, so much Slaughter's coming back. This minus armor concept might not work on buildings necessarily, but on Roche.
Wish it's a good idea. It's one way to be able to try and split push a lane. Just laying traps everywhere, but Insania with a very early gem pickup has been finding all of those, and now he's going to find Spartan. Spartan canceling the Sun Ray, but he can't get away from Mickey. Taigo, what happened to you?
What happened? Yeah. Wish must have tapped him.
Yeah, Focus gave him the old shotgun.
Well, they have a BKB on TA. That's helpful. The trouble is that right now, love Mickey's itemization. The Satanic build fell off a bit, but you know, with a mag, you don't need Battle Fury. You get the status resist, you get survivability. He's now not a target. Leshrac has a Yules. They have a Baden to prevent burst. And really, the trouble with Brame's draft is that both of their carries are burst centered. They don't really have sustained DPS. And when you have an RP and a shield, it's pretty tough to confirm a kill on a core. Especially when they're this tanky.
They know, and they're going to be able to find Taiga. 1 stun, 2 stun. Deadlina is the outcome.
I cursed him.
Yeah. The other side of the map, Liquid will take a final tier 2. I assume. Maybe not. Maybe they're a little scared.
Playing it safe. Sumel's coming into the top wave, though. So they're probably just going to wait for him. You don't want to be too aggressive. Roshan is spawning in 5 seconds, so a throw here would be catastrophic.
Yeah, good opportunity for Brame to be able to take this game back. You got to take some risks here, and maybe it's a good opportunity for them to 5-man just kind of run at Liquid and see what happened.
Wish is very low on mana, though. He's got to be cautious here.
Yeah.
He's got enough for a refraction, not even a meld. He has the shard. Did we talk about that yet?
No.
It is not great. It replaced, there was a talent that increased your trap count, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They put it on the shard. It also silences now based on the trap duration. I don't know how effective that'll be here. I know Waga, under no circumstances, goes anything but Ags.
Skylark charging through. They're going to go for it. The RP locks down 2, and Focus is sitting on the side here, having a hard time putting the damage onto Leshrac. The Bloodstone just healed him back up the fall. 1,600 damage crit from Mickey. Takes out Wish. Spartan's going to fall as well. They're hunting the last man.
That was a 3-man RP, Cap.
Yeah.
I didn't see them. They're stacked so hard on top of each other, and then, yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
GG. That's the trouble with the PA. You have a BKB, so what? You're still going to get RP'd. If they don't get the mag, they're done for. And there we go. The King returns undefeated.
It's a start. I'm not going to hail him as being back and
to the sea for a getaway. Car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dying for the first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could
Yeah.
be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never enough.
We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art, let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart, drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, orbit when it's gone, took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we
could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything. And how careless we could be. 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 And how careless we could be.
Too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we could be.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home, on my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know, feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled.
It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
break down. Always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way to even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough.
Radiant team back. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick. Lena. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Team Liquid's turn to ban.
The sack.
Game 2 between Brame and Liquid. Coming your way here, Dream League Season 15, powered by Intel. First game went the way of Team Liquid, and they had overall last pick. This time around, the tables in that regard have turned because Brame will have the overall last pick. We got them back on the Radiant side. We got Team Liquid on the Dire side, and we got OD Pixel and BSJ on my right side. Well, I guess my right side, your left side, and we're ready for the draft at this one. Curious to see what we're gonna get. You're on my left side.
Yeah, I was just say, I think you reversed that. I think everyone knew.
Everyone knew what I meant. It's fine. We're in the draft. We're 2 picks in. We got another central leaner, but
Lesh is back, and this time he's not afraid. The king is ready to slap it out as a second pick.
I don't like it nearly as much as I did the first game. I think they might even put this Lina mid against the Lesh. One of the reasons I thought Lesh kind of was more situational this patch was because he fares so poorly against Lina, who had been gathering rising stock in the mid lane, not only as a 4, but I'd be fine if they left it as a 4 as well. Let's see how Liquid attempts to handle their opening from last game, right? Because we were talking about what carry do you pick? So Liquid, you're going to tell us now, if the other team has Lina, what would you do?
And where did they expect it to go? Because Brame, I mean, I'm sure that Stolmanen can play it too.
They banned Huskar, so they're thinking it still could be like a carry Lesh for Mickey.
Yeah,
that's possible
do
as
that
well.
a lot. Liquid
Maybe carry Lesh is the answer.
Like
It's the curveball, little
what safe lane Lesh doesn't mind farming into Alina?
I would have to imagine it's similar to we were talking about like a Wraith King where you recover. That if you get some stacks from the Oracle, you throw out some lightning storms in the lane, and then you ditch the lane for those stacks, you can take them at level 6.
You know what hero is very sort of liquidy? That maybe, I mean, you're going to tell me if it's not good. I was going to say the Sven, the liquid Sven.
Oh, I just thought Morphling was made of...
I see what you mean, very liquid. But you know what I mean? Liquid Love the Sven, is that not a hero that you could see being able to farm into against Alina's pressure in the lane?
Yeah, I think if you have a roaming 4, then Sven would be better.
Okay.
Because the best way to deal with Lina is that she's super squishy. So you stun her with the Sven, you hit her with like a Tusk or an Earth Spirit or something, and
you can catch up after rough lane, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that I think when you pick Sven, you don't mind going to the jungle, but you don't want to be like losing and going to the jungle.
Okay.
You want to be like, okay, I'm okay with this lane. I'm level 5, but I'm good to go. You know, I'm out of here.
And does Warcry not do enough for you in the lane to sort of withstand the harassment from the right?
It's like usually most of the damage you're taking, you're already stunned by Lina. So I think you'll be using the Warcry to make sure you don't take any more damage, which kind of sucks. So, like I said, the thing I love about Liquid's drafting is that the way they play their side lane, since they do mix up their heroes so much, they pick like wonky safe laners, but it's with like specific criteria that has to be met. So when I say the Sven, like you have a roaming 4, they'll pick it. But if they don't have that roaming 4, they're not going to give Sven that really awkward lane. But I would not count out the safe lane Lesh here. I think it's a strong possibility if Liquid has like a sick mid pick to end the draft. Mid Lesh is, or safe lane Lesh is one of the few mid laners that can legit carry the game with damage output.
Sure. And for the most part, you know, if you were to have Sumail in your team, you would feel happier sort of letting him have his hero being one of the later reveals.
Yeah, and it would have to be like a mixed damage mid laner though. You don't want two Leshracs. You know, you don't want like a Leshrac Storm. I don't think that would be a good combo. Because then they just build a couple hoods or a pipe or something, and suddenly your damage output's pretty underwhelming.
And when you see Lesh and you think there is the chance that it might be, you know, being prioritized as a position 1. Is there still space in the meta for the anti-mage? You know, we're seeing a lot of teams still try and make it work. It seemed not too impressive. Is Lesh one of those carries that still makes it legit to play against?
Yes and no. Because the thing is that you're really good in a vacuum versus Lesh, but you're also very bad if the opponent's able to group up and take high ground super early in the game, which Lesh is really good at doing. Like even with just one Aegis, Lesh can usually go high ground. So, it's a volatile matchup one way or the other. I wouldn't be afraid to pick it, but you have to be prepared for the fact that Liquid might just be hitting your tier 3s at 15 minutes into the game.
Is there any other cheese you should be worried about? Brame is taking quite a long time to think about this last ban before the next pick phase.
The fact that they banned PA says like so much. Like they just don't want to lose to the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think the PA was necessarily the problem there.
What was everything else around it?
Yeah, like I think that could have, like I'm not saying PA was weak, but I think, you know, a lot of carries would have been able to flourish in the situation Liquid drafted themselves last game.
All right, we got the PL as the last ban coming out from Brame.
PL Oracle, not really a combo.
No.
I don't think they're expecting this. Liquid's gonna swap this Lush to safe lane. I'm ready.
Look at this. They even prepared. Like, they banned out Jug Lifestealer. Those are actually Leshrak's worst carry matchups because you just never do anything to those guys.
Yeah. Well, we've got the Gyro coming through. Was I believe the carry that Focus played in one of the games against Tundra, where they did exceptionally well. Had, of course, great 2 games against Tundra.
I don't love Gyro and Oracle just because you throw out the rock. This is like mid game. You throw out the rocket. You throw out the call down on top of the guy that gets rocket, and Oracle just W on that guy. And
no, absolutely. That you're gonna need something else that's gonna be able to jump the Oracle. I feel if you want to play like that.
Ooh, that's it.
Taiga probably.
Yeah, Taiga special coming out.
Okay. So they're going the Wisp Gyro.
We've seen it do okay, but it hasn't been like, oh wow, they got IO Gyro, they're gonna probably win the game. It's been an okay strat, but it's not like mind-blowing good, I feel.
I don't know what you drafted in lane against it, though. I'm not actually sure. In terms of Quakefoot's hero pool. You have the Enchantress 4.
Yep.
Where do they go? Okay.
Wow.
Well, screw everything I said about the Lich.
All right,
they just go for the Spectre. It's a really nice Blade Mill game.
Any chance that can the Lesh be flexed enough to go to the offlane and have Quake for play it, or does that not feel good? Like, could you run that?
You could absolutely do that, yeah. The thing is, I'm surprised if Brame doesn't just lane the Lina versus Lesh. That is a very favored Lina matchup. And it's not a terrible Lina game, all things considered. Like, you do kill the Enchantress.
Yeah.
You're a little afraid of Spectre hyper late game. But maybe maybe Team Liquid's just very confident that Brame is just going to be cookie cutter with the picks so far. They clearly think Ember is good against these ranged mid laners like the Lesh. Like, they banned it when they had Lina.
10 seconds
They banned it when they have Lesh.
5 seconds remaining.
I never thought of Ember as a very good hero this patch. That's a very weird ban to me, because not only is it like mediocre in lane versus Lesh, but it also, you have the Oracle to purge the shield, you have the Enchantress to purge the shield. I'd be curious to ask them about that one.
See what Liquid are scared of here. I mean, we're still expecting what... I mean, you think the Lina will go mid at the moment, and they're still yet to pick their final support hero?
The thing is, it's like, I think they could do that, but I don't think they're going to do that.
They got overall 10th pick. Is there anything that is better against Leshrac than the Lina that they could still go for?
Puck was nice.
Would have been. Yeah.
Queen of Pain stands out to me as another hero that I would like a lot. It's mixed damage against the Oracle. You have the pure damage coming out, which is really nice. You can't protect from that.
We got the Sand King.
So that'll probably be Quake for, as I said, this is one of the 4 offlaners that he's been practicing recently in his pubs.
Yeah.
If it's a hero that he feels comfortable playing with in the mid lane, I think Queen of Pain would be nice. They just go TA again. I don't know, man.
They're playing the same matchup mid.
They just willingly picked Lesh into you last game, and you're giving him the same matchup.
Yeah.
What do you think Brame feel is different this time that makes them confident enough to stick with the TA against the Lesh this game? I mean, what's changed?
It just has to be comfort zone, man. There's really... I don't see an actual reason strategically why you would pick TA again here. You have a very greedy draft. Liquid has a very greedy draft, but TA doesn't really punish the greed of these heroes. So I think Liquid will get away with their greed, and I think with Spectre, their greed will be superior.
So, I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating IO Gyro, but the Oracle's really cool with the Spectre because the way Blade Mail and Dispersion works, they don't count for damage mitigation. So if you have the Oracle Fate's Edict on you and you're taking 0 damage, you're still dishing out damage with your Blade Mail and Dispersion. So it's a cool synergy. I think Liquid's got it late, and both teams will get the farm they need.
Okay, how are you on?
I'm a little happier to see them bring out like the Gyro IO. I think this is something that Brame are very strong with. But I've got to agree with Brian. I think the first 2 picks that Liquid came out with, you see the whole of the draft. I mean, you would have been happy slipping either of these heroes through as the end. The Oracle's going to be able to counter so much coming out from Brame. And I don't see any reason why Samael's going to be any more unhappy here compared to when he picked the Lesh last game. And if this time round, we saw last game with the backup of the the Abaddon, the saves coming out, arguably with the Oracle, the saves are gonna be even better.
Yeah.
So I think Samael's set up for just as good, if not a better game than he was in game 1, and he had a great time there.
Are you a tiny bit sad that he's playing the same hero?
Sure. I mean, we all want to see.
Right?
We want to see everything that Samael has to offer. I'm sure we'll get the chance over the series.
Yeah.
But obviously for Liquid, they're sticking with what's good. It comes out early in the draft. I think he's going to have just as good, if not a better game.
All right. Well, let's see if Brame can force out that third game, or if Liquid is going to take this as a clean 2-0. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and Kyle.
To be honest, game 1 was not that close, and Brame, they seem to have taken the same kind of lineup they had before, made some tweaks, which I do think the tweaks are good.
Yeah, but like, do they think it was close? Because it didn't look very close. And I don't know about this TA hero. Yeah, it's not the secret S tier mid that we've all been waiting for. And we'll see, but certainly going to need a better laning phase.
Well, if it says anything about Brame, it means that they feel like the winning formula against Liquid here was not that far off. Whether it was the slight tweaks in the draft, maybe they feel like it was more execution-based. I mean, a lot of that game 1 did come down to the laning phase going so poorly, right?
Sure, but I just finished rewatching Breaking Bad, and a couple of mistakes in your formula, you end up with something very far from what you intended. I was also checking, you know, Sumail is just like fresh 22 years old. I feel like he's been around for like 7 years, but
yeah, well, that's because he has.
I know.
Right? If he's 22,
it's wild stuff.
Yeah. It's still a number of very young players, but they're only young in the sense of age because many of them are actually Dota veterans.
Well, it's funny going back to free to play. A common talking point was, yeah, pretty much a 25-year-old. Like you won't make it in esports. But so far, I wouldn't say that's true. You know, all the same captains pretty much still grinding away. Although admittedly playing 5 positions for the most part.
True. They're I think new top tier captains are a bit rare to come by, right?
It's very much an experience thing for sure. Sumail missing the block.
It's going to go all the way into the tower. Maybe that's a little bit more than Wish wanted for himself. We'll see.
Yeah, the thing is, TA, if you don't get denied, you get that early level 2. It is actually quite nice because you can pressure under tower.
And you're better at last hitting under tower than a Leshrac is, right? Because
for sure.
So maybe it is exactly what he wants. Is the lane's going to push under tower, and Sumail's going to be hard pressed to try and get those last hits.
Of course, he gets all of them and keeps lane control with a beat.
Losing the courier does keep his life intact. Spartan to be playing against the Enchantress Sand King. So one of the switches that we did have in this game is the fact that Brame took the Lina.
Yep. What are your feelings on the Sand King hero? Because it's back. It's being picked for mid, for off lane. I am not a believer still, personally.
I think that it's rather dependent on your 4 and your mid. Because I do believe that Sand King, he's sometimes a very underwhelming hero, and you would not... For example, actually, let's just talk about Liquid straight up here. Koifa, Sand King versus Boxy Sand King. I wouldn't want Boxy to be playing Sand King. I would want something that scales a bit better, right? Because that's kind of offlaner that Boxy is. But Koifa being more of a solid player that, you know, doesn't have high variances in play, right? I'm okay with him playing something like Sand King that isn't going to carry team fights, but will always be there to us.
He'll get a stun off.
Yeah.
Let the rest of the guys handle everything else. This bottom lane, Enchantress, you know,
it's rough.
This hero, it's so weird how things get removed slowly. Like, you remember how all these mechanics that did bonus damage on denies got phased out? Like, first it was Kunkka's Tidebringer, but they left it on Refraction, then that got removed. Same deal with the creep. Chen can't take big creeps, level 1. Doom can't eat big creeps.
They're really trying, but Mickey, he managed to dodge the LSA. Snowman, is he going to die first? Flash shot in. The first blood goes to him. Insania will get the counter kill, but it doesn't matter. They've lost their carry, and they've given up first blood.
Yeah, but can you explain that to me? Why Enchantress is the only hero that can take big creeps?
Because you can only do so for a limited amount of time, and they have nerfed the duration.
Yeah.
So Ice Frog, because, you know, I think Ice Frog likes to have variety in there. So it's like, oh, you get to have a hard creep right away, but you can only have it for so long.
But
so you can be very strong, but for a very small period of time.
You can re-enchant it, though. No comment.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out, though, because this is already down bottom. They get the kill on Insania, but bot lane, they're doing a ton of pressure.
Double stun out from Koifa. A lot of damage on Focus as Taiga continues to throw shot after shot. And manages to get the impetus right as Spartan goes for the tether away for the added damage. I do think that Enchantress is kind of broken in this patch. I think it's being underrated by other teams.
You know, what's kind of broke is Mickey up top with only 6 CS against the Centaur lane, going much better than the PA did. It makes sense. The Oracle, much worse in these early levels. You don't really sustain your core the same way an Abaddon does. Nice proc of the Caustic, but I think he might be dead.
Koifa, he is going to get run down here. Now, he did have one Fairy Fire, and they missed it.
Taiga killed it with, I think, some assistance from the attacks of that Creep Archer.
And they're going to go for the double stun again. The Gyrocopter is going to go down first, and Spartan trying to get behind the tower. Koifa goes in for the tower dive, gets the kill, uses the Sandstorm to dodge the last couple of tower shots in there as well. Yeah. 2 kills for the bottom lane of Liquid.
This Lina 4 position, man, is pretty sick. It's just the stun build. It's so much easier to hit, and this is the dream for Skylark. He's got a Ring of Health. He's just going to start running at Mickey. And unfortunately for him, Spectre is not really the greatest recovery hero. You don't farm jungle very fast. You're not able to clear stacks efficiently. This is just going to be a rough game.
Another tweak that Brame did make, right? Because last time Snowmanin was playing that a melee 4 position, right? An Earth Spirit. And here, he can pressure the lane a lot more, which we're seeing with this kill onto Insania. Not only is Mickey under farm, but now they're finding kills as well.
Dude, this is a disaster. Like, actually just straight up might be game losing this top lane of Liquid. Like, 7-0 on your like 29 and 15 on Centaur. Skylark is not even going to go Vanguard, it looks like. He's going to rush Phase Boots. I love that idea.
Oh, keep up the pressure. Keep the punishment going. Mickey takes a huge amount of damage, and once again, it's forced away from the creep wave.
You can't... It's... Oh, my God. Mickey? For Insania?
They don't have the hoof stomp, so Insania... Oh, stupid it. He really wanted that, and he tried to dive the tower for it. He still turns around and still gets plenty of damage on Mickey. If anything, Mickey's going to die instead. All right, this is getting ridiculous now.
It's too much damage, Cap. 180 plus the strength bonus.
And they're going in for the dive. Dude, Brame, they want to keep this punishment going. Insania hiding in the trees here, but the Lina will cut down the trees to make sure that the support is going to be found here. And I believe Mickey actually had to wait a few seconds just to be able to TP out. That's how quick this is all happening.
So, bottom lane, the communication should be, hey guys, we're owning. Please be safe. No more getting double stunned by a Sand King. Just chill. Same goes for Wish mid lane. Look to see him be a bit more conservative. He's doing well. Outlaning Sumail ever so slightly. Who's going to move bottom. I like this move from Sumail because you have to put pressure into a lane. You cannot mess with the Centaur. So go after the enemy carry, maybe try to get a tower kill. Group up with your Sand King stun around the catapult.
And if the heroes do not present themselves for killing, then Sumail will take the tower.
And now they're going to hunt. They're still there. Go find them.
They think they TP'd out.
But where would they have gone? That's the thing. It's so early.
Yeah, mid lane. Gonna go ahead and drop a sentry to make sure that the Sand King is safe.
Oh, they pinged it. They saw the smoke. They know something's happening here. Curious to see, will Brame look to fight it? Probably not. Just keep hiding. Your Centaur's doing so much work up top. 2-level advantage on the Spectre. Stomata has bots queued up. I don't think that's the play here, but very ambitious with his item purchase, if that is what he goes for.
Ambitious. It is curious. Why is there something about this lineup that you really would want to have the capacity to split push? Look at this pressure on the tower. Oh, an accidental smoke.
It's unfortunate. They're down a couple now.
Yeah, they smoked to get into this position. They accidentally hit it again here. get a little bit of damage on that mid tower once again.
Love
you
little
see
things.
The Wish laying down those traps on the side, so now he will see Sumail. He's like, okay, you did that trick last game. This time we'll at least see you.
Taya, just a little efficiency. He was spamming Medallion on his creep. It's what keeps it alive under tower. Always fun to see.
Koifa with a 2-2-1-1 build.
That's the Sand King special. You want all your spells. Unfortunately, only get them one at a time.
Found on the river, Spartan. He's going to make him a little bit tankier, but it's not going to do enough here. Gives him what heals he can, but not good enough. Awkward position to be in.
Yep. I like this from Liquid. They move the Spectre to bottom because the tower...
3-shot!
Oh, my
4-shot! Oh, he doesn't get that last shot in. Wish. He's still going to chase after him, but now the heal's already done its work. Fortunately, there is not a low ground miss there. He does get the kill.
Huh. It's odd, though. Skylark coming mid is very strange. I would have loved to see him just continue pushing top. Like, kill that tower, then move out of the lane. But he's just jungling now, and it feels like Brame are not pressing their advantage the way that they need to. You know, Mikkei's game was ruined. Now he's free to static farm bottom. They've already killed tower. And we talk about Spectre can't recover. This is how you recover. You plant yourself in a lane, you static farm the wave, and it's the gyrocopter now that's forced to just sit there and watch. There's nothing he can do. He's sitting in front of his tower with a full wand. But there's no pressure happening from Brame here. Now they're going to look to maybe go mid, but Sumail's the strongest hero on Liquid. He's the one with the creep clearing potential. This is not where you want your Centaur.
I think in some ways, the adjustment from Liquid here with the Sand King, I mean, that's a tower defender in its own right. Do you think maybe he felt like he just couldn't?
Well, sure, but I think Koifa rotated after he had left. It was just like, oh, free wave up here.
Okay.
I just don't think Brame are capitalizing on this window they had. That gold lead, it was only like 1-2K, but that's pretty significant 6 minutes in. Yeah. Now you smoke, but at best you're going to get a kill here. Now there's a blade mail up. This is getting spooky. Oracle will be ready to teleport.
The at best here is a Spectre kill, a massive kill if they can get it. But as you said, Blade Mail, 17 charges of Magic Wand, and a tower that's not too far away. They're going to go for it. They do manage to get on top of him with the Stampede, outputting all that damage. Look at Focus's health just dropping as he throws the Rocket Barrage onto the Spectre. Fortunately, they get the kill, though. It's a massive pickup. They can't afford to lose mid lane, though. Wish, he's already had his refraction burned away by the hits coming in from the Enchantress and her creep. Fortunately, both sides do have a saving support. Spartan shows up and gives Wish a helping hand in dealing with the troll.
This would be a really cool game to watch progress. It's all going to be about how much impact does Insania have in team fights. Leshrack's one of my favorite heroes against Wisp, also very strong against TA, but it's a very scary situation because Lesh has to be in the fight. You've got to have your W run in, ult up, charge forward. The only way you can do that is if Insania is prepared to back you up if you've got stuns coming in. If at any point Brame just say, hey, let's click this Leshrack, if he doesn't get saved, like that's where the whole game is decided. Lesh alive, so much damage. You kill him off, suddenly Liquid's lineup feels a bit flat.
Now, Brame did just have to give up their mid tower in part because Skylark's positioning was here in this bottom lane, and he could be found here. They do know where he's at. Spectre popping the ultimate to be able to find the Centaur, knowing that he didn't have a TP up for a bit.
It's a nice kill. Vanguard also somewhat countered by the Edict, doing physical damage but not affected by the Vanguard that the Centaur currently does not possess. He actually bought a hood instead.
Do you agree with that? Is that the right play?
Yes and no. I would say yes if he had still pushed that top tower. I think a big part of the Vanguard is just that it might take a little longer than it used to before return was changed, but you can just tank tower and kill it slowly but surely. If he doesn't feel confident doing that because he went hood instead, then I would disagree with it. But it could have been a team call, you know, bring him mid. But my big problem is that, you know, he was dominating this game. Suddenly, he's barely ahead of the Spectre in net worth, and currently Mikkei is about to hit 9. He's somehow out-leveling Skylark. Bear in mind, he was 6.5 on Centaur to level 4 on Mikkei at a point.
They're going to use the Stampede to catch up to Taiga here, but it feels kind of bad for Brame. It's going to take a while to get this kill, but I think it's also not the kill they wanted with a smoke.
Definitely not. Look at it's the dead part of the map, too. They're in their own triangle. You get that kill, but Liquid's just like, yeah, sure, whatever, man. We have our entire side of the map. Everybody's farming. Koifa, I think, is closing in on... He has his blink. Okay, so this mid-tower fight is going to be spooky for Brame. They don't have any BKBs coming up soon. Their timing should be better than the previous game, however. They're not just going to lose 100% if it gets late enough, although Spectre certainly will outcarry a Gyro at some point. But they'd love to be able to make a play with the reload. You know, get initiation from Skylark. He should have a blink shortly. 1,000 gold. Koifa has him beat in that regard.
Once again, Liquid with way more camp stacked than their opponents. They aren't going to be able to get this opening onto the Centaur. No Stampede available, so very likely he's just dead here. The relocate coming in from behind. They're going to go for the Leshrac, but he's saved by the Oracle. Sumail, he's going to survive here. Brame have to back up.
Meanwhile, Mickey just farming away. Doesn't even have Haunt ready. And Taiga as well. Just like, yeah, you guys seem fine.
Taiga should have an idea. Look at that, the way he's tanked up. Medallion, hat, Vitality Booster, and a Raindrop. That is the most HP efficient build I've seen on an Enchantress.
Mm-hmm. Love the Raindrop too. And that is the name of the game now, folks. Was thanks to the addition of the backpack, the meta has caught up, but it is all about having gold efficient items nowadays, not slot efficient. Everybody's got slots galore. Just buy what you need, be 6-slotted ASAP. Big fan of the fluffy hat.
Nice kill there on Koifa. Wish picks up a double damage. They kill Liquid's big tower defender, and now they have an opportunity to finally take a tower themselves, unless Liquid want to be able to mass rotate, but I kind of doubt it.
I don't think it's happening. See, Skylark just needs his blink. They've got one on Wish. Then it's just a pick off into the Roche pit if they can pull it off.
You hit an LSA from that range. Damn. Ether Lens, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's a crazy item sometimes. All right, so they've got the Maelstrom for focus, so maybe he can start getting a lead on this Spectre.
Yeah, so far, it's really so good for Brame. It feels much better than it did previously. Got a real shot.
They're gonna have a great Deso. Now, one of the ways the game did fall apart for Brame last time, the laning phase went poorly, yes, but they also lost the first Roshan.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something that we're going to be coming up on real soon here with the TA picking up a Deso. Focus. He's going to be spotted here. Spartan, he's going to have to go for a relocate out, but the Gyrocopter is already dead. The damage was too much. It wasn't even close. He died in like 2 seconds.
That is Agi treads Gyro. Maelstrom first. There's not much viability. So Mel TPing out.
Yeah, he's not sticking around for this kill. He wants to be able to go somewhere else and leave this kill for everybody else on his team.
Oh, okay. That was nice. Nice play from Skylark. He sniffed out that epicenter was on the way and just stampeded the hell out of Dodge. That's a quick bots on Sumail, too. It's going to really help him accelerate. Also very nice to have with the Spectre on your team, doubling that global threat.
They're trying to chase down Wish here. The dagger slow, but he's already blinked away, so instead they'll have to take the Lina, who was going for a TP out.
Yep.
Not a fantastic use of a Spectre ultimate, but
it's all about efficiency, right? Like, you used it. I thought he was going to stay top after that, but Mikhail just can't bottom instead.
Okay.
But yeah, if he rotates himself to top with that move, I maybe like it a bit more. They're going to kick him out of bottom, it looks like, although he's still content to farm jungle on his way out. Trouble for Brame right now is they don't have a natural way to start team fights. You know, you got the double blink in, but it's really tough for your Lina to play in these fights, because if he gets hopped by the Spectre Haunt, by a Sanking Stun, he just explodes.
Yeah, and we already saw that very thing happen to the Gyrocopter not so long ago.
Really love to have some BKBs.
Skylar, whoa. He still managed to hit the stomp there, but they don't have any vision. Spot Koifa inside of this sandstorm.
And this is the thing, you know, I'm really not a TA believer. Wish TPing out though, looking to fight mid. No.
Managed to catch Skylark. Now he still has Stampede. He's going to try for it here. Cuts through the trees, getting away. Blink is up in a second, and Koifa doesn't hit him. in order to stop that blink. Now the rest of his team is rotating up, so they're actually going to turn things around here with a smoke. They're going to run into Insania. A fast kill onto him is an excellent start, but they need to be able to catch the cores here as well. Koifa, burrow strikes away to the tree. Sumail hiding on the left-hand side. They don't actually know he's here. They did manage to catch Koifa, though. Get a 1 kill. Fortunately, Sumail is going to bot his way out of there. It would have been a massive pickup. They could have gotten all 3 of those.
Yeah, this is how you got to play if you're Brame. Just way more aggression. Abuse the fact that your TA is online. The hero does not scale very well, but with Blink Deso Max Meld, you do just what we saw, 2-shotting nearly Insania. And that's the target you've got to gun for. If the Oracle dies, suddenly Sumail can't play the same way, and the team fight's much tougher. But here's the buyback.
They're going to find these heroes are too tanky to be able to bring down. Oh no, they really need this Roshan. Sumail's taking a lot of damage. A nice stop, barely catches him from Skylark, and a massive kill. He goes down. A buyback from Koifa. He's going to be leading the charge, managed with the burrow strike to bring down Focus. A 1-for-1 trade-off there. A core apiece, but it did cost Liquid a buyback.
Sumail a bit too aggressive there. Not quite as invincible as he felt. He's laughing at himself, I'm sure. Insania was close, but not that close, and he ran himself the opposite direction of his Oracle. Otherwise, he almost certainly can be saved there.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward things where he's coming in from the middle lane, but the rest of his team was coming in from the jungle area, and Insania's like, I can't be 2 places at once.
And we just saw he has to be very cautious on Insania, because if he gets blinked on, he is the target.
Yeah,
and he will die to a stomp, to a TA blink in. There's just way too much damage. It's tough as well to play these heroes that are forced to stick in the back line against gyros as the game gets late, because you start to catch all the flax as well.
Well, if they can catch Liquid in another slip up here, they might be able to finally get that Roshan, and then they would have effectively covered themselves on 2 of the major mistakes they made in Game 1, which is kind of what we wanted to see with a lineup that was similar to Game 1. They made slight alterations.
Yep.
They're showing that they learned what was wrong with Game 1.
Again, some trouble. Almost falling victim to 1 more creep syndrome, but this game to me is all about the Bulba coefficient. Number of fights Liquid need to win is significantly smaller than the number of fights Brame are going to need. The Radiance for Mickey is online shortly, and Brame need to play the rest of this game very well. They gotta, oh no, not like this.
Can't afford to lose a hero here. Gyrocopter gonna be relocated away. He's safe, and a stun comes in from Stomanen. Now, they did, where did they relocate? Oh, they relocated all the way back to the fountain. They wanted to make sure the Gyrocopter is 100% good.
Now is the time to make a move. The thing is, they have the mech, but they don't have BKBs. They really want to have those up. TA of 500 gold, Gyro in 900 gold. So it's almost there. Once they have those, they can think about perhaps forcing a fight in Roshan. But it's just going to be real tricky because they will be playing into the Radiance at that point. No Haunt for 120 seconds, though. I think you want to press here, even before the BKBs. Get a pick off, get a fight, get Roche. Look to take tower after.
Yeah, if they manage to get that Radiance and they have the Solar Crest on the Enchantress, Mickey starts becoming a really viable... Oh, yeah, and he's got a Nether Shawl, too.
Of course he does. Man, Brame, they have to recognize their strength, Cap, because right now they're playing like they're behind, like there's some timing upcoming.
Maybe a pick up like this would be really good. Wish, okay. Didn't quite blink down to the low ground, so it's a big concern. They're going to go for this mid tower before they try and take Roshan. Feeling like this real estate is important. Skylark.
Take this fight.
To get off the hood. He's taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be healed up by the IO. Now a stun, a Centaur stun left-hand side by the Enchantress onto Wish. Wish is kind of stalled up right now. And there
you gotta go here, folks. You can't just stand in front of tower against the lineup like Liquids. The impetuses, the stagger and radiance spam, the Leshrac lightning. You wanna immediately engage, double blink, drop everything.
Well, maybe this is a better way to do it, right? They're gonna coax Liquid out of the tower area by going for Roshan.
They know there's no buyback on Koifa.
They did catch Sumail here in this exact same position before. Skylark not jumping quite yet. Now his Blink Dagger being canceled. They're going to slow him down with the TA traps. Brame seeming very reluctant to go for this one, and soon Koifa is going to be back up. Just 7 seconds. At this point, Brame, they've missed their opportunity.
Yeah, they're getting poked. Liquid, very savvy. You can tell experienced calls. They're just poking. You're not trying to fight in the pit. You're not panicking. You just distract them, posture, buy some time. Brame, I think when they watch this replay, are going to be kicking themselves a little bit because that was the opportunity. Like, that's a 4-on-5. Liquid showed up at the tower. You know there's no Sand King. It is 100% 4-on-5, and they don't even get a blink off offensively. That entire engagement.
Yeah.
Now Liquid is 5, can look to be aggressive themselves.
They've got their initiator too, which makes this fight a whole lot easier for them to take. They're going to go forward. A nice two-man stomp from Skylark. He sees an opportunity, but intercepted. Wish is going to find himself stunned. Wish does manage to get off his BKB, but perhaps it's a bit too late. Focus right in the middle of him with his own BKB is delivering out some serious damage and brings down Mickey. A really nice fight for them so far as Taiga almost goes down to Laguna Blade. Fortunately, Heal's going to be able to keep him back up. Koifa jumping himself away, but Samael's not going to be as lucky. Stuck by the river. The last shot from Wish isn't quite enough. He's got the HP. He's got the Solar Crest. Insania teaming out right in front of them. No way. What? How did he get out of there? Skylark will finally find the jump to take down Taiga. Taiga healed and healed and healed through that, but eventually goes down.
So, man, like I was saying, Cap, what a great move by Brame to not take that fight until both of their BKBs were online. Waiting for their timing. The patience from Brame.
Your analysis never misses, Kyle. Man, Brame, I mean, I felt like that was a moment right there. Wish getting stunned. I was like, oh no, his damage got delayed. But it didn't matter. Their double BKBs, as you correctly predicted, were huge in being able to win the fight.
Playing it smart. It looked over them like, oh god, not like this. They gave them their 5th hero, Haunt back up, but yeah, with double BKB, suddenly Liquid's lineup has no damage. Yeah, and Stone was you threw it to where he was moving, but
well, I think he was trying to hit Tiger, right? I think he was trying to hit that deer, and then he was like, "Oh no, nobody has a stun."
Splitting the uprights. Some people get paid for that. Wish. Huge. Scotty queued up though. For the regen reduction, I suppose. I don't know if that's. It's nice to stick to the Spectre too and the Lesh.
Okay. I mean, they do have a lot of heal coming in, no doubt, right? Because of Oracle, because of, I'm presuming Samael is gonna go Bloodstone, right?
Yep, that's already on the way. Has the Essence Ring too.
Essence Ring, okay. So I kind of see it. It makes him a lot tankier, so he's not. There's no chance of him being burrow struck into. Oh, I'm just dead. Well, less of a chance. Speaking of, an Aghanim Scepter. Aether Lens straight Ags for Stoneman, and he's almost, he's going to put out some pure damage.
That is
really
pretty
nice.
sick. Does that functions with Dispersion, right? Dispersion still reduces that damage?
Yeah.
I guess just to pierce the BKB then of Stumel, but he's not really got that queued up. Good against the Ench, I suppose. You can burst the Oracle. Makes it. It's to burst somebody.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
After all, the Spectre does have that goddamn Nether Shawl.
That is true. What an item.
That item makes me laugh. So it's just sometimes it's like, oh wow, what a game-breaking item.
Yeah, I keep trying to have this discussion about neutral items and whether or not they're, we like them in the green room, but Ryan always just brings up Hearthstone and pseudo RNG and how it's actually good. You gotta have better deck building.
I will say that I kind of like neutral items. I find them fun, but I would not be surprised if one day they're removed and we'd look back on them and be like, man, that was crazy time. Why'd we ever allow that?
Yeah. Could see it. Corvy's gonna get out of here scot-free. This is the trouble with this Sand King offlane though, right? Centaur, similar items, but he just feels so much stronger. The Stampede.
Wait, are they both going Scotty?
Are they?
Now Gyrocopters.
They're both going Scotty. All right. Hey.
I mean, surely that's not the efficient play, right? Maybe somebody builds another item that's all right. Well,
I mean, it is pretty efficient. Yeah, it's like 5 extra stats and a little bit of extra HP and mana. No recipe, so it's good in that sense.
Okay.
The regen reduction and the slow, I mean, I guess Brame, they just think, you know, we're going to win a fight in the duration of our BKBs. So we just want to be able to run forward and stick onto somebody. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 neutral items coming out. See
Titan Sliver, Enchanted Quiver, Quickening Charm, all pretty value items.
Ceremonial Rope. Favorite.
Favorite? Really?
It's up there. Anything like anything that involves status resist, I consider S tier.
Okay.
If Sanj
I mean, I'm just saying
Yasha,
Titan Sliver is a better status resistance item, but yeah.
okay, true, but it's not an aura. It's only for the individual.
Mm.
Like if Sanj Yasha is a must-buy item for every carry for 25% status resist, and AOE minus 10% has got to be good.
Koifa. They try and catch him here, but I believe he's going to be so far away by the time that little missile catches up to him. He even dodges it with the Yules.
I feel like we just saw this.
Yes,
the sequel.
he was at bottom.
Indeed. A DD, Aegis fading on TA. Wish very strong. Still thinking about his item choice. I really want to be sure he picks something up before the next fight. This is one of my pet peeves. If you have the slot, all this gold, invest. Because his net worth advantage, yeah, it's huge. But if Sumail has spent his money, and he has, this really isn't elite at all.
Snowman, he's going to be found here playing in the jungle where the rest of his team had already abandoned. Brame had already backed out of that one a long time ago.
Let's see. Wish is still thinking about it. At 5k gold now. What will he buy? Scotty still seems to be the answer. Nope.
I mean, what would other options be? Something like a Daedalus or something?
No.
But that's so burst heavy against an Oracle, right?
Yeah.
That seems kind of like... And I feel like they don't have a super reliable way to catch this Oracle. In some ways, I think they have to just accept the fact that he's going to get off his ultimate.
Yeah. Butterfly doesn't help you. Maybe you'd really love to have an AC, but it's kind of tough. TA itemization gets weird. You can really only go one of two ways. Either all in for the jump or go for the more sustained damage route, which he has chosen with the Scotty. Gyro will also be going for one. Nope, just kidding. Okay, cool. Yeah, Gyro swapped it to an Ags. I think this is the right choice. Ags super value when you have a Wisp on lineup. There's so many stuns on the side of Liquid. Having that side gunner going is quite helpful.
There next for him as well. So.
Yeah. So far,
and there are a lot of instances. Sandstorm, Diabolic Edict, there's Radiance. There's a lot of instances of small, constant damage that proc the active.
That's a good point. It's one of the counters to heroes like Darkseer or Leshrac, Spectre even. Just guaranteed Mjolnir procs galore. 15 charge Bloodstone, but gotta say Liquid, you know, they've pumped the brakes. They're just playing conservative, but they gotta be careful.
You know, Skylark was there. I guess spotted him somehow, but the rest of the Brame is here to be able to back him up. Right now, they're chasing down this Enchantress while Skylark went back in there. Actually managed to find Insania. That's a big kill. Mickey's going to pop his ultimate, but it's already too late. Insania is dead. Now an Epicenter coming in. Wish he has the potential to be blown up, and he does. They get him before he can do anything. No BKB pop for him. Focus, he's going to use his own. He used it to be able to take down the Leshrac. He's also going to be able to bring down Mickey. The damage he's pumping out is insane right now.
Oh, yeah. And once again, the TA picked up the Shard, but it is so much more effective in this game. It's part of the reason Insania just can't cast spells, constantly getting spam silence from the traps. Super effective against the Enchantress as well. And this feels like Brame's game to lose at this point. They are cruising.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the fact that Liquid managed to 100-0 this Templar Assassin, and the fight wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Says a lot about where Brame's strengths are. This Gyrocopter.
It all comes back from that wise decision to wait for those BKBs before that critical team fight. They get the Roche. Now they are rolling.
Truly only the best in Dota would be able to recognize a tactic like that. Skylark. Chopping away at a tier 2 tower. Gets it, and Brame. I mean, at this point, you're just waiting on Roshan, which just spawned, so... Can't take it while the TA is up, but... Dead, rather. Shard, who are we giving it to?
Gyro. Or...
Gyro?
You give it to your Lina.
For the
ground Laguna Blade.
I don't think I've ever seen that, but in demo mode.
Yeah, me neither. But it would do pure damage, and it would look so cool.
That's true.
What's the
I often
James
judge
Bond
my
movie?
decisions by how cool something is.
Did they give it to him? Yes. It's so cool, guys. It's an increased cast range, number one.
Yeah.
And it goes the full cast length, so it literally like zaps the ground. Lasers.
What are they doing here? They relocated straight into him. Liquid do manage to kill the IO now. It looks like with a BKB, they may be able to get some sort of kill out of this one as the Scotty's slowing down Taiga, but Taiga's still living through all of that one. And now Brame, they've overextended themselves. A two-man stomp coming out from Koifuz. He managed to bring down the gyrocopter. They have the Aegis on the Templar Assassin. He's going to pop his BKB, but can he get out of here alive? Right now, he's pushing some damage onto Sumail, but it's not doing anything. A turnaround, a two-man stomp. Maybe with the lineup, they can do something here, but the Oracle save onto the left track. The AoE clear of the Laguna Blade does some damage, but ultimately Wish, he needs a little bit more help. Mickey surviving on just a sliver of HP, but now the heal is coming up, and Wish, he's going to have to do something with second life, but he should just be chain stunned to death. Oh, multiple buybacks coming in. Brame, they recognize they cannot afford to lose their TA here, but a blunder from Brame throwing away their advantage.
There was no lean. Did they reload in? We got to see a replay. What in the... What?
Questionable decision for sure.
They all died. That was 5 heroes if you count the Aegis. How did they reload in?
Yeah,
there's no follow-up. Lina is mid lane. TA is not in range. Skylark wasn't able to land a blink stun. Wow.
Yeah, that was terrible.
A double stun from Koifa. They don't get the cheese off on the gyro, unfortunately. Maybe this goes a bit differently. But
maybe, but ultimately, right, the initiation is just...
I mean, shout out to Liga. They played that incredibly. Watch the line, Laguna, though.
It's too bad it didn't kill anybody.
But it almost did.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that smile. That damn smile.
Gets Kyle every time. Four-man smoke from Brame. As I'm sure, no doubt, they recognize... Oh, Skylark, his smoke broke. They know he's somewhere over here. Can they find him? Does Mickey... Oh, the orbs, they're right around him. They hit him. Hit him once. Finally, the TA trap is right on top of him. They spot Mickey. Can they get to Mickey, though? He's in deep, but they do. They manage to kill him. A massive, massive win.
Mickey. He wanted to sit around so he could cut the wave behind them, but Brame were not having that. They went foresting.
Well, in some ways, that may forgive Brame for that earlier team fight blunder.
Oh no, Cap. The trouble is that the Centaur and the Lina bought back, and they represented a chunk of the advantage. You know, that removes the Centaur Ags from your next fight.
That is a big pickup.
Oh, yeah.
That could help somebody survive if they're initiated on before getting out BKB. They're going to pop said Stampede to be able to catch up to Sumail here with a relocate onto the other side, and a big pure damage hit from Stominen.
Not having any of that. That is a massive 999 pure damage.
Yeah.
I dig it. And it's time to push, right? Both cores dead. Mika has a buyback. Sumail does not. I like the choice. Sumail, I was thinking Sanj Kaya, now looking at a halberd. The disarm active against both of these cores is great, and there we go. My man Wish is about to finish his Daedalus. There is no evasion just yet picked up. Yeah, the Radiance Burn might annoy him, but if he's BKB'd, he can shred through anybody with a nice crit.
And there's something to said about the new Blink items. Yeah. They do add a second big peak for many of these cores that rely on Blink daggers, right? Your Wraith Kings, your Templar Assassins.
Yeah. There's a big help to heroes like Wraith King and TA, because it would feel like they would fall off a little bit, whereas now, as you said, they can be stronger. That 5 to 10k net worth lead always feels like one until we get into the super late game when Spectre might start to turn the tide. But for now, you got to be feeling good as Brame, only a 5 kill lead, but they should know how strong their position is. They just consider where Liquid is playing right now, just kind of hiding in base. They spot nice ward. They're going to see Wish. It might look to roll out, but it's tough. All these traps.
I can't believe this ward is still alive. They Brame invaded the triangle and didn't take that high ground ward away. I got a pop Stampede. I think Skylark is calling, like, guys, you got to get out of there. We have shown 2 heroes top lane. Yep. They're running at you.
Oh, Mickey just realized he got a Trickster Cloak. So that's a built-in 20% evasion.
Yeah,
neither
resistance is really big as well.
Yep. So the game will start to spin a bit. If Sumail can finish his halberd, the evasion on Mickey, double evasion on cores, is super effective when neither enemy core has an MKB. They have an Oracle behind them as well.
Which case Wish may end up regretting his Daedalus pickup.
Soon Scotty is complete on Mickey. Big timings coming out. Brame would really love to get the initiation, but I like what Liquid's doing. They're just spending their gold.
Yeah, Scotty's massive, because now he can jump straight onto the IO, right? And he's hitting everybody with it, so you're really going to slow down the regen factor of someone like Focus, who's currently being targeted right now, but they do manage to get a relocate over to the side. They're trying to go for Mickey. Mickey is able to take a brunt of the damage, no problem. Taiga a little bit squishier here. They play to the outside. Koifa ready to go back in. Now the BKB's gone. He goes straight for Wish. They manage to hit with the stomp, interrupting that. The Laguna play just took out Koifa, but they don't have a save for Focus. Focus is going to end up going down, and Wish, without the gyrocopter and the Centaur to play the front lines, are just going to have to full out retreat here. A blink away from Skylark. Does he have a TP to be able to get out of here? They're currently tunneling through the trees. No TP. Oh dear, Skylark.
Yeah, that was just, you can't set it up better for Liquid. They had vision, knew where Brame were in the vicinity. They had just purchased big items, Halberd on the Lesh, Scotty on the Spectre, and they forced BKBs for the Haunt. Previously, that was a good trade for Brame. They'd fight through it. But because of that initial back off, when the BKBs fail on the course, they feed. Koifa can come in with a stun, the Lesh follow up, they have Yules, and Spectre's just too tanky. You've got to be able to get on a target as Brame while your cores are BKB'd. If you cannot do that, you are not going to win the fight. Oh my god, that is such a gross item build from Taiga.
Yeah, seriously. Vanguard, Solar Crest, Hurricane Pike. Now he's going an Aghanim Scepter. So he has some additional survivability in some way. Also good stats.
He also went fully defensive on the talents. I think part of the reason Ench is just so strong in this role. The magic resist, extra heal, and the untouchable slow. So other reason, 265 attack slow? Yeah, if you're not BKB'd,
I thought the Shard was good for these kind of builds. Slightly surprised Taiga didn't go that route as well. Either way. 100% win rate on the other one.
What's the sample size, though?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be like one game. Hey, now we have an Aghanim Scepter. Speaking of damage reduction. Aghanim Scepter for Centaur.
I mean, Brame is hanging in. 40 minutes in. 21-17.
So now maybe we can just pop Stampede for the Spectre ultimate. Hold on to our BKBs, but it still seems like initiation is all important.
Oh, for sure. Now. You have to find Insania. You have
to. Has a refresher. I feel like he picked up that Aghanim Scepter not too long ago, but now he's got the double zaps out.
Oh, yeah.
2,000 pure damage?
He's turning into a Bond villain.
Imagine if they're in a line.
That's the play.
Radiant's bottom tower
he could do 10,000 pure damage in 1 second.
Limitless possibilities. Liquid chasing. They are on the hunt now. They are feeling themselves. Level 25 on the Spectre. A little bit of extra dispersion. It's actually such an insane talent. 25% damage reduction. You need a break, it feels like, on Brame, but nobody can really buy one. And yeah, we'll watch this fight again, but it's pretty simple. Focus BKBs, they're going for Spectre, Force Staff from Taiga. Now both heroes BKB'd, they're not dealing damage. The positioning from Liquid is super easy, that little star. They shift right, BKBs down, shift left. We've all seen that.
Back into the game though, Brame, they have smoked up and they tried to run towards Liquid's jungle. It broke on Mickey and they didn't find the clean initiation they wanted. So now they're gonna try and back out without anybody getting caught. toying with turning around. Okay, that was a Lotus Sword. Bro strike stun onto Koifa. They tried to go for Wish here, but Wish is getting away thanks to the Stampede. A two-man stun out from Stromanen onto Sumail and Mickey. They're going to turn around and deliver the damage onto Taiga and catch up to Sumail as well. He goes down with a Laguna Blade. Insania gets popped next. Mickey on the run. Skylark, he's routing him. He's making sure Mickey doesn't have an easy way back to his base. He's going to play on top of Roshan, but the missiles after him, they're going to be able to catch him as well. They see Roshan spawns right next to them as well. They win the fight. They immediately go for Roche. It couldn't get better for Brame.
Yeah, that Stampede, that Ags, like the buyback slowed it down, but you can see they haunt, immediately counteract it, and then turn back around. They didn't even use the BKB on Gyro. Wasn't necessary. And the Lina actually did so much damage in that fight. Like 2 full combos. I think that was a 2-man Laguna and then able to finish off the
Aghanims pick up Kyle, and he's going to use it to teleport bottom lane and catch Koifa. That's dirty. That is dirty.
Yep. And suddenly the map shrinks for Liquid. That is, I can't believe how hard they just crushed through that fight. With a buyback, I mean, they're going to go for throne. Otherwise, you got to be careful. Look at Wish.
Goes back to base, TPs, and rejoins his allies inside of the Liquid base. Mickey does have buyback in 40 seconds, but they found an opening onto Koifa, who's immediately going to be saved. A false promise from Insania. Koifa will be fine, but the buyback has been used from Mickey. The damage is done, and Brame call it quits.
It's time to go. Still have everything that you need, and I love this. Look at Gyro. He's got the Silver Edge queued up. He recognizes that really the way we would lose this game is if we all in for a Spectre. He pops Blade Mail. We get all of ourselves to half HP, then he gets Oracle ulted. The break means that he becomes a true target, and you force the Oracle ulti that much faster. Leveler on the TA. Structure damage will be no problem. And plus 8 refraction? What? That used to be plus 3.
Yeah, they had to make it a little bit more appealing since the meld hit bash was all the rage. Now,
that is
Wish is
really good,
tanky, and he's also got the Swift Blink up as well. So, look for him to be pumping out damage. We have the 5% dispersion here from Mickey, but as you said, if we break him, doesn't matter.
He is very strong. I don't see... I don't know, Liquid, it feels like they're the ones really having damage troubles. Now, look at this Centaur's HP. The damage reduction on the Stampede. And then both cores also above 3,000 health.
Yeah.
The Lina at 3,000 health.
About to be level 25, too. So, Laguna Blade cooldown. Every 25 seconds. The cast range, man. Cast range is sick. Seems like these shards have turned into, oh, it does this cool little thing, but like the real bonus is in the stat that you're going to get out of it. A lot of cast ranges being given out.
Ags picked up on Koifa. It's part of the issue with tanking. Like, look, if you look at the itemization, it doesn't... Koifa didn't do anything wrong, right? But you're just like, were there really no better items? But then you rack your brain, you're like, no, there really aren't. Like Centaur, you have the luxury of buying this, and it feels really good because you're just tanky. You make your team tankier.
Yeah.
Tanking doesn't really have that. You see Koifa, when he stuns in, he ends up being turned around on quite easily. Still not nearly as durable as his off-lane counterpart.
It does mean if they do manage to blow somebody up, the damage that is inflicted from that explosion can be very high. 22% of their max health is damage. So when
that's a lot.
You're talking about everybody being 3,000 HP. It can have an effect. But it's obviously not the same kind of meaty feel good as damage reduction. Wish starts laying the damage into the melee barracks, daring Liquid to do something about it. He's got 1 minute left on the Aegis.
Sumail has his 25, so more damage out of the Edict.
Good read on the ward being there. The Brewer's Strike just to kind of stall him. Poking at Wish, but the refraction is keeping them plenty healthy here, and there goes one lane of barracks. Can they do another one before the Aegis falls? They've got 45 seconds. Oh, okay. Spartan's a little far forward here. What was that? They're going to try and jump on him real quickly. He goes for the self-fuels on the Stormcrafter, but it's not good enough. Mickey takes a hefty amount of pure damage, but that's now gone. Mickey retreats back to the fountain and ready to re-engage with his ultimate as Brame start jumping back, but they're not going to let him get away. Liquid see an opportunity. They're going to pounce on Brame's mistakes. They're going for focus right now. Mickey's got to be a little bit careful. He plays a little bit far back, but the Spartan, he actually fought back, and that's going to be a dieback for him. It goes down here. The Suns are raining in, though. They might just be able to save him, but no. Mickey cleaves right through him as he daggers on through, goes for the back line. Now has managed to catch up for Stominate. He turns around, throws out the Laguna Blade, but 2 dead with no buyback on Brame. Oh, no. What a disaster. Wish. He turns around. A stun coming out. A Lotus Orb bounce back as well, but Skylark, he's going to be blowing up, and it does a healthy amount of damage to Wish, who also falls. Focus, TPing away. Ooh, barely gets out. That might have just been the game straight up there if he dies.
How the hell did Liquid win that fight? Like, it's as if they do this constantly, Cap. They just make it so challenging for themselves and somehow pull these tricks like the rabbit out of a hat. No clue how they win that engagement. Well, actually,
well,
Spartan.
I think we both like Spartan, and we don't want to. We want to say Liquid's great, but like Spartan, bro, that was. Whoa. Yeah, why are you in front of everybody else?
He's energetic. He's the captain. He doesn't want to be a tie-win. He wants to be up in the front. Guys, let's go.
You're not even dying, Spartan. I remember that game.
He's so deep.
He's so deep.
His cores are in the jungle already looking to farm. He's questioning why they're not attacking tier 4s.
Well, now
heroes dead. Liquid, they have so much pushing power with this upgraded Edict on Lesh. You got to be cautious.
What are they going to do, though? What is Liquid going to do with this opening? Because you know there's no IO.
No Roche either. They can't get any more because tier 2s on both side lanes are still up. Surprised. I feel like the Liquid we know just goes high ground there, but they choose not to. Mickey also deceivingly survivable because he doesn't just have Trickster Cloak, he also has that Butterfly. So if you don't buy an MKB on one of these 2 cores of Brame, they have one on the Gyro. That's good. TA now needs one too. He's got it queued up. You legit can't kill this man otherwise.
Yeah, we saw how much damage he was outputting in the fights because he was able to just constantly get in there. Fortunately, Brame, as you said, because the tier 2 still being up, left with only the mid lane of barracks going down. This effectively just undoes what they had managed to prove earlier by being a Liquid's mid lane of barracks. So things are still even.
You got to keep in mind, like, it's 17K, and typically you're like, wow, that's a ton of gold. But as a percentage of the net worth available in this game, it is not really that large at all. Yeah, 96 to 115. It's not really that huge when all cores are maxed out. They're 6 slotted. Sure, you could eat a moon shard, you could eat the Ags, but it's not really that wild because it removes the Aegis advantage because now it's replacing a tier 4, tier 5 item. And
they lose their IO here, and you could see the one Laguna Blade going down and Wish being low. There's no way Liquid lets them walk away.
No.
So Mickey, he heals up as much as he can, and then he jumps forward. They're not going to get away because of Scotty, so they have to turn and fight. And then Spartan again, he relocates in, but he's right next to Leshrac.
Yeah. Liquid are doing a good job, though. You can see how they're fighting. Like, Mickey's in. Okay, Mickey's out. They're going to chase, but Koifa stuns, walks away. They're waiting for the right target to present itself, and unfortunately for Brame, Skylark did so twice. The moment he appears, the Liquid guys are going to pop the pinata. They don't want to go for a BKB core. Trying to get anybody but. However, Sumail did buy back. They got a Rax for it, but it means that Liquid have to be very cautious. A smoked Brame on the way.
Aghanim Scepter complete for Sumail. So now he's got that nihilism, which makes the enemy team ethereal. They're going to be able to take down Taiga. Easy to go up here, and an opening onto more as Insania has already been caught. He pops the ultimate on himself and uses the blink to try and get away, but the damage might be too overwhelming. Or if anything, maybe Sumail needs it. Laguna Blade takes him out, and the Oracle still pops. The missiles are chasing after Koifa, but they will not have 2 heroes for 2 minutes. And Brame, you can see Mickey, he's dead. He's like pushing out whatever creeps he can right now because he knows Brame could just end the game if they manage to get through backdoor protection. He's going to go ahead and pop his ultimate, jump to the other side of things, try and make the great escape here.
But I think this is game, Cap. There's 2 dead. They might not know Ench doesn't have buyback, but they're 100% Sumail just did. So if I'm, you just march down mid.
Mickey did what he could to try and delay them. Brame is here now, and they've got 80 seconds to work with. Skylark finds the first opening. It's going to be on Koifa. Koifa using the Eagle Scepter on himself, maybe trying to blink away. Mickey playing the front lines best he can. There's Spartan. He shows up to give a little boost here to focus. They start focusing down Mickey. He's taking a lot of damage. It's Koifa is going to go down first, but he did have the buyback. The tier 4's already gone. And if anything, Brame, they can just ignore Mickey. They're going to go straight for the throat at half health. Focus, he's just moving around, and that's going to be it. They're going to manage to take this one against Liquid. It was a bit of a back and forth, but ultimately, Brame, they made the adjustments. They learned from game 1. And they take down Liquid here in game 2.
And I guess Skylark, the mastermind at the end of the day, he baits Liquid into a false sense of security, and Liquid leave their base, and Brame just smoke and run at him. Taiga dies. Looked like Liquid got caught looking, we might want to get next, but well played to Skylark. Immediately pops Centaur ult, finds the next target with Wish, and as soon as Sumail dies, that's just GG.
For a getaway, car top down, and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one time for the first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never run.
We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you show me your art, let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart, drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, open when it's gone, took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side, finally alive. We would just drive, never arrive, our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old, screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be.
Too late now. I remember you and me. And how careless we could be.
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you win. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no.
Team Liquid's turn. Radiant to ban. Team ban.
There is so much on the line for this game, for especially Team Liquid. Their goal is not just to, you know, do well this season. Their goal is to make it to the major, but not even that. Their goal is to make it to TI. And to make it to TI, you need to ideally get top in your group, which is already going to be pretty difficult considering they lost the series against the Lions. And second, well, maybe second place would be nice, but they can't afford to lose that many series, especially not against Brame. And it's tied 1-1. Who's going to take this game? We're going to find out. We're in the draft, almost in the draft with Game 3. I'm here with ODPixel, here with BSJ. And and there is so much on the line for this series.
There is. And I think after that Game 2, it just goes to show this series really could go either way. I think coming into this series, we said, that Brame, considering the way that they have played in the other series that they have, sure they lost against OG, but great stuff against Tundra. This team does have a lot of potential. Yep. After Game 1, it was a bit of like, okay, maybe the King's back and things are going to be hard for Brame today. But after that Game 2, there's no telling which way this third game is going to go. And I think we're all very excited because we're going to get to see more Dota from these two teams. And potentially a different hero for the King. Will they go for the Lesh again for Sumail? Will we see something different? For Brame, I don't know if we'll see something different. I think there's every reason to just throw out Wish's TA again if you're able to keep it safe with the bans, because that last game performance really was quite something. And even in Game 1 where they lost, Wish still had a good time.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they let them get a late pick TA this time around. Because last game we were talking about when we saw the TA, we were not very excited about it. And the only thing we can come up with is this must just be his comfort pick. Like you're asking him, hey, what are you going to carry us with this game? And he said, I've played TA 1,000 times. We're going to win it with it. So I trust him after that performance. That was not an easy TA game. That was not against the Oracle Disarm, against the less damage over time, Radiant Spectre. It's not like a carry you particularly feel good about like blinking onto. So very impressive performance there. It goes to show that sometimes as long as you got all like decent of the boxes checked, it just comes down to individual skill on a hero.
Yeah, and Brame this game will have overall 10th pick again, so they can set Wish up for success again. We'll see if that TA will be on the banning side of things in the game. We also do have the respect ban for Lina. We saw Lina win 2 games in a row on the 4 position, and it was just very, very strong.
Make sure you spam it as long as you can, Sheet.
I'm doing it. I'm trying to get a game in every day.
I imagine whenever C comes out,
it'll be nerfed.
nerfed. Yeah.
Sag. We got Centaur picked up again, though. Should Centaur not also be nerfed? It's also been doing quite well.
Might just be Vanguard that gets nerfed. I don't even know if you need to nerf the Vanguard.
That is fair.
Buyers.
I mean, the balancing of Vanguard seems tricky, right? Because in the previous patch, it was hardly ever brought, right? It kind of went for never bought to sort of every game brought when you have the right offlaner now.
Well, we heard Purge's analysis of how it works with minus armor early, and it goes from blocking like all the damage to eventually doing virtually nothing. So it's an item that you either get it super early and you're unkillable, or you can't really buy it at all. Like it's a weird item.
Unless you need to build up an Abyssal. But then again, nowadays I guess Abyssal's kind of a less favored item.
Yeah, Abyssal kind of sucks now. Yeah. And none of the offlaners buy Abyssal.
No, you never.
So. Yeah, it's just a weird item, but I think you just need to make either give it like a 100 or 200 gold recipe. I think would be fine, because when they made it so Vit Booster got 100 gold cheaper, it makes a difference. Getting it 1 or 2 creeps like earlier on in the game when you're having such a timing based item.
This will be the first game this season that Liquid picks up the Earth Spirit.
I mean, Tiger was. Probably still is one of the best at the business, isn't it?
True.
I'm excited to see sort of the change of pace, because we've just had 2 games from Liquid where both times around they had a very defensive 5. We're going to see a bit more aggression, or potentially from Insania with him on the Grim Stroke this game round. That is, of course, if it is him. We have seen, of course, some core Grim Strokes. I mean, Grim Stroke in a pretty ridiculous place right now. A hero that was already great, did get buffed many times with a lot of little changes. So there is versatility with this hero. I personally would be very excited to see Sumail take it mid, but probably won't happen. Probably is just Insania, but there's a chance. This Grim might be something else than just the support.
Yeah, we got 2 assassins banned out as well as Morphling, TAPA.
Yeah, what an annoying hero Lion is. Lina and Lion probably the most annoying 4s right now. Lina because of the lane, Lion because of the rest of the game. You're just dealing with 6 seconds of disable with 800 damage. Level 12.
Yep. What made Brame go for the Brood ban this game? What's different this game compared to the previous 2? That they're this early is like, you know what? Don't want to deal with that.
Maybe they're just not willing to lose game 3 to a Brood.
I feel like they had about the same type of heroes going into this stage of the draft. The previous games, they had a Centaur plus a ranged support. So I don't see why any other reason. Maybe TA was their planned response to Brood. Maybe that's why. So when TA got banned out, they banned the Brood. That's the best option I can think of.
Radiant team ban.
Wonder why they leaned away from Mag now for Liquid. Like why they thought it was good for the one game and that's it. It looked really powerful.
It did.
Quake played it really well.
Maybe they think it needs Lena to work.
Yeah.
Could be. We do have still, of course, got enough later to go. So perhaps this game will make a comeback.
Yeah, Mag Earth Spirit not nearly as scary as a Mag Lena.
I think there's quite a bit of a chance that they might think about getting the Darkseer this game for Quake for. Was one of the ones
I'd be down.
playing a lot in the pubs. Excellent with the lead in from Earth Spirit.
I'm down for a Sven Darkseer.
Yeah.
Because you got Sven to work with the Grimstroke. Lanes pretty well against the Lion Centaur, I think. And then, yeah, the Darkseer synergy. That's a classic. Darkseer Sven.
Radiant team pick.
I'm actually so ready for that exact combo right now.
It would be very Liquid.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Oh, and we'll be dealing with the
Sven,
Juggernaut.
baby, right into that jug. Warcry for that Omni Slash. Get in there. Mickey's like licking his chops. He's I was picking Sven last patch, baby. I'm ready.
I mean, what else would he want to play against Spectre?
Good. Against the Juggernaut?
Spectre?
Sorry, against the Juggernaut.
First is an option too, but I think with Grimstroke and you're against Lion, you'd rather have a stun on your carry. Sani is debating. He's like, am I picking Sven third or am I picking it fourth? Oh, they go for the Chronosphere. Okay.
Would almost forget about that hero. We have seen it do quite well. And Mickey, also one of the players that did quite well with it against Team Nigma the other day.
Yeah, that's been the deciding hero in a lot of the series. The OG series, the Alliance series.
No, I like it. And I think what we have seen picked against Jug before, which has been very effective, is the combination of Void and Slardar. You know, you still have these two heroes that are going to...
Or Magnus.
Or Mag, that's true, actually.
Oh, and you know what is
a chance here.
Really nice is damage through the Chrono.
Yeah.
Invoker. Oh, they go for Razor. Too bad. So sad.
Probably a Samel Razor, do you think?
No, it's Quake for Razor.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have a lane that should give you really no issues, and generally speaking, you want a ranged offlaner with Earth Spirit.
All right.
You don't want to go double melee. So we were talking about going for the amping up of the Void, but they've opted to make Jug's game harder to play.
Yeah.
Which is another route.
I think against the Oracle, of course, Darkseer is never going to feel good, and any sort of those buffs, as you said, also.
Yeah, that Oracle might have been a preemptive Darkseer thing.
Yeah. It seemed like Liquid were prepared for that because that Razor was very quickly picked up, so we're ready to sort of go for something else, or just weren't thinking about Darkseer at all.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned for Liquid because Centaur's pretty good against everything they have other than Chrono. Like all these other heroes, they have like slows and like temporary lockdown that with the Stampede can disengage. Like Razor, I don't think conceptually is very nice against Centaur. You have a lot of burst damage coming out from Brame. They don't have any saves on Liquid. Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned if the lanes don't go well for Liquid that they would actually struggle to ever get the fights that they want. Like, they have a lot of skirmish potential, so as long as the lanes go fine, they should be good to get it off. But they actually banned the Tinker. Now, that would have been an interesting pick.
Team Liquid's turn to
And yeah, the Invoker's still banned.
So you want something else to throw into the Chronosphere?
Death Prophet? No, Death Prophet.
DP's kind of a dead hero.
I mean, I hate to say it, but is this could it possibly be Lesh again, or no? Is that just too good with the Oracle Jug against it already?
I don't think he wants to play.
How about some OD?
Nah, OD's a little too slow, I think.
I'm just throwing out some spicy pick that I know they'll never pick.
Uzi banning Tinker for. See what he wants to lane.
Puck.
Puck.
Not exactly a lot of damage.
It's a lot of control, a lot of silence, but I think you're absolutely right, Brian. If they get behind, these Chronospheres are going to feel rather underwhelming.
Yeah.
I think they realized they had the Stampede issue, is why they picked this Puck.
10 seconds.
It's like, right now they can kind of just walk away from us Puck does counter that.
Could you end this with a mag mid for Brame?
I think your hero has to be able to lane against Razor as well as Puck.
Sure,
I think they could swap it up.
That's
Because
definitely
Puck
true.
could reasonably offlane here too, I think. So you have to consider what hero does okay against Puck, but also could lane against Razor. A lot of the Razor counters are countered by Puck. Viper, maybe?
Still in the pool? Yeah.
I'd be down for some Viper.
Viper.
That's a super exciting hero.
Very irritating again for the Void.
Yep.
You get that puddle down and suddenly it just always feels bad chronoing.
They have plenty of lockdown. Like, I don't mind an anti-carry in the mid lane here.
Well, they're taking their time.
I don't know if it's really Wish's style, though. He seems like the guy that wants to take over the game.
Oh,
there you go.
Death Prophet.
That does lane against both of those heroes.
Sure.
It's also nice against Razor, one of the few heroes that can get linked and just kill him anyway. You dish out damage while you're chronoed. You have the Oracle save to synergize. I honestly like Brame's lineup way better than I like Liquid's. And they proved last game that they are quite capable of competing with Liquid.
I think this is going to be one of those games where you're going to see a chrono and not a lot's going to happen. I'm a little concerned for the follow-up that Liquid have. If they don't play it perfectly at the start against Brame, I think, Brame's got a great lineup.
Yeah, I don't mean to jinx him, but...
Yeah, you kind of jinxed Liquid last time around.
Yeah, I did.
You both liked the draft of Liquid better that time. So that time already Brame won. So this is like really Brame favorite.
This is giving me like the game 1 vibes where it just seems like Liquid's draft is harder to play.
Okay.
Than Brame's, like in reverse.
I mean...
one lineup's just very straightforward. You have Jug to sit behind the DP with Healing Ward and then go in once the Chrono's been thrown down. Centaur to take the early pressure because he does well lane against Void.
No, absolutely. I mean, healing wall with the DP.
Complicated. That's the thing. It's not complicated, and I think you've got all the boxes checked. There's no you have objective taking, you have catch.
Yeah, this line. You're picking the Sumail, but there's a line in the game. You've got to be ready for the hexes from the line, the silences from the Death Prophet. It's not an easy game for him to jump around. He's probably going to have to get something defensive early on, but even the Yules this game doesn't feel too great because they're going to have stuns for you on the way down. The Centaur, if it's anything like we saw in game 2, Skylight had a smashing game. So this is... this is not an easy game for Liquid.
Is the pressure on Sumail, on his puck to perform and basically set a good tempo, or is the Void
it's pressure on Sumail to shut down the Death Prophet's early momentum, and then it's pressure on the Void to get that one good chrono. At 7 minutes in, I'm talking like the chrono that shuts down the initial momentum. Yes, yeah.
Okay, well,
this is gonna be a great game. It's gonna be a great game, and I think Brame's gonna do.
I think they're geared up.
Yeah,
as much as I doubted them going into the series.
There's no place for doubters here. We're gonna have a fantastic game as far as my panel is concerned. Then we're gonna head over to Cap and Kyle for it.
Well, I do hope we have a good game. After all, it's game 3 between Liquid and Brame. After Brame did indeed prove that they can bring down Liquid at least once. Let's see if they can do it again. Kyle, you believe their draft? Seems like our panel certainly did.
I think so. On paper, it definitely looks like they have all the answers. Void best answered by Hex mechanics. They've got one. And then also a hard save for the Chronosphere to target. Very concerned. Liquid, this is kind of their bread and butter style, though. Semi-independent cores, active supports with a ton of disable. They can outplay Brame, no question, but the Void's damage in Chrono is limited. There's no steroid for him, and the team fight and sustain of Brame is quite strong.
When I saw the first 3 picks of Liquid, I really thought they were going to go for an Invoker. For Quaswix Invoker, Sumail Invoker as well, where you could have had that style of what OG saw. Right, where they just give a bunch of buffs. I believe they had both Grimstroke and Invoker in that situation, where they gave him Alacrity and they gave him Inkswell, and he just went in and went ham. Instead, they didn't get any more steroids for Void.
This is going to be way more of the one-man show. Sumail on his puck should have a decent time against the Death Prophet mid, but I think he's going to have an incredible time for them to take this win.
They're going to go ahead. They already stealing away so much damage away from Focus. They're going to chase him down. Yeah, Sumail, he's going to get the last couple of shots in. That should be enough, indeed. First blood. And Koifa barely managing to dodge death there. Shinomanen's going to be run down as well. There's going to be 2 kills. Fortunately, Spartan was able to get that kill onto Koifa. He is out in no man's land. They make sure to give the kill on Shinomanen to Mickey.
Yep, really well done. Immediate TPs to top lane, catching the creeps. Works out quite well for Liquid, especially since First Blood went to Sumail. Did he? Oh, and he rushed a null, didn't he? Yeah, I like that decision a lot. No need to get a fast bottle. Get the extra stats.
And there it is. Spartan getting the kill on the off lane. Koifa. Once again, we're going to see Koifa playing a mid laner in the off lane position. That's something that I'm sure we're going to get more and more well accustomed to.
Starting the game with a fluffy hat.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I dig that because you're not dying to right clicks, right? It'll be the Oracle burst damage with the spin. So now you just link during spin and you're going to be quite strong. I can dig it.
A good Spartan challenging Koifa. He knows that the Razor needs to be able to stick on top of the Juggernaut and feel comfortable doing so in order to win this lane. And Spartan just always making sure Koifa's a bit low on health. Trying to secure these last hits. Are going to actually go for an aggressive kill onto Koifa here. Koifa starts taking away the damage. It's going to go into the tower range, but Koifa, is he dead? Oh, the last shot comes in from Spartan. Fortunately, the long range, the Purifying Flames is able to secure the kill.
I think you'll take that if you're Koifa, though. You get all these creeps coming into tower as you respawn. You got all the mana of Oracle, so Spartan's really no longer a hero in this lane unless he gets regen.
Yeah, jumping over for the water runes. Wish will take the one on the other side.
Yeah, be careful though. Sumail's looking to orbit. A little late on that dodge there, my man. Still coming back in the swing of things.
Meanwhile, we on the other side of things, Skylark, the offlaner for Brame, Centaur for the 3rd game.
Something understated from that last game was, keep in mind, Mickey on Spectre got absolutely destroyed in lane. Yep. And if there's anything I think Liquid change here, it's making sure that they'll have a better time in the safe lane. Yeah, Spartan going to die. It's a product of having not nearly enough mana or HP to sustain. But, you know, that was a 6-0 Spectre to 27-15 Centaur. So that really didn't... Like, it was as bad for Liquid as possible, really. This is already looking much more promising. 3-minute runes. A nice ward, though, placed. You can see they're going to spot the rotation of the Earth Spirit. This is very prescient. Whenever you're playing against an active mid, and, no, the one down there by Brown. Yeah, that one. That's the... When you have an active 4 position roaming, you need this defensive ward more than you need high ground vision.
Spartan shows himself, and immediately Taiga tries to go for the roll, but misses. Ends up in tower range, too, so that's a little awkward. Battling it out, Mickey. Giving the ink swell. He is going to be stomped here. He's got 12 magic stick charges, so he can certainly keep fighting. He's got a time walk to if he wanted to, try and keep up, but deems it not worth. Mid lane is being won by Sumail right now, but not super dominantly or anything. Wish making sure to pull the creeps with him when he goes to the water rune. Something that very few times I've played mid. I realized, how do these mids feel comfortable going for these water runes so often? You got to pull the creep wave with you.
Yep. Oh.
Jumping over, they go into the support this time around. The ink swell is going to do a ton of damage. Now he does have a nuke coming up. He can throw it out. He'll get a good amount of damage on it. Mickey didn't even kill Mickey here. No time walk up for him, and he gets bursted down. He had magic wand charges, but he didn't pop it. I don't think he expected the double edge to come up that fast.
Yeah, no points return. Just max out W. So much burst. Double edge, 180 plus 80% strength. So yeah, like 200 damage. Double edge stun, double edge. That's...
Yeah, how many charges did Mickey have on his wand? 6 charges. Okay, so 5 before.
There was a weird hesitation when he went for the line, though. You saw that, right? Where he just kind of backed off for a step.
I think he was afraid. I think he thought that maybe Impale was up.
Yeah.
Or something.
It was still on cooldown, fortunately. But nice kill from Brame. I think that for Liquid to take this, it's really going to have to be the Sumail show. The first blood gave him the null. He's out to a nice start middle. But will he be able to get kills? Coil's ready. He will be going for that Witchblade build that Yopaj has popularized.
Do you feel like you see a difference in Liquid and how they play or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I mean Sumail's standing in for Boxy, so.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kyle. That's very. I mean, as a whole, is Liquid playing different because they have Sumail in this mid role and Koifa in the off lane? Or do you feel like it's still the same general Liquid game plan as they're going to be running down Skylark?
It doesn't feel like anything's changed. Okay. I think that maybe the Razor would have been more of a Boxy hero, but other than that, I'd say it's pretty standard.
You see Koifa keeping his distance because he knows the Lions around here as well, so does a nice job of that.
Nice.
Really good read.
God.
That was a sick one. The kick is still going to be able to land, and they'll still get the kill onto the line.
You know,
but
this being in Europe, I've become more of a football fan, and that's the sort of thing. You know, it didn't score a goal, but that was a good cross. You know, that was well defended. Unfortunately, he dies anyway. But I don't know if that was planned. It looks planned. That's nuts.
that is pretty insane. Great read. But yes, nothing really changes for him. He still dies. The Exorcism was used in the mid lane. They're going to coil this Death Prophet and kick him out. That's the Taiga specialty right there. Sumail, he's played with some grade 4s, but I would say Taiga is one of the most well-experienced Earth Spirits in the world, and also plays with a lot of puck.
They are feeling themselves now. And actually, I take back what I said. If this is a Boxy Liquid, I don't even know if it's a Koifa puck, right?
Yeah,
it might be Mickey.
Yeah.
Or Boxy, exactly. But Sumail, he'll ask for this last pick. He's such a fan of the hero. Definitely his style. And the support duo, it's getting spooky.
They have so many every single hero of theirs combos with Inkswell. So Insania is going to have a fun time with this game, I think.
This is the Liquid style. Like, oh my god, more spells.
Chronosphere, the roll-in actually does land right as the Chronosphere falls. He did the delayed rock drop.
This is the Liquid style, right? Like, the two supports running around the map, all three cores able to lane themselves. And yeah, there isn't like some natural huge timing spike or synergy. They're just going to kill you over and over and over.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Brame's very clear timing, right?
Yeah.
Like we've got big team fight on these guys.
Yep. Battle Fury is the build. It's going to be all about survivability. You got Oracle DP, one of the best combos. Like the build. This is one of the reasons I think Death Prophet mid should come back. The change to Crypt Swarm, max mana cost went from 160 to 125, and they took 0.37 seconds as well off the backswing. So it's way more efficient as a farming tool, specifically for mid Death Prophets. You can actually clear stacks efficiently now.
In previous patch, they made the casting animation better as well.
Yeah.
It shoots out like instantly when you click it. It feels great.
That's another one. You look back at, try playing Death Prophet a few patches back. That was painful.
3 to 10, 1,000 net worth lead for Liquid right now. And you'd see a decent amount of that is the difference between the puck and the Death Prophet.
Yeah, that Witchblade is going to be big. Nice stacks from Sumail.
See, 700 gold from kills and assists. That's where the extra gold comes in. He's got a haste rune as well, so look for another attempted kill on the horizon. Whether or not that actually works, we'll have to see. Stampede is coming up, so it may help some people out. Skylark having the worst laning phase of all three games here. And yeah, they're going to pop the Exorcism and make sure Koifa does not get away here. Surely they have a stun or something to kick out Koifa. He's going to be good. Taiga puts his body on the line and TP's out successfully as well. Sick combo.
Yo, he better get some tips. Koifa, that's the wrong person. Wish did what he was supposed to do. Your boy just saved you. That was sick from Taiga. The roll and kick away, recognizing that the Lion CCs are still down, and he just teleports out in front of him. No Yules on Wish, so easy peasy.
Panel, if you're listening and you do get Koifa, be sure to ask about that moment. Why'd you tip Wish over Taiga? There's a bit of all chatting going on as well.
Taiga's what, like an 11.5K player?
Yeah.
This is par for the course. If he didn't save him there, he'd be disappointed. But you don't get praised for making a normal play.
Catching Taiga. And he goes in, and they do manage to quickly kill Spartan before Wish can show up here. The Lion is still sticking around and does run into the puck there for a second, but he's got to be careful. The coil is still here from the puck. He's going to throw it out now. Jumps the other side right as the Impale is used. The Inkswell's not even needed as they kill the second support. Omni Slash now going on to Insania. Bounces over. Taiga kicks him away in a... get away from me. I don't want this Omni Slash.
That could have worked. It was close. Yeah. Just stuck with him. And Sumail is certainly feeling himself. That's a very early Witchblade timing. And the one downside of the support duo is that you pretty much just feed a puck. You know, you get coiled, you get clicked, you're going to die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Even more so in this patch than others, right? Where you've got the Witchblade as added damage on the puck. If your combo doesn't kill him, then just a single right click adds like almost a 300 damage nuke in there.
Yep. Thing to note, though, is that the Mickey Void went for a Mask of Madness, whereas Focus is rushing a Battle Fury. So, yeah, it's a gold lead for Liquid, but they're investing in the now. Brame looking later for their power spike.
So for you to judge Liquid's game as being like successful, you would need them to like take some towers soon or something like that, right? If you're investing in the now, you want to see now outcomes.
The trouble is that their draft really doesn't take towers naturally. It's about, you know, we'll get 3-4 kills.
Yeah.
We'll click the tower as 5. That's their MO.
Yeah, they essentially have to kill and kill and kill. And maybe get a tower. You see that reflected in just the kill score, 4 and 12. Yule Scepter for the Death Prophet, that'll be really big. Brame stacking more than they were the previous 2 games. They're actually kind of keeping pace with Liquid.
Yeah, Sona is also just newly hit 6. Love to
Zania, they're going to spot him. The silence goes out first. Now the Inkswell, Taiga. Oh, the Stampede away. Run, 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 run. He's going to be able to dodge some of that, but Koifa's there on the other side to try and catch up. Sumail is pushing out some damage onto Wish right now. He gets purged off, so the Witchblade not going to do as much. Brame. They didn't pop Exorcism or anything, just the Stampede, so it's not like they blew anything massive. Skylark, what's he doing on this side? They've got a Chronosphere if they want to try and keep him in place. Allies are making their way over. But Mickey, he doesn't feel the need to. They've got the coil. That's good enough.
Sumail now with a Blink Dagger. Who thought he was considering buying bots. Seen Abed do that a few times. Just play map control. But taking the more active route. And yeah, it's tough game for Brame. Like, their team fight's great, but they don't really have any initiation or true catch. Stomina is 0-4-2, not having a good time at all, and there's a Puck Earth Spirit constantly hunting him. TP coming in from Skylark, but they're going to see that.
Oh, nice hacks. Taiga, he's tanky, no doubt, especially with the raindrops there, but it's still a finger of death. Put him in the grave.
We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him, and we got a Battle Fury, too. So that's complete for the Juggernaut. Their big tower's still up. So this timing, not too bad. Not too bad for Brame at all.
Yep. The be a triple action stack, though, always does feel good. The big downside is just that, again, they'll have a blink on Centaur. That's up next. 50 gold away. Just how do you take fights? That's the big concern. Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa. Jesus. The male's here with the double damage. That's why Mickey pulls the trigger in an instant. And vision. Now, okay, purging off the double damage. That'll certainly help you out here, but Skylark is in some trouble. He Gets run down by the Taiga Koifa combination. Stoneman does manage to get the Hex onto Samael. He's getting quite low, but Spartan, he's not able to do quite enough damage, and Wish doesn't want to be able to break the coil. Koifa's going to be able to Inkswell himself out of here. The coil, it finally fades, so Wish can back up with a freshly healed up Death Prophet, but unfortunately, he can't stick on to anybody. They lose the mid tower in the process. Kyle, this is getting real dark and gloomy now for Brame.
Liquid playing their draft.
All right. We definitely got to ask him. I feel like there's history between Koifa and Wish or something. There's something going on here for sure.
Did they tip him in the last game?
When we were talking about the Taiga tip?
Yeah.
That's the last time they tipped him, but I don't remember tipping in the previous game now.
Neither do I. Huh. This is the heat map you love to see. Just an extension of the mid lane. Sumail asserting dominance across his domain. Now with bots about to be en route, Liquid, the slaughter will not stop. This is the game plan. Control enemy jungle, control vision, and just kill these Brame supports specifically. It is near impossible to play Lion at this stage because you just can't live. Like, anything on top of you, you're forced to spam spells just to buy a little bit of space. A Juggernaut with the Battle Fury Rush, you can't help. You're just farming for a couple more items before you really want to get involved. At least level 2 Omni Slash is a necessity.
Bottom lane here. Savingar Death, it's not quite up. He needs 15 seconds. If they had it, they could try and go for this kill. It'd still be a bit difficult. He's got 1,500 HP, closer to 1,700 when he moves over to Strength.
I like the build a lot. I think if he goes Battle Fury, he can't be nearly as active. That kill on Jug certainly doesn't happen.
Yeah.
The Maelstrom into the Sange for the status resist. You really don't die as Void in this game if you just live through that stun lock.
Oh, Mickey's going to come back. Now they can go. Skylark spotted for a moment. They've already thrown up the stun. Impale follow-up and the Finger of Death. Is it enough? Yeah, they got him.
Ooh.
They got him indeed. The Hex was there at the end. So a big kill that Brame was very, very patient to be able to get. But the rest of Liquid, they want revenge, and they have immediately found Wish. No hope for him to get out of this one alive. Focus does manage to bring down Insania with the Omni Slash. He's got to spin TP out, though, to survive.
It's very odd. Wish had a Yols up that entire time, just didn't cast it. Might not have saved him, but it could have helped.
Coiled by himself, Samael reading the Impale incoming. Managed to phase shift that, but nothing will really come of his initiation. Skylark actually kind of wants to go back in. He's got the heal from the Oracle anyway.
Yeah, you can see the Liquid situation is definitely solid, but Brame are very much in this game. Liquid, like, they have to be in this position if they want to win.
Yeah.
They need a significant kill lead. They need map control because they don't have any natural method of ending the game. There's no huge spike. It's just our heroes will get farm, we'll kill you, we'll buy more items. Meanwhile, Brame, the BKB window on Death Prophet, Juggernaut getting more levels of Omni Slash and continuing to scale faster because of that Battle Fury purchase. He's neck and neck with Mickey, has now surpassed him. We'll look to see him expand on that lead.
Insania, depending on your perspective, either wrong place, wrong time, or right place, right time. He breaks the 4-man smoke, but he does lose his life and his ward.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Probably saves Mickey there, though. So we'll call it worth. Whenever I see a 5-position die alone, they broke a smoke, they placed a ward, you know what?
Worth.
Value.
You wish you didn't lose your ward, but...
Yeah, the ward hurts.
They love you.
The ward hurts. They're thinking about mid. They do have the kill potential.
All right, so Kyle, speaking of this draft specifically, you're saying Liquid, they need a way to be able to find more objectives. The biggest one is Roshan. How are they able to do that? Because their lineup
just kill the enemy team. You just kill them
over. Okay. Just kill them, lol.
That has seemed to be the game 3 Liquid strat a lot of the time. Is just, you know, they. Aiden and I have spoke many times. Rule number 1 of Dota 2 drafting: gotta have stuns. Last game, not enough stuns.
Was that not a Han rule?
That was it was Han rule. It goes back a decade. you gotta have stuns. Don't not have stuns.
Inkswell. He may not want to be able to step to Koifa. He is getting low, though. The X's are doing a lot of damage, and they do manage to bring him down. Liquid, they did not have enough to back him up, or maybe they didn't expect Brame, all 5 of them. to be at this bottom tier 2, but Brame is saying, no, you're not taking any tier 2s for free.
Well, Liquid, they don't have the team fight. They have the skirmish. You can't go on a Death Prophet when you don't see the Oracle, especially if his ult's already running. Doesn't matter how much you lock him down, those ghosts are still going to be dealing damage.
Now, what if the exorcism is gone? What if you initiate on somebody else the silence into the Inkswell stun and a 3-man Chronosphere? That's going to be a lot. The Juggernaut is still survived thanks to the Fate's Edict, but now a Bash comes in at the right time and turn around and stun. A 2-man set with the Omni Slash allowed to be able to go off. It's bouncing over, but ultimately he dies without getting a kill. Earth Spirit's low, though, and it looks like Wish should be able to pick up that one, but the Coil is going to make sure the Centaur's not going anywhere. Mickey rushing in to the left with Samael joining him with the Inkswell stun onto 2. They've locked them both down with the support dead. It's just Wish. He bought back for that, right? Or did he?
No.
Okay.
But he did not have Exorcism. So that's how Liquid do it, right? They bait Koifa. Did Koifa buy back? No. He just respawned. Okay.
He just respawned.
So that was just 4 on 5 pretty much, yeah. But they wait or bait the Exorcism by throwing a body at it. And a great chrono from Mickey. You see him immediately identify, oh, I got Oracle too. And they kill off Oracle first. Jug gets Omni off, but wasn't able to spit. Didn't drop Healing Ward during it.
Yeah, he got so low. He was just like, I have to get off this Omni Slash, and just
that was that.
He had no HP when he came back.
Yeah, Stona did not get off his finger either. Does have the Philly Stone though, so should have Blink up shortly. But so far, it's just the Sumail show. 904, Ags on the way, 500 gold off. He is feeling himself, and at this level of farm, especially with that Arcane Rune bottle, like he can just straight up take over this game at this point.
And you said Liquid, their lineup just comes down to kill, 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 kill. Skylark, he spotted him. He's over there. Mickey's going to jump to the other side, but the damage has already been done. He's been caught by the coil. So you can see Stoneman, he just says, my Centaur is dead. I'm going to make sure I stay alive. Liquid, they finally may have killed enough to be able to take a tier 2.
Yeah, they are in a very strong position now. Koifa has his BKB. Mickey again finding the cloak, man. That is such a good item in a game like this, or the shawl. When you already have so much base armor, thanks to being an agility hero, a free 25% magic resist is pretty nuts.
Combine that with the status resistance he has from the Sange, he can very fearlessly just time walk in like he did against that Centaur. He seemed to not care at all if there was a line.
It's also super fit. You have bashes or magic damage, and the Maelstrom procs. So even a little bit of spell amp's not bad.
True, true, true. SNY complete now for the Juggernaut. The problem is Liquid's getting enough kills that the Void is staying ahead of the Juggernaut despite the Battle Fury build.
Yep. It's the Sumail, well, the puck factor. The fact that they got so many kills to start. There's the BKB on the DP, but Liquid, their strength in this game is pace.
All right. That same ward caught them before, so Smart knew about it, but Liquid making sure to protect their vision.
Brame, if Brame, or rather Liquid, was willing to take a fight more revolutionary war style, you know, line up and walk at us, that'd be Brame's, they'd be happy with that, but they're not giving it to him. It's just constant pickoffs in and out. Brame want an opportunity to land a couple stuns, pop the DPL to Omni, like a controlled fight in as small of an area as possible. Liquid want to use as much space as they can get.
And that guerrilla warfare becomes more and more deadly as Brame become more desperate to be able to get out on the map and be able to find some farm somewhere. Right now it feels like the triangle is the only place that's safe for them. Gonna go Scotty, third item for focus.
The game gets very spooky now though because of that Ags on puck. It's the reason this hero still is dominant across and picked in all regions. There's really just nothing to answer this coil.
Cane Rune for Samael as well with his level 18. This is a huge power spike, and Liquid immediately are going to smoke up and use it.
Chrono's ready.
They don't have Koifa, but he's on his way.
He's going to show mid.
They have the new Inkswell shard. Doesn't quite get given out right away. Goes over to Taiga, and he does manage to land into the Juggernaut, who's silenced up for a second. Focus, he'll be okay, but their supports may not be so lucky. Actually, a Stampede does get him away, and Liquid, they say that's great. They pop Stampede, they popped Exorcism. If we just get out, that's a win.
Yep. Really heads up by Liquid. Again, just play around the cooldowns. Don't take a fight into a prepared Brame. Poke and prod him. Get the cooldowns. Get out. Liquid, they're not running on a clock. Like, they're always ready to go. Low CDs on all spells. And now they can freely take Roche. Yes, Chronosphere, but he didn't use it. That's their ace in the hole.
I feel like in some ways Brame should have been more aggressive there. Like when they pop BKB, Exorcism, and Stampede, like, now it's not the time to back away from a fight. Now's the time to take one.
Yeah, they did catch a really nice silence on Mickey. I thought they might turn for him there. If they can go for, like, there's no save for the Void. If they take him out, yes, Sumel's damage can be annoying, but it's not enough to kill anybody. It's
they're already on the other side of the map. As they were doing Roshan, they went fishing for kills, and they caught a big one, boy. Focus.
Lost focus, lost his life. Mickey, oh, no bash.
Bashed immediately afterwards.
That's how it goes. Courier hunting. Don't think they'll find it.
You can see Brame, they're just trying to find any farm they can. The Centaur and this Oracle Spartan, he's just chilling out in the triangle, taking this farm away from them. Things get dicey, they can blink and Stampede away. But in the meantime, they don't have a way to hold areas against Liquid's constant incursions.
Yeah, the builds, like Taiga has Hood Vanguard. It's just, they recognize Brame's damage is somewhat limited. It's really reliant on cooldowns, the Omni Slash, the DP ult, so this allows them to play just insanely aggressive. I feel like we've seen nearly every fight start with a Taiga roll.
Skylark, Stampede, but the coil's there. They'll immediately kick him out of it to make sure it snaps. And Stomanen on the other side of the map is also caught. Mickey will collect that kill as well. So another 2 freebies for Liquid as they now sitting at 13,000 net worth lead. They've got the outposts. They've got the rest of these tier 2s to take.
You can see the smiles on cam too. They're feeling themselves. Definitely feeling confident. They still are just holding on to this Chrono. Aegis as well on Mickey. So now it's just a matter of collecting towers.
Constantly healing up Focus preemptively here, but he's been silenced so many times. The Chronosphere is going to be used here. They're going to start sapping away on his damage. The Ghost is going to land shortly after, but he does manage to get the spin off first, but the Healing Ward, it doesn't keep him alive. Mickey does a bit too much damage. They don't have a buyback for him, so Liquid is looking like Elena Barracks now as Mickey just casually jumps in, gets off the time dilation. They actually wanted to be able to jump in onto Samael, but Samael dodged the damage. He dodged the hoof stomp. Stomanen doesn't get off the Hex in time. He turns around, throws it onto Taiga, which the Exorcism may be enough to actually kill him. The Scepter to prevent him from being able to dodge away, but it doesn't matter. The reinforcements are here and Taiga's fine. It's Brame. We're gonna fall apart. Ultra kill for Koifa. Welcome to the offlane, buddy. It's Mickey. What is this, their OG impersonation? What's going on here? They're gonna pay for this one, or are they? How did they all survive? He got no kill out of that.
All I can say is welcome back, Sumail. It's been a while, but it is a pleasure to watch him play. On fire this game. The whole team really, just cliche, but firing on all cylinders. No real individual mistakes. I don't think Brame has played a bad game or a bad series by any means. Just outmatched in this one. All downhill after that first blood skirmish. No, the downside, you know, TA much more active, way more threat. You have to play around a Death Prophet much differently, and Wish definitely was kind of controlling the tempo in the previous two, but here just when you fall, when your team's behind on a death prophet, like I just don't really know what you can do. Still have this mid-tier 1 standing even. Tier 3 items still available for Radiant. They don't have any of the 4 available because they just can't find jungle camps.
Give the gem to Mickey. That's how confident they are that he can just go in at any time. 3,300 HP on him.
Radiant's top tower is under
Aegis will expire, so Brame can still try and take a fight soon. Gotta wait for Exorcism first. He's gonna go for a Gleipnir.
Dude, Axe Coil is actually just way too good. 4-second stun pierces the BKB. 700 break damage before spell amp. No wonder this hero is good. 6, oh my god. 8 seconds. 8 seconds.
There goes the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Brame, how do they crack open this Liquid offense? Feels like they gotta get, they gotta somehow catch Insania and Sumail, right? Those are the heroes that actually can get 100 to 0'd.
Radiant's top barracks.
Yeah, it's a lot easier said than done, though.
It almost looks like they want them. They're like, okay, you can have top lane of barracks, but when you rotate over to bottom, that's when we're gonna take that team fight. But Liquid has actually been playing cautiously. They smoked up, played on the triangle. Now they're gonna head back in.
Radiant's top barracks are under
Oh yeah, Koifa with Ags up, just murdering the racks.
Oh no, their Mass TPing back. But it's too late. I'm a little bit befuddled there, Kyle.
What can you do though, Cap?
Yeah.
It's easy to call out mistakes with no fog of war, but this map is very dark for Brame. They're trying to keep the lights on, but the sun is setting on their chances in this
I'm just
game.
not sure. Is that a fog of war thing?
They don't see them.
They were hitting,
look, they don't see
They're hitting
anything.
top lane of barracks. Did you think they were going to stop?
They looked like they were going to stop.
All right.
Mickey tricked him. Oh no.
That's a good kill.
But now they're going to run away.
Okay, the Stampede managed to get in front of Taiga here. Wish catches up. 2 supports potentially dying in this. No, they're actually going to try and turn this with the Chronosphere onto 3. They're going to go for the kill. Oh, that's a lot of damage, but the Oracle managed to save out Wish. He's going to be okay on the Death Prophet now with the Hex onto Mickey. No, he takes it off. He time walks away. So much of the damage being undone there. Wish, he's limping away back to the base as best as possible. Skylark hits a really good stun. Taiga, he's chasing after them as best as possible. Yule Scepter going off, but Wish survives for a second, not a second more.
Double ult for Koifa.
Immediately a bash, focus. Turns, but the silence, it's not going to last long enough for them to do much to Mickey. He's just so damn tanky, but maybe Skylark, he jumps in, hoof stomps it again. They do not have the damage to deal with Mickey. And it's looking like the GGs are being announced bit by bit.
What?
Spinning away. Their best hope at this point is somehow lure Liquid into the fountain. Maybe Mickey will take them up on that. A 2-man impale. That's a pretty good one. And actually managed to save him from Sumail's Daggett as well. So the Lion is going to be able to stay alive. Mickey opting to try and go back in, but to keep their distance. Not allowing that Inkswell to be able to go through. Skylark is going to be able to catch. Oh, the Soulblind catches him before Skylark can jump forward. Immediately the chat wheel lines go out. Insania, they know where he is thanks to the Phantom's Embrace, which is placed onto focus. Brame, they're not going to be able to keep chasing apparently, and Sumail is going to make sure they don't feel comfortable doing so.
That was they hit him with the fake GG. Now you can't type GG because that ends the game. You know, rules are you call GG, it's over. But if you voice line eta GG, that does not end the game. But it does bait Liquid into the fountain. Their nemesis. That's a Galaxy Brain play.
Galaxy Brain.
You know, find a way to win. That's the name of the game. This is a big series.
This is where it all turns around.
They bought themselves one more fight. No Taiga. Liquid's cocky. They're tipping each other. Yeah, you can see it. This is the play.
Taiga inside of the fountain. Absolutely brilliant Etagigi play. Incredible.
And now they're laughing to themselves. Skylark is not enjoying this game.
No. I think Spartan is either, but Wish still have an Essence ring. Skylark comes forward, stomps up Koifa. They do immediately stun Mickey when he jumps in. Problem still being they don't have the damage to really threaten him. Wish is going to push forward with his Exorcism, but he's having a hard time with it as Koifa's already run down Skylark. Now he's draining away focus as well. He's going into the fountain, and Koifa, he's going to go ahead, complete that fountain dive. Gets him in the end, a celebratory Chronosphere, and GG is finally Liquid. Will take it 2-1. They do drop that one game, but ultimately, Samael on his way back ends the series, his first series back, 15-0-16.
Not bad. Not bad. I think he can do better. I was expecting more from him. Those aren't exactly Jordan numbers. More, maybe Kyrie level, but not quite what he'd hoped for. But well played. 44-13. That was a lot of slaughtering. We said Liquid, they had to get
sea for a getaway. Car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea.
too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never run.
We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art, let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart, drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, open when it's gone, took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side, finally alive. We would just drive, never arrive, our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old, screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled.
It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way to even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan.
It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though
Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no.
some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C. They'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning. never stopping searching, yeah, it's burning. All this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it, I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest, I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest, cause I promise you that I'm just getting started. And I promise you that my skills are getting sharper, so I'ma get charted, can't be guarded. Nah, I'm the one to get retarded, get the party started. Yeah, get the party started, yeah, so let me get up on it. Yeah, bitch, you got me fucked up, I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup, we bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud, sounds like we're sold out in front of a whole crowd. We lose control now, don't take this shit too personally. Everybody got a different version of me, everybody gotta be learning from me. Everybody wanna be working with me, and I feel like there's uncertainty and urgency to find out what you wanna be. But honestly, we change our minds constantly, so stop and breathe and find out who you wanna be. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching, don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this, don't try to stop me. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching, don't try to stop this. Work until I'm nauseous, cause I will not quit. No, because I want this, don't try to stop me now. Me, I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better grab yourself a sack and tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back. Everybody wake up, it's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just speak your grit out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve.
Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible.
5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
All right, great to get to know Thompson a little bit more. We are also on the other side, on the Hellbear Smashers. We're going to get to know Gilgear a little bit more and hear something about meatballs.
Seconds remaining. Turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Invoker. Bounty Hunter.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, did not know where that was going with the meatballs, but I guess now we learned. We're also going to learn what the two teams are going to draft, because we are in the draft of the first game of this best of 3, and I'm going to let both Cap and BSJ break it down. I believe we are a couple picks in, so there it is.
Hey,
there we go. Ooh, Invoker Bounty first, too. Look at that.
This is a Hellbear Smashers draft. I've never seen one. Stormer special.
Yeah.
And Snipe and Courier special.
Yeah, and the game where they picked Invoker first, and when they played against Team Secret, that was the game that they won. They ended up losing 2-1, but the one game that they did win, it was that first phase pick Invoker.
Feels like with a combination of stacking that you can do, sometimes very often for yourself as a mid laner, the less rotations that are happening. There's not these like constant 4 positions roaming into your lane. And then the access to having these early bottles, these early water runes, bounty runes, etc. there's so much forgiveness in the mid lane that you can just pick up Storm Spirit, Beastmaster, Invoker, Puck.
I feel like you can literally pick up anything if you've played 500 plus games on it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just at the end of the day, it's going to get a game. Heroes like TA may be a bit different just because they have very specific hard counters. But Invoker, it's like, yeah, there's some heroes that are harder to cast spells on, like the Jugs of the world, the Pucks of the world. They can use a spell that dodges your spells, but they don't like ruin his game. You know, he's going to have a game. Last time we saw him, I doubted his ability to play Quas Wex because I'd never seen it across like all the games he'd ever picked Invoker. He always played the Quas Exhort, but he's clearly capable of doing that. That's what they beat Seeker with. So they've got some flexibility in this. It's not a flex pick in terms of roles, but it is a flex pick in regards to the role he's going to play on the team. When it comes to scaling and pace and all that kind of stuff.
Like a Quas Wex build, we could see them pick up something like a Faceless Void, and they just like, okay, let's just alacrity this guy, or maybe we just go and get ourselves a lot of damage with an Exort Invoker. Bounty Hunter, I waffle back and forth on. Maybe it's just my experience playing him, but it's like, I feel so good in winning games. Like, you just rack up the golds nonstop. You're picking on couriers. You're breaking smokes. Like, the enemy team just feels like they can't do anything when you are winning on a bounty hunter. They don't have so many of their comeback plays are just ruined.
It costs them more to kill you than it does that they get from killing you.
Yeah.
The detection and all the, like, they have to find 3 heroes to get you, especially after you get the shard.
Yeah. But if you lose your lanes and you're on the losing side of things, well, bounty hunter doesn't usually give you anything that actually allows you to win team fights, right? Like, most of what he attributes into team fights is information and items, right?
Yeah.
He's getting so much extra gold, and everybody's getting extra gold, that you have items to be able to help you. You have a solar crest when they only have a medallion, as an example. But so yeah, I kind of waffle back and forth. I feel like it's very important to win at least one of your lanes, if not 2, with the bounty hunter.
Yeah, he seems like a hero that's very niche in that regard, not because because he is so polarizing in regards to his performance, but also it just takes very specific scenarios that enable him. I think most notably an offlaner that is independent. Timber's already getting banned out. He's like the #1 for me. Maybe a Centaur, something like that where, okay, you've got your level 3 or 4. I'm going to leave you alone and go pick on the enemy's off lane and help my carry out, or snipe some couriers in the mid lane, something like that. Because in lane, he's kind of underwhelming. You know, if I'm like a carry laning against a 4-position bounty hunter, other than yoinking me a little bit, he doesn't really do much.
Radiant team pick.
So they banned away the Medusa, and we already saw the Invoker plus Faceless Void. The other combo we've seen Hellbear Smashers run with the Invoker is Wraith King, which I'm already looking at OG is a very burst-heavy lineup.
Yeah.
Their first 2 picks.
Is this a core bounty?
It's looking like it.
Yeah, because a 5 bounty is kind of bad, right?
Yeah, but is the 5 Shaman bad? Because so far it's been Gilger playing it, but I guess Gilger also plays the Shaman, but I guess also Tofu plays the Shaman.
I got to play a Poverty Shaman because I don't know how to play the hero in this patch, and playing against Puck, you just die.
Especially not knowing like what the off lane is exactly. Like, already deciding both your supports does feel a little weird.
Yeah.
Especially if they are potentially weak laning supports against whatever is picked up.
So offlane Alk is still a thing in EU. I had it on my team yesterday.
I mean, did it win?
That was the game that we were down by, 5k gold at 10 minutes. So it was not a good lane.
Okay.
Not a good laning stage. But we did win.
Okay.
So I'm assuming their 4th pick is either going to be Gyro or Monkey King. Those are the only 2 reasonable picks. Unless their other option is just go Oracle.
Yeah.
And make this a carry Alk. I would say those are really the only 3, maybe a Abaddon, I guess. The 2 save 5s.
Support, yeah.
Yeah, the 2 save 5s or the 2 carries that get ag scepters fed to them.
So if you do Misery Bounty Hunter here and make that a core, then you could still get Ancient Apparition, right?
Yeah.
But
you could. But
would
then
you
your
pick
draft,
it now?
like AA plus what? It's a little forced, I think. I would actually be upset if they had picked AA, I think they'd be like they'd be out drafting themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Puck would own that game.
Yeah, I think Monkey King has to be the pick here. If they plan to move Alchemist to the off lane. Looks like a 5 bounty or a 5 shaman. I would assume it's 5 bounty because shaman axe sounds a lot stronger than bounty axe.
Yeah, axe right now is pretty formidable offliner, just because he gets the Battle Hunger early on, and you just throw it on the opposing support, and your 4 position battles them. They can't do anything about it. They have to retreat because they're naturally taking more damage because of Battle Hunger. And then very quickly, the lane becomes 2v1, where the enemy support can't. He feels like he can't do anything, and then just together you harass the carry.
Axe used to have bad base stats. If you compare him to like a year and a half ago, he had like 5 less damage and 20 less move speed. And we saw with Death Prophet last patch what happens when you just give hero base stats, and that's kind of what Axe has had done for him. Now, I am not a huge fan of this unless this is like a support alk, meaning like if it's an offlane alk with the sole purpose of feeding an Axe to somebody. I don't like Slark with it because Axe does not enable Slark to farm faster. It makes him a stronger fighter, which is great and all, but pretty much every carry in the game with a free Axe can fight. So I usually prefer the ones that accelerate their carry to get more and more items. So I don't know. I think Slark's nice against Bounty Shaman. It's not amazing against Axe because the call is not purgeable by Dark Pact.
Yeah, if anything, if he catches you right as you pop Dark Pact, farming a creep wave or something, he catches you with a blink blade mail, then you're gonna...
It's gone a bit better because they gave Slark the level 15 lifesteal talent, so you take that every time you're against Axe, then you also build SNY, which amps up the lifesteal talent, gives you some status resistance. Okay. In the past, there was absolutely no play. Slark was hard countered by Axe. Now it's kind of like whoever's ahead.
Yeah.
Really is fine.
Well, for Hellbear Smashers, this is also probably quite the question mark because all 4 heroes on the side of OG, they have not played yet this season. So there's not a lot of information to go off of, considering, I guess with Ana back, it changes up your heroes as well.
This is the perfect type of game for Slark, now that I think about it. Slark hates 5-manning. He hates it. He never wants to be in team fights like all these games we've been seeing so far, where it's just straight up, balling down lanes at 9 minutes into the games. There is absolutely zero team fight on like both these teams. There's like some AoE spells, like the coil and invoker spells, but there's no like Mars, Tide, Phoenix, that kind of stuff.
Is it still something you want to see on the teams, or are you okay without?
I think OG is very okay with it so far. I think Hellbear Smashers needs to give themselves either a strong independent carry like the Ace Wraith King, which allows them to constantly make moves on their own terms, or to give themselves like the Faceless Void that was already banned out. Bloodseeker would be a perfect example. The hero that just says, F you, Slark. You can't Dark Pact and ult away from this. Chrono Rupture. Thinking of what else is
Chrono Rupture, both banned.
Yes.
Sure.
Thinking of what else is in the game. PL's already banned. That's a great matchup against Slark. Maybe they'll go...
You know what? There has been a Division 2 team that has tried Bounty Hunter out as a carry.
It owned. Absolutely owned.
No, it didn't.
I know. I was hoping the Gork fans would get hyped out there.
Oh, a lot of people that are watching right now might not be watching Division 2, so they might not have known who you were talking about.
Oh. Well, then they're casual Gork fans, and they don't deserve his...
True.
The acknowledgement of their presence.
True. But is there a chance that Hellbear Smashers will try that out? Because that would allow them to...
Last pick a 5 position? I don't
that
think
can
so.
Save against Slark?
I'm going to shut that down because you're wasting your last pick.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were about to say she's like wasting her breath or something.
I
was like, damn.
All right, we got the Elder Titan as
I thought you were getting real hostile.
No, I'm that mean to you, not to Sheep.
Okay, fair enough.
OG is going for support last pick rather. If you're to believe Hellbear Smashers, they are banning out sports.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is offlane Alk with a 4 lion, and they're just looking for their no-tail hero, I presume. And they ban away some of the better heroes to either work with Puck or Slark. Can't believe Grimstroke was in here still, but...
What lanes against Alk Lion, that's left in the pool? They do go for the Oracle.
Different team, but I'll take it. It was my call. Yay.
Still gives you the... Like, it still gives you the nice Oracle Alk, but
they knew it was coming on 10.
Slark is incredible with Oracle as well, right? So
yeah.
It's nice.
You mentioned
they're all buffing up like this one hero.
I mentioned it for OG because I thought they'd pick it if Alk was going to be a carry.
Yes.
So I was also somewhat wrong there because they put Slark carry. But what is the plan here?
Wait. How big is the chance that Alk was mid and Puck offlane? No.
Nah, I think we need some space maker here. I think Alchemid's like way too greedy. Because then you got like a puck who's supposed to carry you through the first 15 minutes from the off lane. I don't think that's possible.
All right, well,
Rasmus is pretty good at Dota. Or not Rasmus, excuse me. Seb.
Well, Rasmus is also. There will be a Ricky last pick. You happy? Not happy? Some silence
The problem
and
I have
question
with
marks?
Ricky here is I feel like in the safe lane, like Alk is a weak laner, right? He can be punished. I feel like he's going to lay down acid spray, and there's nothing Bounty Hunter and Ricky can do about that.
Yeah.
Like, they're just going to impale the Ricky if he ever tries to go on the Alk, and so that means this Alk's going to get a really early Ag Scepter, then he's going to get the Solar Crest, then he's going to get the Ag Shard, and I think Slark can 1v5 this game when given those items.
Yeah, the thing about this matchup for Ricky is that they can go both ways, so you need to start with having a strong laning phase, and I'm just not sure if he's actually going to be able to have that because they're weird Bounty Hunter and Shadow Shaman support combo. Because I assume this Bounty Hunter is going to be with the Riki.
Yeah, momentum game, and I think
so.
they're going to get that out Ags at like 12 minutes, and OG's is going to take it from there.
Yeah, they're gonna Bounty Hunter 5. Would you like? Do they have a better shot if they put the Bounty Hunter on the off lane together with the Axe? Like, is that a better?
Because you want to pressure that Slark with the Shadow Shot.
I think Axe Shaman's the better lane.
Yeah, Axe is hugely enabled by having 4 ranged 4s, not melees.
All right, so that lane has to pop off. Like, that Axe Shaman, if that doesn't do well...
Early Vanguard.
Toast.
Run down the Slark constantly.
All right, well, the game plan is clear for the squads. Let's find out who's going to take this first one of the best of 3. We're heading over to Moxie in Fogged.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And we get a little bit of a treat here. We get a Ricky picked up. Usually we see that over, of course, Thompson. He's been trying to make that work in some of his games, but this time we're going to see Ace. And it sounds like the situation is going to come down to who can snowball first, coming out from either team.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm a little worried for the Hellbear Smashers. I'm seeing some limited damage coming out from their lineup just across the board. Like, if you just look at what the heroes, how the heroes are going to be able to scale, Ricky takes a long time to get online to be really dishing out that damage. Stormstormer has actually kind of changed it up. In his past, he's only gone Exort. This season, he's actually completely changed. He's gone Quas Wex the last 2 games I saw him play Invoker, which also is going to cause some damage issues as well. So I really do agree with the panel. I think Rasmus has to dominate. Like, this Axe has to completely take over top, swing around, and just help out pretty much every lane. Because I think this Alchemist, he's going to get his Ags online at a pretty good timing. And then I don't know how they kill this Slark. The 2 supports they can't threaten Slark almost at all. If he shadow dances, they have no damage or anything that actually hurts that Slark. Just a Cloud, Axe, and the Invoker.
Did they fall into a little bit of a trap, right? Because, the Alchemist did get picked up and they had the Bounty Hunter, perhaps thinking that, they'd be able to really poke away, unaware of the fact that they were going to put the Alchemist in that off lane.
I think they fell to like a couple traps, perhaps, like because they wanted an instant disable as well for the puck. That's why they grabbed Shadow Shaman, because Lion's already taken. However, then they just revealed their 2 supports, right? The Bounty and the Shadow Shaman, which just opened up the draft. I feel like for OG to go for a hero like Slark, that if I was playing Slark and you see Shadow Shaman Bounty supports, you have no care in this game at all. They have no like ground target spells that can actually bother you. Track, you can dispel. If the Shaman gets a jump on you, sure, it can be a little annoying, but for the most part, Slark should be able to see the Shaman coming.
Right, so it's all about Rasmus and his positioning and the initiation coming out for the side of Hellbear Smashers. But I think, he's had pretty good positioning in the past, right? We've seen him play quite a bit of Nigma in the past DPC season as well. It always seems like he was in the right place, right time.
Yeah, he's been impressive too, like with his Axe and stuff. These 2 have been very strong. And this lane can't dominate. Versus a Slark, it's not the easiest matchup. They do at least have Oracle. I think that's one that can maybe change the matchup, because he can just dispel hunger. But yeah, these 2, it's going to be the key for Smashers.
I think it's also going to be very important that they can get onto that back line and try to deal with No-Tail. And they do, for all the that we say that they have a bit of a weaker sort of lineup with that Bounty Hunter, that is a hero that can sneak into the back lines, along with the Ricky too.
Thanks for that. Absolutely, yeah. These 2, they could trip stuff up. Like Ricky versus Slark, also the Cloud is always something we do have to pay attention for, and Cloud versus Puck. That's why they grabbed it, right? It does have those clear indications of why it's good. It's just if they can actually get it off the mark before OG is just online, because they're going to get online so quick with this Alk, it looks like he's going to have a pretty free lane. It's double melee. They can't actually slow down an Alchemist.
And you can see the amount of damage that Tofu was already taken just from approaching that creep wave and trying to put out the harass. So this is going to be a little bit rough here. coming out for the side of Hellbears, but OG probably going to have themselves a very nice time down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's like, honestly, Downey and Ricky, as melee heroes, they're quite good versus Acid Spray, but they're melee heroes, so it's going to be painful anyway. Even though they are like 7 armor heroes, they don't get hurt as much from the reduction. They're melee, and there's a lion behind, but he just uses it that much stronger. Mid?
Just a little.
Watching a bit of trades here.
Yeah, casual tornado tossed out. How active are we going to see Stormstormer? Because in the past, we've seen him be pretty, I don't want to say sedentary, but he doesn't really move around that much. Does he have to be more active now with the way that this patch is working?
Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing him transition to Quas Wex. You know, that last season, he only went Exort. I think his whole career, he's really mostly played Exort in like 90% of the games. I think, yeah, it's because of that reasoning that he's going to have to make much more moves around the map. And I feel like, you know, you have to versus Puck. This is not an easy lane for an Invoker.
No, and it's definitely one of the heroes that, you know, the Puck Dream Call does have a very low cooldown. He's going to be very active, and if he gets any sort of rune of opportunity, he is going to be making rotations and causing problems. But Stormstormer will rotate and pick up the water runes here. Puck does have his bottle as well, but already gotten all those water runes.
He's got to deny them out. There's no way to force the wave in as an Invoker always. So you just see like Topson, he's just pushing the wave in onto him. Invoker has to use Tornado to secure those range creeps. Otherwise, he's going to get them denied. It's just it's a tough matchup, just always.
Well, he's trying his best here right now. Currently, Puck's sitting at 15-3, and the Invoker 11-2. And Tofu has to be careful. He's taking a lot of harass here, but he is, of course, making a little bit of space for Ace to be able to approach the creep wave, because this is rough down here.
Yeah, it is. At least he's getting a little bit of farm. He's getting all these wand charges on the Ricky. He's not getting pressured himself, but he's not slowing down Alchemist. Whenever you see that offlane Alchemist, if you're not killing him, that means you're heavily losing the efficiency game. Like, they're just getting way more gold on the map than you are, just even off of this early start.
I mean, I suppose on the flip side, right? So the Alchemist is having a great time in his lane, but also, you know, up here in the top lane, Rasmus is getting his CS. He seems to be doing fairly well. Is that enough to kind of offset, or is it just because it's an Alchemist by nature? He is, of course, going to, you know, accelerate faster, that it's still a really big problem here.
They need to get some kills up top, and they will now find a grab at least onto No Tail. Don't have the follow-up call, but they do have some.
They might be able to. Can they get the deny? No. Gilger will secure the first blood.
So yeah, to answer, it's like it's good that Rasmus is doing this. It's good that he's slowing down Slark, but they need to get kills. They need to threaten up here. So that's a great move for them right now.
You can see Stormstormer picked up some of those raindrops on his Invoker as well, expecting a lot of magical harass, of course. Bottom lane, a little bit of pressure here onto Seb. Probably not as much as they'd like, but, you know, Ace is going to be able to hit those creeps.
Yeah, they're just throwing out some slight harassment. I see that Ace is going for early items. He's just going for Orbital Corrosion, so they do want to try to push this Alchemist out pretty soon. They don't want him just be sitting down here. I'm checking to see if there's any stacks at the ready. I thought maybe Saksa would have been backing up to do that, but not just yet.
We have one stack over on the side of Hellbears. Yeah. That one over there, it's already been cleared out, but, you know, that's still very helpful for Rasmus. Bottom lane, a couple trades, a couple little hits here. Again, no hard committals just yet. Everybody seems to want to just sit back and ensure that they can get their farm on.
Rasmus is starting to get to the point where he really wants to bully as much as possible. Vanguard's almost up. So Vanguard, and then I feel like maybe even like cut creep waves, start just really looking to pressure, take tower as best as possible. You need to get an advantage in this game pretty early on. You don't want this Alchemist Slark just starting to do Alchemist things. So even if it's an offlane Alchemist, it's a different type of Alchemist game. I know the whole Cinderin saying, but
for sure. Yeah.
Steps up a bit far.
Just a little bit here. They should be able to get the taunt off, and that's another kill that they will collect here in the top lane. They're doing exactly what you said that they needed to do, but Seb in the bottom lane taking a lot of harass. Saksa also having some difficulties here. They should be able to clean up. Maybe one more hit trick straight come out. Oh, no, he's going to be able to survive. He's got a salve as well.
Wow, that was so close. A nice aggressive move, though, from the two of them. They just walk up and start hitting. Whenever the Lion walks away, they start hitting that Alchemist. Same thing top, we see that opportunity taken. And yeah, Vanguard is online. So Rasmus, he's pretty safe up here now. He probably can't die to the two of them almost at all. So should maybe even open up the map for Gilger to start looking for these runes and not let Topson get every single one of them.
You have quite a
few.
Then
he will get top.
Denies over on Topson, but with this Invis rune, perhaps they can make something up. They do have the sentry over up on the high ground to the side, but...
Yeah, he's level 2 shackles. Not a point in the hex just yet, but if he's able to at least connect with the shackle, that could have gotten a kill onto Topson. But yeah, he's going to go ahead back top. and maybe look for Ana here.
Do they have the amount of damage necessary, though? They do have that invis. Call comes out from Rasmus,
saw
not
him,
quite
though.
able to grab. Yeah, they do
did
have
an
the
sentry, so
sentry off the side.
Ana will play probably more careful then because of that.
Yeah, you can see him kind of...
He's swinging also around mid. I think he's probably expecting the shaman either mid or top, so he's just playing between the two a little bit here.
Yeah, look at this. They immediately realize, okay, they knew that we were coming. We have to take these down now.
Great D-ward. Rasmus getting some great tower damage, also applying pressure to Ana. This is good. This is a good start for them. They got to keep looking to get... I want them to like really push forward to get this top tower so they can force the Slark out of lane. Because Rasmus, what he ideally wants to do is you get this top tower and then you swing and make a rotation in mid, and you can try to at least pressure the mid tower too to open up the map for yourself so your Bounty, your Ricky can all get all the information they want.
They're gonna get a snipe on the courier here.
Very nice.
So that's gotta feel nice going over for Gilgir. My question to you is, how important is it that they get this Blink Dagger online? Right? We've got the Vanguard already online, but we do need some sort of initiation. We need the jump onto the Slark, right?
Yeah, it's huge. He definitely needs to get like Boots Blink as fast as possible this game.
This is a good rotation here coming out from Stormstormer. We talked about slowing down this Alchemist. They should be able to do it. Ace gets himself that kill.
Why prolong the inevitable?
Great early movement coming out from Stormstormer. Yeah, just move around as much as possible, especially when they're not setting up to push mid. He doesn't have to worry about actually losing the tower probably either, because there's no catapult or anything at this time period. Runes, Gilgir again checking it.
Use the Hex, picks it up. It's the Arcane Rune. Thompson would have liked that, but of course, No Tail is nearby, so they'll be able to root hold into place. Soxa going down the bottom lane, but it looks like they should be able to eventually click down Gilgir.
So this rotation from Stormstormer, though, netting 2 kills, and they only get the 1 trade up top here on OG. This is good moves from Smashers.
This is the plays that they need to be making. Can they keep up the momentum, though, is the real question.
That's really, that really is going to be it. That's why we say, like, Rasmus has to, I'm going to keep checking to see if they have more stacks for this axe, just to get him that early Blink Dagger. They do have 1, but I want to see, like, either applying pressure on top or just getting that Blink early as possible for Rasmus to look for constant kills.
I mean, he's definitely, look at these spins. Oof. He's definitely putting the pressure down. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. OG, though, making just a couple more stacks over here. The chip vest also getting found is always very, very nice for these melee cores to pick up. And the shovel as well for an Alchemist. I mean, that's pretty nice.
Oh. Shovel for Alchemist with an Oracle on your team. Yeah, the dream. Some nice free mangoes, salves, etc. Component number 1 probably finished up very soon for the Alchemist, and they're making an aggressive move.
Yeah, they smoked up for this. They'll find Seb hidden over in the jungle. They're just going to burn out all of the mana, get a couple clicks off. They've got those shackles in place. And yeah, he's pretty tanky, but at the end of the day, he will eventually fall. Going over to Gilgir.
Love it. Great move. With that ward that they placed from earlier from Gilgir, they immediately make the heads-up swing, and they're even going to get a fast D-ward. That was just placed out from OG.
That always feels bad as a support when your wards immediately get ripped down, but they do have a smoke coming out now from the side of OG. There's a lot of pressure being placed over here on Ana in this top lane, so they're hoping perhaps they can get the jump. Tofu off on the side.
Be careful to not stand together for the coil. These 2 cores on Smashers right now.
And they do spot out Tofu here on the side, so should be able to go burst him down. It's a nice quick pick off here for Thompson. As they keep looking, they do manage the coil, and it lands over onto 2. They'll be able to burn down Gilgir, and you do have the Ricky here over on the side. Rasmus gets a nice call off. He needs a little bit more damage to finish them off, though. They'll use the Oracle Ultimate to try to keep Thompson alive, but No Tail will eventually fall. And the Smashers are just running after them here. Rasmus still trying to get his hands over here on Seb with Ace right behind them. The backstrats they go, and they immediately just place him right underneath them. Now the follow-up with the Impale. Hop forward here coming out from Ana. Can they take down Ace? Yes, they can. As now Rasmus, he's hexed up. He was hoping he could find something else. Stormstormer's here, though. So is Tofu. They've got the track off. They can spot Ana over here on the side. Do they try to make the play? They're going to try with the EMP Tornado. Another hit. Down will go Ana. More teleports coming out. They're still wanting to skirmish here.
Filling Thompson bottle so he can keep his presence up top to look for the fight. Rasmus,
he's still very
tanky.
They get the Hex off immediately. Follow with the shackles. Good hit here from Sax to just buy them a little bit more time. Save Thompson. No Tail's healing him up over on the back lines.
I love the 5v5s in the top lane at the 10-minute mark. It's my favorite part of Dota.
And it just keeps happening too, you know? They just won't stop. So they've got those Serpent Wards down over on the tower. They've got plenty of tracks out. They're going to try to purge it off. Followed up, though, with another Tornado EMP. Earth Spike landing over onto 2. Nice play here by Saksa. Buys them a little bit of time to run away. But Tofu still finds himself Thompson over here. He should be able to just orb away. But the aggression now is so real coming out from the side of Hellbear Smashers. And it's exactly what you want to see.
Absolutely, just bringing the fight to them. Rasmus almost has Blink done now off of this. He didn't end up dying. He actually stayed alive during the whole thing. So his timing will be good, and they can continue to make this aggressive move. Now they can sandwich mid. They took that top tower. Now they have a lot more openness as OG. You know, the greed. It is a very greedy draft, so they know that they can fight versus this on Smashers. Yeah, Rasmus is going to have Blink done. So it's going to be really nice for that. Stormer, he's got good levels too. He's level 9.
Yeah. Rasmus has got to pop off here, but with that early Blink dagger, will be nice. Ace and Ana here, duking it out in the bottom lane. Tofu gets a nice snipe on the courier. It's coming back, so it wasn't carrying anything, I believe. But there it is. There's the Blink for the axe. And now things get a little bit scarier for the side of OG.
Look how fast he's TPing too. Rasmus is already expecting a play to happen bottom. He TPs, sends his courier already preemptively to himself on the tier 2, grabs the Blink. He's going to look for a swing over to help out Ace. They know that this is the next move that OG wants to play around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Running over to actually meet Stormer, it looks like.
The pressure.
They're going to smoke up.
Yeah, they're going to try to make a pinstring move. They're just going to mix Thompson over here. They're still making their way. They know Ana's down here. No tail. Tofu, they have the dust, though. They're going to try to make a play, jump over onto Tofu. They'll be able to root him into place. Trying to get this follow up here. Nice call here coming up from Rasmus. He's able to just blow up Ana. And now Ace, he's hungry. He finds himself no tail. Tricks the trade, get dropped, and they use the Dream Coil over on the back lines. Tofu goes down. Nice Earth Spike here from Saksa. We'll buy him just a little bit more time, and he's trying to juke around in the trees. It looks like they haven't quite found him. They're still trying to hunt. And eventually, though, Rasmus will find him with the dunk. And look at this. Beautiful here. Gilgir drops those Serpent Wards, and they can press on with another objective.
Great moves coming out. Just looking for, seizing the opportunity of targets, and now he even finds an Ancient stack too. Rasmus on point with his moves. 3-0-4. This is really good right now for Smashers. They're really bringing that pressure to this greed of OG. Mid tower, they get the deny.
Thompson going to be able to make it out here, though. He does have the Waning Rift. He's all tracked up, though. They've got a lot of damage here. I'm not sure if he's going to make it out alive. Does have that other orb, though. Looks like he's going to be able to survive. Oh, never mind! Rasmus from behind enemy lines. Acts like that, indeed. Oof.
That one has to... Oh, I want to see the... Let me see Rasmus's camera. Did he pop off and all with that? That one had to have been a good one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I love when you get those type of swing arounds. And now it's no puck, so immediately swinging to mid with all 5 heroes, or 4. They can now also look to take down this tower. They're really punishing that greed. Seb, he's about to have the Ags done. So it's going to enable quite a bit of a power spike here for OG, especially for that Slark who's feeling kind of weak. That's going to change him a lot.
This efficiency just looks so incredibly good. Tornado over here, over onto Ana. He's going to immediately leash up over onto Stormer. They've got the track off. Tofu hunting on the back lines. Does manage to find no tail. Ends up losing that courier.
Tofu's being a real nuisance, though. Just a little bit of information that he's given. That's kind of what caused like Rasmus to even jump the Slark down bottom, right? The bounty hunter giving that information for his team. Been actually doing a lot more than I thought he'd be able to do as a 5-position bounty, I got to be honest.
I mean, I think a lot of us were very surprised that he's been as effective as he is, right? Oh, we do have the Ags completed now for Seb. So that's coming online here.
Yeah, so our Slark now is a totally different beast. He was like pretty far behind on net worth. Now he's top net worth, and look at his stats. He got the Echo Saber first. Now he's 2,200 HP on the Slark. It's just very different how the next fights will be.
So here's the other thing, though, you have to keep in mind. The fact that you do have a Blink Dagger coming out now, too. So you've got a couple... Oh, they actually went into the pit during all this.
Yeah, they're actually looking...
Wow, all right.
Just take it. Rasmus is so tanky that... And they have the Serpent Wards for the damage. They could do this kind of freely.
I was not expecting that, to be quite honest. We dropped the Blink Dagger over here.
They got Riki with Diffusal, too. So if the fight comes to them, like this, Ricky's now actually quite strong.
Gilgir, oh, look at this. He's keeping it on the courier. So they won't realize that he's got it just yet. Roche?
Oh, I love seeing that.
Goes down. Ace.
It's so early that he has it too. Like that could really catch OG off guard. The Shadow Shaman being so big just from some little tracks and little fights. It's now top. Rasmus, he's got blink up in 3.
Oh gosh, yeah, they'll open up Tornado EMP. No Tail though hiding in the tree line. He's gonna try to protect him. Immediately call comes out and they go and they get off the Oracle ultimate. Got plenty of damage here. The Silence though, Ricky jumping onto the back lines. They're trying to keep the Oracle alive and they do manage to follow up with a beautiful Dream Coil. The Aegis does expire. Seb joining in with everyone else here, but he has to be careful. They'll follow up the finger. And the pounces out here from Ana as he's just forcing his way through here over onto Stormstorm, but they don't quite have that detection over on the side though. You can see Rasmus doing whatever he can, does manage to get the kill over onto No Tail, and they're still chasing after Stormstorm. They haven't quite managed to get their hands on him though. They have the vision. Eventually the orb will collect. Saksa ticking down over here to the Battle Hunger. Eventually falls. Rasmus though, he's trying. He's got that blade mail. He's giving the spins out. Seb making his way over here. The pounds forward again, coming out. And Rasmus, he's just surviving for so long. Eventually though, they finally managed to take him out.
Oh man, and we see the real display of the power of the Slark with all those bonus stats. Really.
Tofu?
Seb?
Tofu?
He's got him!
I can't believe he stuck around. You know there's a bounty hunter in this game.
The 5-position bounty kills the 3-position alchemist.
I don't think he does. Ooh, pounce again. Gilgear turns around. He's gonna just try to buy a little bit of time, waiting for the rest of his team to show up. Not gonna be able to really do anything more than that, but he does survive.
Crazy fight, and I think now they have to really just be a little more careful on Smashers is to get on No Tail. You can't let him get the ulti off. They have to get either a Cloud, some type of disable or something onto him, because they threw everything onto the Slark to kill him, right? They used Tornado, used Axe Call, they used Ricky Cloud, but they did not pay attention to where the Oracle's position. He gets the full save off, and that kind of turns the whole fight pretty quickly. Unable to just constantly reset in and out of the fight over and over again.
There it is. There's that crit. Oof. Another fight breaking out as they do manage to find the Oracle. This time they're going to take him out first. There's the Hex, the track, everything over here as they shackle this Hulk right into place. The leap forward, though, coming out from Ana, and they have a nice Dream Coil as well, but he's taking so much damage as Gilgir does eventually fall. They have a Hex off over onto the back lines. This line swirling around in place, though, as Erasmus following up. Can they get the final hit off? Yes, they will. Here, as they take down Thompson, they'll take down Saksa, and it's a triple kill for Ace. Plus the gem.
The gem, like... No Tail had a gem on him. They just went out and killed him with like 2-3 swings and they get a gem. That's massive, especially with their lineup. They're Ricky Bounty Hunter. Now they can take out all those sentries, any of them that are purchased up to them to close the map too. That is a huge window and some nice spell casting coming out from Stormstormer. The Ice Wall at the end, real clutch.
I mean, it's one of those situations where this hurts so badly now that they lost this, because yes, they want to keep tabs over on Tofu. They want to be able to, you know, get some of those D wards, but now they've already got so much vision on the side of Hellbear Smashers, just in the fact that they do have, you know, a Ricky, you do have a bounty hunter, and now they're ripping down all of the vision that you placed too.
Yeah, did they even keep it, or did they? I think they just send it back to base. I think you're like, you know what? Do we even need gem? Maybe we'll bring it only if we like, you know, have some positions where we need to deward, but they don't need a gem burst OG. So put it back at the base. Forget about it for some time. Be very happy that you just stole 1,000 gold from the enemy team.
Gotta feel very sad if you're the support who's buying gems and then losing them almost immediately. They're gonna try to make a play. Tofu is here though. They drop the sentry, but they don't have the... Oh, good sidestep over here. Saksa just a little bit off the mark. Pounds coming out though from Ana. There's gonna be a finger. Are they gonna be... They're not quite able to get the kill. Oh, at the last second, the finger comes out, but... Oh, Ana falling to Ace. Gilgir looking for this opening. We'll find the kill on No Tail, and they're just holding Thompson down. He's not looking like he's gonna be able to escape. Does have the orb though. Might be able to just blink out. Oh, the jump forward though, again, coming out from Rasmus as he barely manages to save Gilgir over here on the side. Ace following up, jumping over onto the back lines. He's got his eyes over here onto No Tail. He just fought back. He can't afford to die back, and he does. He goes down. Ana trying that will be able to finally take down Ace. As now Ana, he's still hunting. He would love to grab himself. He does have that blade mail. Good tornado will buy him a bit more time though. Another leash though coming out. The pounce eventually down will go the axe.
Oh man, long duration fight for the Slark ends up being too successful. Look at his Essence shift stats.
Oh my god. 34.
102 bonus agility. And he also, there was like 2 different timings that ended up happening there. He got the SNY, he got the lifesteal talent. He actually doesn't worry too much about that Blade Mail Axe calling him, which if he didn't have either one of those, perhaps they actually can clean up that Slark, but he resets. No Tail buys back to save him again, and he's able to just overall win the fight because of that. He's getting the stacks and Thompson.
That's the E-Blade, but Thompson will orb away. The rest of the team hot on his heels now.
These two are being quite a bit of a nuisance. Thompson and Anna they're just living too long inside of the fights. Like Thompson got so many spells off inside that fight too, because they were focused so much on killing the Slark. I think he got like 5 or 6 different orbs and winning rift combos. It is a bit difficult for them to solve the problem of the 2 elusive carries seeming to be on OG.
Well, I mean, that's just the nature of this sort of thing, right? Is the fact that they can just pop in, poke, back out, go back in. And again, the longer the fight goes, the happier Ana is on the Slark. This gives him more and more essence shifts to just work with here.
Yeah, like the Invoker spells just start, they really just start going on cooldown. Like Stormstormer actually threw out like his entire kit. His Deafening Blast Disarm was sick. He was actually defending his teammates really nicely with it. But yeah, these long fights, the Slark is always going to just thrive the most. Especially, like I said, getting that lifesteal talent. Now he's got an ulti orb too. 3,000 health Slark. It's getting quite problematic.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to just getting that initiation and trying to burst him. And they had some success earlier, but it, like you said, getting more and more difficult now. Top tower, though, getting pressured. Erasmus realizing that no one's going to be coming here to help defend, so he's going to run forward, tank a little bit of the tower, and punch it. But
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still so close. It's going to be so much up to like you were saying, like it's really going to be if they can explode a target first or not, if they can get on this Oracle. Noto's been a real nuisance. They got to get on him. They have to disable him. They can't let him get his ultis off if Rasmus is getting these calls off.
No, the pressure. Oh, follows it though immediately here. Big old meatball coming through. Seb is just dead. That's a very fast hit and run coming out here from the side of the Hellbear Smashers. Ace.
I love it.
Ooh.
I love aggressive 4-staff plays.
Sleeping
Gilgir
Dart.
just blink 4-staffs the Alchemist out of the base so they can get that Hex when he's kind of on low ground.
They're not looking to let up here at all. Rasmus going very far forward. Looking to tank up any of the spells they want to throw at them. Ace sitting back, waiting patiently. Couple hits here. Do get the Dream Coil. And it's going to snap. 4-staff forward, though. Buy them a bit more time. And, of course, Stormstorm will be able to go invis here. Sleeping Dart lands over onto the Slark. Take a little nap now, Fishy. But,
that dart could be a pretty good solution to break the Oracle, right? Just
True.
if you see him, just throw a dart onto him. They have multiple different forms now to be able to control him.
It's kind of an interesting... It's been fun with this patch, especially seeing how things are just unfolding, the way that the meta is being played, and seeing all these teams kind of doing some experimenting.
Yeah.
Position 5 Bounty Hunter here. It's working out. We were a little skeptical.
We've done full circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were seeing Alchemist 3 position last season, and then people just stopped doing it. Now it's back. You know, we're just going to be bringing back some things that were... It's old as new.
The Factory Alch. Bodhi Pixel's favorite version of playing this hero, it seems.
Owen and Slacks somehow just always find some weird stuff.
They're having fun.
Oh, no,
Oh.
he is spotted, though. He knows he's spotted, too.
Can they make a play here, though, is the question. Thus,
Smashers want to get the wraparound. They have to get some type of vision on the map. Right now, they don't really have anything. So they don't know where the Oracle is. They have to keep tabs of where he is. As Saksa, he's got Blink. So now he's got an easier way to get into the fights, too. He's been struggling quite a bit on this line, 0, 5, and 5.
it is very hard to play this game as a Lion, but Seb, charging up. It's not going to find anyone. Tofu throwing out the track. Immediately, Stormstormer following up is going to get pounced over on the back lines, but the jump into the back lines as well coming out here from the side of Hellbears. Can they do anything here? Snap forward here. Are they going to end up losing Ace? They try to. They buy a little bit more time. They take down Saksa. And they've got the Oracle ulti. Ace does eventually fall as Ana's just pouncing around, trying to get the jump over here onto Tofu. They're trying to just burst them down. Can they do it in time? No, it looks like that stable concoction going to buy them a little bit more time here as eventually Tofu falling. They just can't get their hands over on that Oracle. And now Gilgir holding on for dear life. He's hoping perhaps, can they get this kill? Yes, they will. They'll be able to take down Thompson. Rasmus with a good call. They need to get some more damage, but look at the stacks over here over on Ana. He's sitting at 34.
They get the grab on Thompson this time, though. Gilgir's able to finally get his hands on him, and they got follow-up to clean him up. Ace did have to buy back, though, to join back into the fight. So did Tofu. So they do have to get something else out of it. Roche does spawn, so they can actually look for that since Thompson's dead for 40 seconds.
Ace is creeping his way over here into the Roche pit.
Ana still has stacks, though, right? Yeah, he still has 34 stacks, so they're actually going to swing over to fight right away. And might be too problematic for Smashers. This Slark is still quite scary.
And they know that the bounty hunter isn't there too.
Yeah.
Are they going to try to take this themselves? Do they dare? You think that's...
Why not? Slark stays full HP while doing it because of lifesteal in this, but they're being a little hesitant.
I'm just afraid, like, the initiation coming out from Smashers, right, with everybody being up. It's kind of scary.
Definitely is, especially when they have no way to keep tabs. They only have that one ward in the mid to know where the axe is, and it's really everything. Like, it's really Rasmus. Just he's going to be the main one when watching the calls that he's getting. He's doing such a good job this game. 929, Blink, BKB. He's now holding the gem. So now that we're around that Roshan time, he wants to have the vision around the areas. Saksa.
Well, the jump forward immediately over onto Gilgear. Just going to try to blow him up, and they can't do it quite fast enough. Oh, never mind. They can. Rasmus just a little bit too late there with the blink forward. EMP getting tossed out. Ana wants this kill. They get the track off, though, over here onto Slark. Immediately going to purge it off. Buyback coming out now from Gilgear. This OG takes over the triangle. Gilgear sitting on the low ground. Ana on the hunt. I hear a Dream Coil over on 2 on the back lines. They find Rasmus, they find Stormstormer. The jump forward, though, they're trying to get rid of No-Tail as fast as possible, and he's going to actually use his ulti on himself here. So he'll turn back around. Ana, he's got his eyes over here on Ace. He's trying to just take him out, and he's not going to be able to quite do it because Rasmus is able to drag Ana back. He's got the tricks of the trade going in again. Will survive. They drop the wards over on the side. This is not looking great for Gilgear, though, because Ana has his eyes over on the prize. Still not able to take down Saksa, not able to take down No-Tail. As Ana hunting on the back lines, Rasmus running for his life. Tofu should be able to notice here. It's not going to quite land that pounce. Thompson was considering going for this little bit of a dive.
As soon as OG sees the axe, you can see how they just immediately go for him. They know that if this axe isn't getting a good call to start the fight, then OG's got a great way of access. And it was 3 buybacks that Smashers has used in these last few moments. This Shadow Shaman's dead for these whole 40 seconds. The Ricky, if he died, which he almost did, he would have been dead for 70 or so. So Smashers had to be pretty careful inside that fight. That's why they back away. And Thompson, he's just toying. He's actually just toying with Stormstormer. Since this Invoker doesn't have BKB, Thompson's literally just resetting on top of him over and over again, making his life so much more difficult to actually connect spells.
Look at this. Look at the way they're just running at Stormstormer. Does have a sentry ward down. Ana hoping he could get his little fishy hands on him, but it's a little bit too slow there.
This is nice. Ace has a DD. Doesn't have his BKB, though, so he can get chain stunned and die. Does have to be cautious.
Again, it's so much on Rasmus here.
It is.
Oh, it's Thompson playing with the axe. The Hex comes out. Ana joining in. Now he just wants to get rid of this axe. He doesn't want to get locked down. Here, the BKB does come out over on the back lines. Ace trying to make a play over onto Seb. Not going to be able to quite do it. Dream Coil does get used, but it doesn't end up connecting on anyone over here.
Big whiff there from Thompson. They could have probably gotten at least one of those kills there.
Sleeping Dart on the Slark. Look at Saksa, though. His positioning right behind in case anybody tries to jump on him. They're going to immediately be answered, as Rasmus does have to back off, though.
He has no BKB for 50 seconds, so OG probably feeling they can make their way out without that axe being on the map for now. And Ana, I think that's his next item finished up. Yeah, full Scotty now.
Oof.
3,500 HP on the Slark.
I'll send in one of the Forge Spirits, try to get some vision. Stormstormer doing everything he can here. He's thrown out all of his spells, just trying to interrupt this Roche, trying to slow them down, trying to get any information. Gilgear. Force forward, falls. There's a tornado. Ana's still very, very healthy, though, inside this pit. They go and they drop the Serpent Wards, too.
Okay.
Maybe a bit premature here, because now they're, it's going to sit back. Ana just farming up.
Still down. Like, Rasmus can't go for 8 seconds. He knows this, too. They do get a nice wrap around Tofu, but now he's spotted.
Yeah, he gets forced down, low ground, Pounce comes out, Hex and everything here should be able to just eliminate this bounty hunter. So Roshan comes out of his pit. He wants to know what all the noise is about here, Fogged.
Oh, the noise is that Tofu's dead for a very long time. Now they have a 4v5 fight. And they don't have Serpent Wards. They're throwing spells to scout.
Looking very, very difficult. The pop out of the pit here, coming out from Ana. Hoping to get the jump. Thompson over the back lines, but did he go just perhaps a little bit too far because they do have that call. They use the Dream Call. They're perfectly happy to stand there as they take down Thompson. They're going to go right back in. The Roche gets taken by the Radiant. They have to pick it up quickly. Okay, it's going to be Ana who picks it up. Immediately followed up here, Gilgear trying to just hold him into play. Stormer running out. They'll end up losing Gilgear. The pounces are out, though. Can they get Stormstormer in time? Rasmus has already BKB TP'd out. He's hunting. They have the gem. He wants this so badly. Just doesn't quite have the pounce. He's a little bit too far off the mark, but Stormstormer, he's got his dancing shoes out. He's going to try to just hide. He's going so deep into the base. Eventually, though, though. Anna hunts down his prey. Rasmus, though, is here. Does have the call. Will try to drag him back. I'm not sure about this, friend. You might just end up dying here to Anna, as he's leashed. The blade mail does a bit. The tower also trying its best. Seb also trying to dive past these towers to also give a little hands. I mean, they have a tier 2 up in mid, Fogged.
He's just accumulating stacks. That's what he'd tell you. He knows he's not at risk because all these heroes, they did use buyback earlier, so he knew he could go for these type of dive plays. And oh man, it's just a tough fight for Smashers to really get into at all. When they have to throw all these spells just to scout out the health of the Roche, and then they just get jumped on initially themselves, and the Axe has to wait for BKB. It's awkward. It really is for Smashers. As Thompson, he dies, but it's almost like he kind of baited them over there a little bit to finish off that Roche.
Made a little bit of space. Again, they do have the gem over here on the Slark. Blade mail from Rasmus. The force board with the Hex. He's going to throw out one of those big old sun strikes. It barely does anything, though, sidestepping around this tornado. Ace trying to find the angle. Can't quite figure out how to get in there. Does have the alacrity. They're waiting for Rasmus to get another jump off. More tracks being placed. No tail. They have their eyes on him. And just traps being thrown out for days. Yeah, they're trying. It's hard. Oh, sleeping dart. Just gonna heal up Slark, wait patiently, and it's gonna hop into the back tree line here. Get spotted here by the Forge Spirits.
He's so safe with this Oracle behind. Like, they have to somehow get to no-tail, but it's so hard. Thompson's just waiting, covering him. It's just Anna really showing his face.
It's every single spell that they can use on this guy. And all right, there it is. 3-man Dream Coil coming out from Thompson as he leaps into the back lines. Anna to follow up as well. And again, we get that hold. Nice save here coming out from the Oracle. No-tail, though, sitting very, very low. But he's gotten his spells off, and that's the important part. Seb runs away. Rasmus, he's looking. He wants to get the dunk up. Not quite going to be able to get it, though.
And that's his BKB and the Axe, the culling call down as well. Oh no.
I don't know how they make this fish leave their base.
They're gonna slow him down, at least a little bit, but yeah, they can't stop him. He's even just pouncing away from these EMPs constantly.
I get the Hex off.
To annoy him.
Well, it was going a little bit far here, though. They do have to be careful. They've got the call here coming out, and the finger not quite enough to finish off Gilgear here. Although Anna, he wants it. He goes right in. Can they lock him down for long enough? No, they can't. Again, that fountain diving coming out from the side of OG. He is separated from the rest of the team, but he will be back in a flash because he's right over here on the back lines. I hear a call going out. Cataclysm comes through. Soxa goes down. They finally get their hands on No-Tail. They'll finally get that kill, but now they have to force out the rest of them, and it's just looking so difficult. The Bounty Hunter now going to buy back. Rasmus getting another call. Drawing back here over onto Anna, over on the back line, so they do manage to go, and they'll be able to take down Ace. They don't have all that damage that they desperately need. Another pounce here from Anna is just chasing after them. Still has the vision over here on Stormer. He'll back off, and he'll just start hitting those buildings.
Oh, Ace jumped outside trying to like quickly go for Seb, but Thompson's still, he just had Dream Coil available. They just kill him, and now Ace is gone for 80, and they really do need that Ricky damage coming into play. It can't just be the rest of them. This is likely just another set.
I don't know how they get them to leave. Again, like we said.
They can't. They killed No-Tail once, and No-Tail just buys back and runs all the way back over. Too much for them to deal with.
Stormer continuing to just throw out his spells the best that he can, trying to make something happen, trying to slow them down at all. Okay, another call here from Rasmus to drag back, but No-Tail, he's just always in the right position at the right time. The buybacks are coming out, though. They want to try to make something happen. This Ace is so far back over on the back lines here, and they still can't seem to kill Anna. He's over in the base. They use everything here. They finally use the Serpent Wards, just clicking away over here on the Slark, and he's still here. He's still regenning. Look at this Slark. He doesn't even care. He's just taking a bath in the middle of all these guys.
I like this Ricky Cloud with the Serpent Wards. He couldn't kill them. He was missing them.
Entire time. Thompson leaping in. The coil gets used. Anna's just allowed to survive and walk out. They use everything on him. Thompson is just waiting over here. Rasmus trying to time it just right. Nice waning rift. Followed up here. And again, the blade does a decent amount, so they should be able to finally get the kill over onto Thompson. But Anna has just been allowed to live forever. Aegis is about to expire. They find the kill on Soxa, but they just can't seem to get their hands on the Slark as No-Tail gets left behind. He is going to have to be the sacrifice as all of the Hellbear Smashers just circle around him and finally kill him off again.
It does cost another buyback, though. Ace kind of just killing his net worth to have to, because he just has to defend these racks, doesn't want to lose them, so they will have to use those buybacks. But Anna, OG, they do take the timer. You know, they know that that Aegis is going to be going on. He does escape nice and safely and swing around and pick up some bounty runes for his Alchemist to get bonus gold. So Smashers, they do hold, but it's expensive.
I'm just concerned that you watched as Stormstormer throw out literally every single spell that he possibly could in that fight. And just No-Tail's positioning was so good. They have plenty of ways to buff up the Slark, right? You've got, you know, the fact that they've got the Solar Crest. You've also got a Vlad's, and he's already got that lifesteal. Like, I just don't know how they kill him at this point. Like, they just, I feel like, you know, Ace, he's doing the best he can, but it's a suicide mission every time.
They're gonna, it's literally gonna have to be everything, right? They're gonna have to get a call with a Cataclysm with absolutely everything thrown on them while everyone else is somehow controlled. So that's gonna be a pretty tough ask for the Smashers to do now at this point. This Slark is just too big. He's got 4,000 HP. Like you said, throwing everything onto him, it doesn't matter. He's able to just lifesteal through it. He has 2 different ways to protect himself with his ult and with the Depth Shroud. It's just, yeah, it's so difficult for them.
You know, it was looking like so nice. The Hellbear Smashers, you saw Rasmus, he was getting those kills in lane. He was getting a fast blink online. He was making the right moves, but it just felt like once Alk picked up that Ags and handed it off over to the Slark, things just started sliding out of control.
And now the second Ags will be delivered. Who's he going to give this one to? He's going to give it to Topson. So Topson's got this amazing Aghanims now versus these BKBs versus that Hellbear Smashers has been kind of relying on in the fights. And I believe the Alchemist also picked the Berserk potion, so the Slark will also be able to pop off with that. I don't know if he had that before.
Not sure.
More buffs is pretty much just what it ends up being. Solar Crest Vlad's Berserk potion, as well as they're actually running in the triangle.
Look at the way they just immediately try to run. Tofu with the Force Staff. He's trying to outrun them. Soxa's trying pretty hard, and so is Ana. He's just pouncing forward here. Daring him to come forward is just going to focus down over on the building. Stormstormer throws out that tornado, buys a little bit more time. The MP, oh, but the pounce away. Rasmus just a little bit too slow, or perhaps Ana just a little bit too quick.
At this point, that EMP, it's not going to do a whole lot. This is an 1800 mana Slark, so
yes,
quite a lot.
I mean, I'm not sure what they hope to do to him, just period here. Look at this, just walks on in. All right, they'll try opening with the call again, and they follow up with a very nice Dream Coil. Again, this is an Ags. So they have their own Aghanims, and they'll turn around. They'll hold down the Slark for a little bit, but Seb jumping in, and look, this Ana's just going right for those backlines. Wants to get rid of Gilgear. Does have to be a little bit careful, though. He's dove pretty far here. Again, has the pounce. Cataclysm coming out. Did Seb go a little bit too far? Yes, he did. Down he goes, though. Immediately buying back. As Ana looking for his next victim. Does get hexed up. But No-Tail is standing right behind. Sleep Dart, though, over onto the back lines. They might be able to make something happen here. So just keep dodging in and out. But again, No-Tail with that save. They just can't seem to kill Ana here. The disarm going right back. They have the shackle. They're just slowing him down. We keep seeing all these darts flying out. They're just trying really, really hard, but they're not managing to find this opening as Ace gets controlled yet again. And Ana just going right into the back lines, kills Gilgear. The rest of them.
There's too many little buffs being thrown on him, and too many dispels being thrown on him, just keeping him full HP, keeping him just having 30 stacks or more. Now they're just starting to hit buildings. Rasmus
trying to go after Topson here, but still not able to do it. The control comes out over here onto Rasmus. 3-man Dream Coil. Push forward, trying to get them back into the fountain, or trying to snap it. I'm not sure, but look at Ana. He's just chasing down Stormstormer. Starts going over into the fountain again. He will back off. Saxon needs to be careful. He's getting clicked pretty hard here as Rasmus finds a dunk, but it's a nice spike going right back in again. Ana jumping forward, gets the kill on Tofu. Hellbear Smashers, they're trying to defend. They're trying to just throw their bodies at them. Ana having to be a bit careful. Seb throwing out that unstable concoction. Ana's just going in deep here. Has his eyes over here onto Rasmus. Can he get this kill? Yes, he wants a triple kill now. Tornado Ice while he's just chasing after Stormstormer. He can't stay alive. Somehow during all of this, he's still alive. The GG gets called. They realize they just cannot. They cannot do anything to this Slark, despite their best tries.
Ace's Ricky line was pretty appropriate right there. Why prolong the inevitable, as that game was definitely over as they were diving the fountain there with all those stacks on the Slark. Yeah, that was a pretty solid early game from Smashers, but the timing did come out. OG,
to the sea for a getaway. Car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat. Grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah. In the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. Fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright. Staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us. Like a good drug, never run.
We hook up in my car, driving so far. Play your guitar, you'd show me your art. Let down our guards, think with our hearts. Stare at the stars, we were never apart. Drinking too young, way too much fun. Out in the sun, open when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song. Dance all night long till the lights come on.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything. And how careless we could be. And how careless we
could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be.
Too late now. I remember you and me. And how careless we could be.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled.
It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm
Always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me. You ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Turn to ban. Dire team ban. OG's turn to ban. Dire team pick. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Dire team pick.
I'm gonna be out of breath for this. Oh, hello, welcome back. We got game 2 coming. Hellbear Smashers, OG, upper division of Western European DPC League, DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel. I'm here with Cap and BSJ, and they're gonna talk Dota to us. It's gonna be nice.
Sweet,
Very nice.
Dota.
Oh yeah. See,
I can't go that
that's
deep.
that's what we should have the soundboard.
Yes, we've been telling production we need our own soundboard.
We do. We would like one. Can we get one?
You think they're gonna bounty hunter again? I wonder if that nose applies to both.
Honestly, I'm okay with them bounty hunting again if they want. I think, like we said, we doubted its laning stage, and they knew it better than we did.
No.
Ooh.
They're pulling a page out of Liquid's book, going for the Abaddon Leshrac. Don't know how I feel about it. I'd really like to see a punishment coming out from OG in the mid lane from Thompson. I'm thinking Lena. I'm thinking Pugna if we're going more up a Thompson's alley. I guess this could just be a mid tiny, but once you see the enemy mid pick like this, I'd be totally down for them to swap it up a little bit and just dominate this Leshrac. I don't think this hero's first roundable, and it hasn't been punished yet in either of the 2 series we've watched.
Yeah, and I think that Tiny, when you melee 4 positions, feel a lot better when you have Grimstroke 5.
Yeah, you just have a easy +1 to make stuff happen.
Yeah, and some flexibility as well with that, of course. So let's see. Last time, I think most of our mid-game bans or mid-phase bans, like this phase of bans, we mostly had carries targeted. I wonder if they're going to do that again.
They're going to keep banning away the Medusa, because that is the, like, Hellbear Smashers, it feels like they've got just a couple of strategies that they look really good on. And the Medusa is absolutely one of them.
Isn't it crazy how Dota works? That, like, I see Medusa virtually ignored by every other team in DPC, and you have to ban it against a specific team because they've made it work so well.
Yeah,
that's what I love about Dota.
I think it's really cool that both a player and a team as a whole can be good enough on a hero that, despite, we always talk about, drafting being this big, chess match and all that sort of thing, like, individual performance still does matter.
Yeah.
It's like a deck building chess, because you got to have the right cards. You got to be able to play the right cards.
Smashers aren't going to ban Alchemist because this time around they have Leshrac and Abaddon, so they already have tower pressure and they already have damage. And damage was something that they kind of were running out of in that last game.
Very good analysis, Cap.
Thank you. You keep on talking about the number between 68 and 70, Brian.
Do you think there will be Moxie laughed at that real hard.
Yeah, we can hear her in the back.
Do you think that an emphasis is put, like, okay, we just saw Anna play Slark, great. Do you think he'll say, you know what, I don't want to play Slark again, give me something different? Obviously, he will play something different, but is that a factor?
So my prediction is Anna will be playing Spectre, which is not Slark. So I think they will be picking something.
I did play with a offlane Spectre recently.
Did it go Meteor?
There was a European player who said,
the only way
I only win with Spectre. Doesn't matter what position, I only win with Spectre. And he was going to play 4 position. I said, no, sir, please. Allow me to play 4.
Did he go Meteor
3.
Hammer? That seems to be the way to make it work.
No, he didn't.
But do you think that Anna might be the player that would say, like, yeah, don't give me the same hero twice. That's not fun.
He kind of like picked Spectre all at TI8, so
that's fair.
The only time they actually they were first overall picking Spectre by the end of that tournament, and the only time they stopped picking it was the finals. Maybe he's going to treat it a bit differently.
I mean, this is not TI final.
Yeah, since it's DPC, but this is how they get the TI. So.
If it's for less money than a mil, and it's not playing the same.
It has to be at least 200K a game that he's making from that series for him to really step it up.
Okay.
And bite the bullet to have to play the same hero twice in a row.
Very importantly, actually, philosophical question here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you fountain farm? It doesn't count as fountain farming if you are outside of the fountain.
No, like Monkey King ult, that's not fountain farming.
Okay, so Sniper isn't fountain farming.
No, that's not fountain farming.
So when it comes to carries that can fountain farm.
Wait.
Yes,
Shiva.
I think if you're Sniper, you get vision on the fountain.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right?
You still count as fountain farming because your enemies are in the fountain. That's, I think, if your enemies are dying in the fountain, then you're fountain farming no matter where you're positioned.
It's just not the same, though. It's not, there's no like mental damage.
Yeah. From an OG, it's not OG fountain farm.
Like you have to also be surviving their fountain, and it's saying like if you're Sniper, you're saying that if I were to walk in there, I'd die, but I can kill you from over here. It's like if you're diving the fountain, tanking the fountain, you're literally saying there's nothing you'll ever do to survive this.
So that's fountain diving. There's fountain diving and fountain farming.
Okay, fine. That actually makes a good
you know
point.
what?
So
this is a good
diving.
discussion.
All
I
right.
like this.
So what I'm leading to here
fountain
is
diving, yes.
Phantom Lancer is number 1 at fountain diving.
Yes.
Slark is number 2.
Yeah.
Spectre number 3.
Bristleback Spectre, I'd put in the same category there. You take so much damage, you just kill them with it.
Anyway, there's a draft, and they did indeed switch things up, I believe, and OG now have a Puck.
They picked Puck in response to the Lion.
Yeah, and the Wraith King is a hero that Ace really, really likes. He played it all their games when they played against Tundra. Obviously, 2 of those were losses, but it is definitely one of his most comfort heroes.
It's a good Wraith King game. He's geared up to probably be against a 4 Tiny, which it's difficult to toss a Wraith King because of the skeletons if he ever is ready for you to do it. And then also, Tiny's all about that combo, and so is Puck. And you got a hero that needs to be killed twice. I don't think it's the best carry to capitalize on having an Abaddon 5, so that's a bit of a concern to me. You don't necessarily need the defensive tools of Abaddon, so what that means is that Tofu will most likely be playing around the Leshrac throughout the course of, I'd say until like maybe 25, 30 minutes in.
Any chance to make sure, like, are you at all worried about their lane having a double melee?
That's what I mean. Like, it is a bit of a concern.
So do you think that
like, what if they just go axe, you know?
Do you think 3 Abaddon is a thing at all?
With Lion,
because that would actually put our melee range like.
The thing is, I think against Spectre you can get away with like a really greedy 3, meaning like the Centaurs. You know, OG already banned it out. It's like this 3 that's just gonna feast or famine. Yeah, he does. Well. What else is there? They might even ban the axe themselves on OG because they're afraid of it. I think axe would be really good for OG. What other hero like heavy punishes melee?
He has Rasmus has played Enigma, Legion, Sand King, Pango, and he had a Dazzle game, but that kind of was a one-off.
Sand King or Legion, I think, would be nice for OG. Legion would be nice for.
Do you think Lesh punishes that? Because they could do Lesh 3, Abaddon is your 5, but he plays in the off lane.
I actually have a lot of experience on Lesh 3. It doesn't feel that great against Spectre. I think the way to punish Spectre is to actually just hit for 15 more damage than Spectre because their base damage is so low and you just get every CS.
Okay.
I think that's the best way. Leshrac's base damage is pretty low. Usually Lesh is nice against kill heroes like the Slarks and the Ursas. Your high move speed and you can get CS from range. That's when I like Lesh off.
So they do ban Rasmus's Enigma. The Sand King is still there. It's one that you mentioned that I kind of like.
Let's see. They're going to have to reveal their hand before OG reveals theirs. By the way, OG still also has 1.5 minutes left into their bonus time, while Hellbear Smashers has got 5 seconds total. So they end up going for
high base damage.
Underlord.
That's what I like.
And good against Puck.
Yeah.
Very
this is a good pick.
And
I like it.
Chonky. And the Elder Titan coming out.
Ooh, the Seb Elder Titan. That punishes double melee.
That does.
Yeah,
that absolutely punishes double melee.
Takes advantage of the skeletons as well.
Buffs up all the damage that they've got on OG. Pretty much all magical damage for the first 20 minutes of the game.
And it does mean they're going to be taking more damage from dispersion as well, I think. So
yeah, just if you know, the key counter to this is that if Hellbear just doesn't do any magic damage to the Spectre because the return damage of dispersion is the same damage type, then the ET won't be buffing it.
Yeah, but he could be taking away their physical armor as well.
He has to physically be there though.
Yeah. Well, it's a core Elder Titan.
You were talking about core Elder Titan, I think, at the beginning of the second series today.
Yeah, because
you were hyping it up.
Because we saw Skylark make it popular last week. It was actually really good, and then we saw it a couple of times scattered throughout the week, and I think it did fairly well. It might not have won every game, but
I straight up think Seb's going to carry this game. This is the Axe version 2 of TI.
Because it ignores the Leshrac. It actually just owns Leshrac because you're high physical damage that you also get magic immunity from. So Leshrac doesn't do anything, and you can keep up with them as well, which is really nice.
The lane, I think, is going to be a stomp.
Yeah,
literally.
We have to have a soundboard. This needed a badum.
You laughed at our jokes earlier.
Yeah,
Moxie.
you laughed.
You're not allowed
She laughed at your jokes. She never laughed at my jokes. What can I do? I'm not good.
So we think OG have the upper hand here. The Race King, does it have a shot?
No, they absolutely have a shot if he gets out of the lane surviving. I just think that if he has to get booted when Elder Titan's like level 5 and he's level 4, that there's just not going to be enough space to recover. Lesh is a pretty greedy mid.
All right, well, let's find out how game 2 plays out. We're heading over to a commentary duo of Moxie and Fog.
Well, it looks like we're going to get to see a Seb Elder Titan. And Fog, I know that you are a huge fan of this particular hero. Tell me, what are we going to expect here?
Briefcase. Much briefcase, lots of damage, much fun. No, it's a good pick here, especially with like the Puck and the Tiny. It amplifies their damage up a lot in the mid game. So I think it's going to be pretty potent. It is a pretty greedy draft, I do feel, from Smashers with the Underlord pick as well. This is a hero that, you know, you're playing your own lane for the most part. You're not going to go help out too much to those side lanes for some time. And Leshrac and Wraith King are just individually, they do have some greed between themselves. So we'll see how they do set up these lanes. I wonder if they actually do put the Abaddon top, because I feel like that could be kind of a disaster. I feel like they might have to do some weird stuff with their lanes, because I actually do not want to have this double melee top for Smashers, because that's just going to enable Seb to get out of control. And I think you really don't want that to happen for this Elder Titan.
No, you absolutely don't. This is, you know, kind of similar to game number 1 where Rasmus really had to pop off on the axe. This is going to be OG here with Seb, of course, you know, having to pop off on this Elder Titan and really, you know, start making that tempo here. But they do have a nice ward over here on the side. They can spy out quite a bit. Nice stroke of fate landing over on 2 right away. Saksa. It's just gonna...
Can't quite toss. He's trying. Can't.
He's just a little tiny in a big world. You know, that is a very heavy Underlord that he was chasing.
This is true. What's our rune exchange? Looks like Smashers should get 3. So a little bit of a decent, you know, a little bit of a better start. However, we did see, I think, the other day when the team grabbed 4 bounty runes, they actually lost the series. So that was a little bit of a dice. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
That is a nice way to get started, but sometimes you just can't keep up that nice start.
And they are going to be doing exactly what we said. They're going to be putting the Underlord and the Abaddon bottom. Love it. I think this is way better, but look at what they're going to actually start out for with OG. They're actually going to have Saksa start out bottom as well to try to do some tossbacks. They do this a lot when they have a greedy carry that is going to struggle versus like something like an Underlord, this heavy high base damage hero. They tend to start out tri-lands when they see this. So they're going to try to set up Ana for success because Ana, he's got a 20 base damage differential to Underlord, so they do have to help.
About to say, a lot of the times currently when OG is playing, it feels like it's a bit of a 4 protect 1 sort of deal. Thompson is always, you know, the one who's kind of making those plays early, trying to just be very annoying. But at the end of the day, it is very much, you know, on his shoulders.
Yeah, that does mean that Seb, though, is not going to get that farm that we were saying that he probably will up top, since it's going to be that tiny securing farm for Spectre. So maybe he will have a bit of a slower one. As we've seen them, like we said, we've seen them do this quite a lot. It's just leave Seb on an island, they secure that tri-lane farm, then they make the moves later on once the Spectre or, you know, ex-greedy hero does get away with what he wants.
Now, I know, like, with some of the teams, you generally want to empower the hero that's going to be coming online earlier, right? So in this case, I would definitely say that that would be Seb, although hold that thought because the action's coming out here on the bottom lane. Photic Shield being used over here by Tofu, but Ana on the hunt, he's going to be able to collect that first blood. And are they going to try to get anything else here? Stroke of Fate over onto Rasmus. They really are just kind of struggling here. Rasmus trying to move, trying to get some of this damage off, just getting those spells down, but eventually No Tail will collect a kill.
Yeah, so I think it really is just it is just enabling Spectre. Otherwise, he gets like nothing down here versus Underlord. So they're just going to actually stick with the 3 of them. Tofu TP's back, but he's just dead. He went alone.
That's... yeah. Even our observer, I don't think, was quite expecting that.
No, and now Rasmus, he's an Underlord down bottom without an Abaddon to TP to help him. So he has to just be careful of his positioning. If there's mana on the 2 supports, he can die. And they are going to successfully pull the lane back with a single pull, looks like. No-Till should be able to do that one. And 1 melee creep actually gets through, so it's actually going to be able to deny most of that wave. This bottom lane is going to be a problem now for Rasmus.
I mean, you've got to do the walk of shame back down there if you're the Abaddon, and it's a lot of time where Rasmus just can't approach at all. He's not going to be able to get any sort of farm. Top lane, though, they are trying to make some
stuns.
Trying to make some things happen on Seb, but like you said, when you stack the stuns, you're not going to get that optimal amount of damage down.
You can't be making those type of mistakes. You're heavily crushing the CS, which is fantastic right now for Hellbear Smashers, but this is an ET who's now level 3. He's gotten away with, I feel like, more than he should have up top by himself.
Toss back right over to No Tail. He's got that ink swell on him. It's going to proc. Not quite enough damage here, though. Again, they follow up with that Aphotic Shield. But look at the way that they're zoning here. This is just free farm for the Spectre to do pretty much whatever she likes, because every time they get a little too close, they immediately get punished. Look at the Saksa already pincering into position. Toss up with the Avalanche. It's a stroke of fate. Photic Shield does buy them a bit more time, and looks like Ana's going to back off here, just go back to farming creeps, and No Tail does have to be a little bit careful. He is getting chased down here by Tofu, but just going to go safely back to his tower.
It really is such an interesting approach to see, like, just because they really want to secure, they're keeping the tri-lane even still, clarity up on the side with Saksa, No Tail also with the Bassi for that mana regen. They're just going to keep trying to pressure and just kill this Underlord.
Saksa has the ink swell, waits patiently, will be able to go land over onto Rasmus again. They have that aphotic shield tossed back though into the avalanche, right over to Ana, as No Tail chipping away as well. Tofu doing everything he can, trying to push them back. That Firestorm does hurt, so Saksa has to back off a little bit, but meanwhile in the top lane, they do manage to find the kill on Seb. So they are making strides in that top lane, despite the fact that this bottom lane is just so difficult. Tofu maybe staying just a little bit too long, does have the shield though. The Sal will be used on Rasmus.
Really interesting approach. It's a sacking Seb, hoping he gets the best. He's gotten a lot. He dies, but they are securing that farm. You see Spectre with 18 last hits to Underlord's 11. That like almost never happens when it is Spectre versus. Just look at his base damage. So that's the whole reason to why they're doing it, and we are starting to see, you know, Smashers just come out a bit more ahead out of this because the Wraith King is getting absolute free farm.
Do you like the way that they've decided to just, you know, I don't want to say put all the eggs in the basket, but the way that they're playing, just really trying to protect Ana, make sure that he can get all that farm? Or do you think they should be helping Seb?
Go for it. It's a decision they made, right? It's what they just, it's the way that they like to play. They like making sure that Ana has a good start when he plays Greed. So, you know, it's a different approach from each team. So if it ends up working, it's great. If they end up having this like Slark or this Spectre having a good item timing on like Blade Mail and just gets this super farm, then absolutely, it's gonna.
All right, working his way over there, and see Saksa did make a little bit of a rotation over towards that mid, but he's headed right back here again. They're trying to contest this little bit of a pull. Ana's making his way over here to the shop's going to get his Ring of Health, so that's going to enable him to stay in the lane a little bit easier. As Tofu is rotating over to this mid lane.
They're double securing bounty. They're double securing the rune for the Lesh. Stormstormers already having a pretty good time. Saksa.
I think it's the avalanche off here. But Gilgear will snap up the Invis rune. Bottom lane, some more plays trying to get done here, but again, not quite enough damage without that tiny.
And now Gilgear, Invis, he's just sitting around the mid lane. If Thompson steps up too far, they can definitely chain stun and kill him. Thompson being quite cautious. And it means that Seb now in a solo matchup versus a super farmed Wraith King. So it doesn't feel easy for Seb.
Dream Coil followed up with the avalanche toss back as they've got their eyes over here on this Leshrac. They want to burn him down, but they're not quite able to as they end up losing Saksa and Thompson as they turn right back around and find No Tail. The positioning coming out and the lockdown is just so good. Meanwhile, the bottom lane here, this is not looking very good here for Ana, though. It's going to try to just throw out the dagger, slow him down. He's going to run away. What a rotation, though, coming out from the Smashers.
And just a little bit of maybe unfortunate, but also just not the best targeting decisioning coming out from OG. They tried to go for both, I think. Tossed and stunned the Abba to break the coil, but because of that, they didn't have the burst to kill the Lesh, so the Lesh kills everybody. Pretty big mistakes from OG and some nice rotations from Smashers to enable this Lesh, who's already having such a good start.
Well, Saksa making his way up.
He's even TPing bottom, and he's going to refill up Rasmus with the bottle too, and look to actually kill Ana here. This could be a really nice move for Stormstormer.
Yeah, we'll open up with the Pit of Malice, followed up with Storm, and there's just so much damage coming out from Leshrac. He just helps rip him down as Rasmus gets the final hit, and down goes Spectre.
And a lot of the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kill the Spectre, and they give the mid lane to the supports, which they would love that experience. Some excellent stuff from Smashers. Already 3K advantage.
It's a lot of damage placed on that bottom tower.
And the glyph was forced. So now the second go, Stormstormer is going to clear this wave. This tower is just dead if OG doesn't set up a massive defense. Edict will just kill it. Here we go.
TP coming in from Ana. Jump immediately with the silence. We'll get the Pit of Malice off, though. They're going to back off. He's just going to take off that Phantom's Embrace. And they do protect their tower a little longer. There's a nice double damage rune over here that Thompson, I'm sure, would love to pick up.
That's actually pretty heads up. You know, they don't kill the Lesh, but they push him away from the tower, and they're going to keep this tower alive for Ana for quite a lot longer. So it's a cool play. Even though they don't get the actual kill, they just force him away. I like that. I mean, because of this Thompson, it forces in mid, and Tofu has to be careful because of Tiny hanging around.
Is the benefit of having a hero that can clear out waves, as they are going to try to slow down Rasmus. We'll get the Inkswell to connect. Thompson's here. He's got the double damage. They've got the silence as well as the Waning Rift comes in hot. Body blocks coming out too, and No Tail will eventually be the one to get the kill. But those are some earn charges coming over here for Thompson.
and he can steal a bounty away, level 8, and he's got this DD. He can actually swing mid because he still has Dream Coil available. He actually are bringing Seb, who's level 7 somehow.
Nice stomp landing over here on the Leshrac. Tofu immediately removing it. Thompson getting in position. He is going to settle here for, of course, Tofu, who is leashed up and will get taken down.
Not bad. That's just a 5 Abaddon. Who cares about him? You get your Leshrac away. Gilger has already hit 6 on the Lion pretty early on, and Stormstormer already making another move up top. No-Tail just TP to death.
Yep, and looks like Rasmus may be teleporting right here to his death. The Soxa being in position already. The teleports are coming out, though. Trying to go for that stomp, and there it is. It's the final hit. More teleports coming out. Ace did manage to take a tower while this was going on. He does have his armlet.
Just being very active. The Lesh just moving from lane to lane with this max edict. He can easily just take out these towers. Mid tower is super low too. Thompson.
Oh, Ace takes down Soxa while this is going on. The chase is on now over here on Seb. Thompson can't do too much other than the slides. Can they burst him down? The Haunt comes out. Be able to get the kill on Stormstormer, perhaps diving just a bit far. It's a nice Earth Spike. Tofu is going to try to keep Gilgear alive. Does have that Spirit chasing after him.
He didn't finish the tower off either. It's actually at 30 HP. It's still alive in the mid lane. It's diving a bit too far. Did cost the Haunt, but well worth it for OG, just taking out this pesky Lesh who's been quite problematic.
They're still protecting this mid.
Thinking about it.
Well, they will, eventually.
Yeah.
Tower has been denied.
Bottom lane, the teleports are coming out. They want Rasmus. Hit a Malice, but the Avalanche already connecting with the stomp, the sleep, the burst is there, and now they'll turn their attention right over to Stormstormer, who he's doing a lot of damage. Soxa almost falling there, but Thompson will collect a kill. Finger coming out from Gilgear, though, will be able to remove Thompson from this equation.
Oh no, Stormstormer, after having such glorious rotation, such a great start, back-to-back deaths as soon as he TPs out. That's still quite painful. At least they get Thompson. Thank God for Gilgear for them.
Yeah, whoa, No-Tail needing to be a bit careful here. That's a lot of damage coming out from Aces. Tofu just pulling here in the bottom lane as the Photic is just chasing down Seb. Does have Gilgear nearby, so Seb does have to be a little bit careful, but looks like they want to focus on this tower.
The 5 Abaddon chasing away the 3 Elder Titan. Love to see it. As bottom tower might also just get denied. OG might just go for this one too, and they will. Okay.
You can see some pincering coming out, perhaps trying to make some moves here over onto Seb. Ace pincering. Immediately the Hex comes out. We bide their time. Earth Spike and a couple big old crits. Even use the Rayfire Blast. Tofu taking the last hit on that. I don't think that was necessary, but
he says thanks at least.
That's true. Good manners are important. Manners maketh man. Rasmus, though, top lane. He's got the Inkswell, the Silence there, just chasing down this poor Underlord. He is not getting any breathing room with the Phantom's Embrace. The toss-up, Soxa cleaning up on Rasmus.
Oh, and he had his hood in his backpack.
Oh,
Perhaps
no.
if he has actually the hood in his inventory, maybe he pops it and he has the time for Tofu to save him, but that is a big slip of Rasmus. Also dying back-to-back a couple of times now, as these Ancients and hard camp stacks now start to get worked on by Ana.
Ooh, there's a chipped vest that just got found. Do have the mask, though, on the Spectre currently.
He's probably going to take the chip. It's just the value.
Ace waiting off over on the side. Does get spotted out, though, by the Spirit. Looks like they'll back off for now. And Seb will be allowed to hit some creeps.
Yeah, and Seb's gone for the 2-2-4 build. Actually liking it because he can't get into the faces of them so much. He just wants to buff up the magic damage. 4 points in that aura. Lots of magic damage on them as well. As Gilgear.
Ooh, he breaks the smoke. Doesn't look like that. I mean, they're slowing him down. I think they really wanted to get the jump on someone else here.
He just gets the stun off during the toss and he ends up living because of it. That was sick.
Top lane, Spectre poking away here on Tofu. Doesn't feel very good when you're just getting chased down like this, but eventually Ana will back off. Tofu's just gonna go and dig himself a little hole here, find himself something yummy.
Yeah, he's got Tranquil Boots. He'll just chill, wait till those come back active. He's just taking the scary place to farm right now in this Abaddon while his team is looking to make the move over to help him out. Gilgear as well as Ace, they have Finger online. They can get the initial stun onto Ana. Very likely they can just finish.
I gotta just not stack those stuns though, right? The Haunt immediately coming out though, realizing that something feels a bit off as they do get a Dream Coil over onto mid, but the Hex, they're just able to control Ana, so he's not gonna be able to join into this fight over here as Rasmus, he is ticking down. That's another kill for Thompson. Stormstormer's on his way, and they do have the Yules to get the Soul Bind off. Soxa, though, he is just burning to all of these spells coming out from Leshreq. And hey, look at that. Beautiful. A nice double damage rune available now for Stormer.
You couldn't ask for a more precise hit there from Smashers. It's literally as Ana is hunting away, they get the kill. Like that's picture perfect. It's a 2+ minutes, 2.5, 3 minutes where that haunt is going to be down. Yeah, that was really, really nice hit by them. Now, that means Ace is just going to be enabled to have a much earlier Radiance timing than anything else. Spectre is going to have some problems.
Yeah, Ace is getting closer and closer to that relic. And he's had a lot of room here to be able to breathe. Let's see, though. Let's see, because the last game, you know, Smashers, they were looking very, very good. They were getting everything they needed on Rasmus early. They're making the right moves, but eventually it just reached a certain timing where they weren't able to keep up the momentum. So what do they need to do now? What do they need to do to keep up this momentum and keep the pressure going?
Right, I think the state of the game is actually pretty good for them. Just like chilling out, they're farming up really good on all their cores. Hunting the Spectre like that was the ideal. So I think if they can do that again in the next like 80 seconds or so when fingers back up, that's great. But right now, they're okay with like just chilling out. If heroes show on the side lanes, they can threaten them. But this is a fantastic start for the Wraith. And Ace, you know, I do feel like he's much more comfortable with like just Wraith King. Ricky, that hero just feels a little weird. Like overall as a carry, he's not the best. And I feel like Ace, he's just not really the most comfortable with something. Much better on a traditional carry.
Well, he definitely looked excellent last season, so definitely excited to see how far they can go here in, of course, the upper division. A Blink Dagger does get picked up on Soxa, though, so positioning is going to be very, very important here, as he's going to be able to initiate quite nicely. As Ana makes his way down towards this bottom area, and there's some pressure being placed on top, though, coming out from OG in the meanwhile. Oh, we got an Uber service, though, coming out here. Looks like everybody's headed up. And they're looking to try to protect this.
Gilger has his blink coming out on the Lion 2 in a moment, flying out on the Courier. So they have a great way to set up these fights now.
I don't think they'll wait for it, though.
Standing under a ward.
Yeah, he really is as he walks right into Ace. A couple big hits. 1, 2, 3. Down goes No Tail. And it looks like they do manage to get the tower during all this.
They've got some good timings here. They also have Rasmus finishing up a pipe in a moment, too, versus this puck. It's pretty huge. As Gilger, he jumps up on high ground, but a little early.
Just a little bit. Dream Coil does get used, but it doesn't seem like they... Yeah, look at this. They have the protection here coming out from Tofu. Thompson, they're looking, hoping maybe someone will get a little bit out of position as Soxa does reveal himself, but they'll turn their attention now over here towards this this tier 2. A lot of TPs, though.
Force the coil. That's pretty sweet for Gilger, just jumping into the high ground blindly.
Not usually something you want your supports to do.
No.
But it worked out this time. Tofu.
It's scary for him.
It's very tanky. It's going to immediately throw out the Aphotic Shield, and they're going to be leashed up. They'll use the Haunt, and they've got the Silence. This is going to be possibly, yes, it's going to be a first-time death here for that Wraith King. He's coming right back up again. He needs people to go and help him out. Nice split Earth being tossed out in the middle of everything, and there's going to be able to just hold on into play. Soxa jumping onto the back line, so it's able to take down Stormstormer with a little help here from Thompson. Now Tofu, they have the vision. Thompson gets himself a double kill, as the rest of the side of Smashers are just on the back foot.
Stormstormer's still very vulnerable. He's so squishy. He actually went for the Kaya with the Yule, so he doesn't actually have any HP bonus to protect himself. He's going to just be completely reliant on the pipe from Rasmus and the shields from the Abaddon. That's a scary place to put yourself in. Not even like a casual cloak or something like that to guard himself versus all this magic damage. I don't know. I'm a little worried now for Lash. I think the Wraith King's gonna have an excellent game, but this Lash I feel like could just chain die. The ET Spirit on top of him with a tiny combo, and he's just dead. 1200 HP does not save you at this point.
Coil followed up with Soxa Avatos. Gilgear's here though, and he does manage to go and they just control Thompson.
Nice.
Down goes the puck, and they're still hunting. They're looking for more here, realizing they have a little bit of a window. They do spot out Soxa, and they're going to rip down this ward. Make the side of OG a little blinder here around this area.
Gilger on points per usual, 304. Excellent game so far from this Lion.
Especially when you consider we thought he was definitely dead. Seb, though, over in the mid lane. We talked about this positioning. They just have so much damage. They'll find the kill on the Elder Titan.
OG getting caught off guard there a bit here. Just stepped up a little bit too far to farm, and this is just the enable Ana now at this point, really, just because of how they're getting picked off also on Thompson. Like it's back to like the usual OG, I would want to say. It's just make this Spectre the absolute full carry just keep looking for the big pops, though. So I'm still going to be watching Soxa, the ET Spirit. This Leshrac has to be so careful with his positioning because he can just die almost instantly. I want him to get either the Vitality Booster or Point Booster ASAP because he's very frail right now.
And there's only so much that really, this Abaddon can do to keep him alive, right? It's a little bit difficult because their initiation's a little strange coming out on the side of Smashers. There's no traditional jump like you would normally see in some of their drafts.
And their save it's very short distance. So Abaddon playing versus Grimstroke, you're going to either get leashed and double silence, or you're going to get silence from Puck. Can be a little bit tough to ask Tofu to get all those saves out on Stormstormer. Does pick up the Vitality Booster. 1600 HP now.
Ooh, they find Ana. The jump forward with the Earth Spike, Pit of Malice. Ace just chopping away over here. Do they have enough burst damage? Oh, yes, they do. They take down the Spectre. It's a beautiful Dream Coil, though, over on the back lines with that Inkswell connecting on multiple targets. Look at them just chasing them down. No Tail now forced to just try to hide in the trees. He's not going to be able to, as Tofu's trying everything he can to try to keep him alive. Meanwhile, on the back lines, though, Thompson poking away over at Tofu. That ultimate will, of course, proc, as Thompson's hunting the buyback now coming out from Lion. They've got the E-Blade. They're trying to just blow up the support. Need to be careful here. Ace was looking to wind up there with the Wraithfire Blast. Is not going to be able to get it off in time, as they realize on the side of Smashers we should probably back up.
I actually like this buyback from Gilger, just in case, even though it doesn't get them anything, it pushes away those three from just diving forward and just killing Ace and Tofu probably twice. So I do like that he does go for that there. They got to be careful of their stacking. They stacked up so hard for the combos, the tiny Avatos, the Inkswell, 4-man stomp from ET and Splitter. They do have to be a little bit more careful when they do that.
We do have the blink picked up now for the Wraith King, so we talked a little bit about how the initiation's a bit tricky here. It looks like he is going to be the one who's going to be running on in with his face, but you have to be careful with the Wraithfire Blast done, right? Because of the fact that it is very telegraphed.
Yeah, he does need follow-up, though. They want to be able to just, insta-lock down someone with Gilger and just kill them immediately with a finger, because there's no real saves on the side of OG to be able to protect any of it. So they can erase heroes right away at the start. As
they want Thompson. They want him so badly, and already, though, it's going to go up to the high ground, sees the bounty rune. Ace considering it, but looks like not going to hard commit here. Aphotic shield over on Ace, trying to protect him. The jump forward here coming out from Sox with the Avatos. Tofu trying to get in position, trying to keep him alive. It's Ace chasing after him over on the back line, so they will find 7. They've got the Inkswell. They do have the shard on him, so he's going to be able to heal up quite a bit. So he'll turn right back in. Dream Coil gets used over on the back. We talked about Stormstormer. He needs to be able to stay alive as they get a nice splitter offset, though. Will fall. He's going to back off. Finger getting used on the back lines. Will be able to take down Thompson. And now Ace, he's all silenced up. Ana running away here. They still have the reincarnation too. AC wants it. He's chasing after them. He finds himself No-Tail. The stomp coming through does manage to land. Radiant's burn, though, definitely hurts as No-Tail's trying to hide in the tree line. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, though. Not with that Firestorm.
Comes at a price.
Oh, and Gilgear's just poking away over here at Soxa. Maybe a little bit too far away from the rest of the team here, but it looks like OGs, they're a little bit too nervous. They're not going to follow up on poor little Gilgear here.
No, and they're really on point with the way they're getting these catches. Gilger over and over again, just getting Thompson. He's got his number this game. The Lion counter usually versus the Puck. This time OG, they did pick that Puck into Lion, and Gilger might be making them regret it a bit there. He's constantly getting these disables, and it's the way that they postured themselves in the fight. If they start to retreat, you could see where OG is just going to be able to explode these heroes with the splitters and all that. But because they all stick together as a unit and actually run into the fight, it puts OG on this weird positioning in the fight that they have to kind of just run away with the ET. Puck goes in, and the rest of his team just bails on him. Great awareness from Smashers. Actually take the fight rather than looking to run him.
Definitely Gilgear's positioning has been absolutely wonderful this game. So it is difficult to get your hands on that puck, and you know that Thompson, he likes to play this hero. He wants to, dive in and out, but it just always feels like the Smashers kind of have his number.
Yep. The way Thompson always plays is just, it's super aggressive and it's super disruptive. So if Gilger is in these right places at the right time, it's going to break a lot of OG's annoyance that does happen in a lot of these games that causes Ana to just reap havoc and get these crazy farms. If he's just controlling Thompson's chaos, it's definitely going to work out for them. So now 7k gold lead, this Wraith King, 4k above the next. It's looking really good for them right now.
Seeing some of the TPs coming out now. Ace jumping forward immediately, sees Ana, is not going to focus him down though. He's got his eyes on Soxa instead. Avalanche coming through, that Inkswell healing him up. They're chasing. Seb over here trying to teleport out. They do manage to find themselves No-Tail though. He's not going to be able to teleport away, but it looks like the Spectre and Soxa will be able to survive. As everybody's hopping in the bus, and we're going top.
Oh, I like this. They know that they're going to go play around this triangle side. They still have these 2 wards covering the area too. They can swing and find Ana for sure.
Ooh.
Ana does have Haunt available. He's about to buy his ulti orb. They know exactly where he is.
Link forward here.
Oh, he went left. They went up.
Did indeed.
Nice attempt with the Uber.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And still going to place some pressure here over on this tier 2. Thompson now picking up that blink on the puck. So perhaps, you know, we talked about his chaos. Going to be able to make a little bit more this time around and perhaps get a bit more information before Gilgir can jump on him. Getting very close to Ags too here for Seb. So that should change things a little bit in these fights.
Yeah, that should make Seb actually be able to be a walking force in the fights rather than just a stomp and a splitter. He'll actually be able to do something and contribute a little more. Gilgir also pointing out he's hit level 15. So the line does get, it's only 4 stacks, but every little thing matters. 280 extra HP might be enough for him to live.
The aggression coming out. Oh, the finger immediately. All right, well, that's going to be a little bit more stacks here, Fogged.
There we go, 5 now.
All right. Getting more swole over on that lion. Pressure's on over here. How did they get in here, though? All right, the toss back immediately. Again, silence up. They're holding Ana in place. They've got that Inkswell, though. It's doing plenty of damage, but Tofu trying to save him alive. No, nice Streaming Coil on the back lines as well, holding them into place. Stormstormer trying to get out as much damage as possible here as Gilgir is just trying to drain all this mana. Just slowly but surely. Yes, you can't do anything to him other than poke him when that's going on. Jump into the back lines here from Thompson. We talked about that chaos. The Haunt's coming out, but okay, yes, Ana going forward here. This nice avalanche, but he's a little bit too far. He's not comfortable here. I don't think they're going to be able. No, the toss up coming up from Soxa, trying to keep him alive. It looks like he is going to be the one who's going to have to die, though.
Oh, he lives because of the Manta dodge on the Split Earth. He actually would have died for sure on Ana there.
Oh.
They're jumping in again with Thompson.
They are indeed, and they managed to go and grab the puck at the last second. Big stroke of fate tossed out. They're focusing on the buildings.
Oh, I love seeing Gilgir. He puts the shard to use there perfectly. Just stands in front of a Tiny with his just mana drain, and Tiny can't do anything. He's magic immune.
Another Inkswell. They stacked up a little tight here, and they do have the Blade Mail. Another Split Earth, though, coming in on it. He's not looking too great right now as a dive in over onto the back lines. A stop buys a bit more time, but they do. They take down Ana, and they take down Thompson. No buyback on the Spectre. No buyback on this puck. Hellbear Smashers hitting fast, furious, and just hitting very, very hard right now as they immediately make their way down over to the bottom racks.
They should be able to go for this one too. Gilgir landing, Gilgir doing just clutch plays across the whole board of this game. The mana drain to stand on the high ground to bait some spells where they can't kill him. Then this last stun, he stuns Ana, and Thompson blinks on top of the stun. So he gets caught by it, gets chain hexed, gets killed. And Ace just jumps forward and gets himself an easy no-tail.
Very well played here, coming out from Smashers.
You see him.
He's stuck in the back, yeah.
And just gets stunned instantly.
They're gonna finish off the racks. Oh, they cancel out the Uber. They've decided that they want to stay here, and they'll get themselves a Soxa.
Very clean. 11-0-6 on Ace, looking much more comfortable on Wraith King. The whole team looking phenomenal on OG. They do get the Ags on the ET, but I think we may have reached a point where that Ags isn't going to have the effect that I think OG wants it to.
I think I'm just concerned with the amount of damage that's being dumped out here coming out from Ace. I have to say, you know, it's tough for Tofu. We talked about the fact that he is going to be, you know, primary save, and he does have to be very, very close, but he's managing it. And Gilgir's positioning has just been fantastic here. Seb, look at Gilgir. He's eager. You have to be a little careful, though. They're going to focus up on the objectives here on the side of Hellbear Smashers. Middle tower will go down. Do they want to push their luck here? Do they go back in, or do they play it a little safe?
They are so strong right now, rallied around this. Look, the Lesh now has reached points where he can't get burst. Bloodstone, Essence Ring, all this good stuff. Rasmus with the pipe and Crimson Guard. The damage just feels like it's nowhere near going to be there for OG. I am actually not really thinking they're going to kill many Heat targets at all. Maybe not even the supports in these next few fights.
Well, they're smoked up, and they're hoping that they can get someone. I mean, Tofu and Rasmus are very far forward. Lion, Gilgear. Perhaps they can make something happen there. They get the Dream Coil off and the hold together, but No Tail immediately just absolutely crumbling as there's just so much damage, and the Earth Splitter not quite landing where they wanted to. They have a nice Dream Coil. Stormer buying himself just a little bit more time. Seb punching, trying to do everything. They just can't take down this Lion, as eventually they take down Seb. Ana already falling. Thompson somehow still alive, and over there the finger comes out, and down goes Soxa. Only Thompson.
Kill a support. With every single spell thrown out there, the Crimson Guard, the Pipe, all these heals from Tofu as well with this, like the shield and the Mist Coil, they can't kill anybody. Even though they throw absolutely every spell, Gilgear gets the initial blink to reposition himself with his team on the high ground.
Dagger, Gilgear jumping forward immediately. The E-Blade, though, coming out from the puck, hoping that they can blow up Gilgear, but they just can't seem to do it. And again, he's got that magic immune as they just start draining all the mana. Down goes Ana. No buyback for 78 seconds. Rasmus. Yeah, there's the GG. Hellbear Smashers, 22 net worth lead, have managed to take down OG. They came for division, and they're looking pretty good here in the upper now.
Yeah, this was a really good display, and just I think they should stick to their guns of just giving Ace these like hard carries rather than him playing something not traditional that he's not comfortable with, like that Ricky. They looked really good rallied around him, and honestly, Gilgear, my God, these stuns, these hexes, absolutely on point, and just the quick reactions. That jump, so that wraparound there where OG
sea for a getaway. Car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for the first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sea for a getaway, car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for the first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love with you, never break apart. We're moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never run
We hook up in my car, drive it so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art, let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart, drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, open when it's gone, took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I remember you and me. How careless we.
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. And how careless we could be. Late nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side, finally alive. We would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
How careless we got. It's too late now. I
It's too late now, I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. OG's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick.
Invoker.
OG's turn to pick.
If you joined us with the late night arm pulses, then kudos to you. And if you didn't, that's pretty okay as well. We have Hellbear Smashers versus OG. It's game 3, and there's going to be a winning team in, well, it depends how long this game lasts. I was going to say in about an hour, but it could be 30 minutes. We don't know. It's all going to depend on how these teams are going to draft and play. And for that draft, we have one for you to show. I'm here with Cap. I'm here with BSJ. And so far, I must say, I've been impressed with Hellbear Smashers because even the game they lost, they still looked really good in the lanes. And I think that both games, OG, they kind of fell flat there.
I also think OG is kind of setting themselves up to not have high-paced lanes, like the Spectre with the Grim. Yeah, Grim's a great kill support. They had the tiny tri-laning, but Spectre's not a carry you traditionally think, like, yeah, let's go kill people in the laning stage. Then you have this ET, who we thought was going to kind of run over the 2 melee heroes, ends up laning against a Lion rather than a Batten, and doesn't have a support. So I like immediately what OG's done to swap it up in game 3 compared to game 2, where they're like, okay, Shadow Demon Centaur is a high kill off lane already.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact they had that Roshan fight that we saw in Purge's breakdown analysis, he didn't even have the Aghanim Scepter. Like, they have to, I think in that game, they needed to put more priority on Seb, because he's going to be the one who, like, represents a damage threat and makes the puck feel really good. He just goes in there with his magic immunity, starts slamming on people, and he creates a lot of space as a result. But if you don't have that Aghanim Scepter yet, then your threat is really non-existent.
Yeah, and we have the answer to the question that Moxie asked at the end of the last game. Will we see Puck again for Thompson? The answer is no, because Hellbear Smashers bans it. So we're going to see Thompson on something else in this 3rd game.
I remember saying that I thought Seb was going to carry game 2 with that ET.
Yeah.
That is what I truly want to see in game 3 now, because Centaur, I've been talking about it. He's a 1-position offlaner for like the first 10 minutes of the game. He does not rotate. He kind of just sits with his Vanguard, killing a tower, killing creeps, and you will have a lot more farm priority. And that's what I want to see this game. You already said it. They're going to prioritize Seb. Now, we think he's set up for a game last game. Now, we already think he's kind of set up. Now, let's just see them, give him it.
I think to add on to your point about him being a 1 position, it means like Centaur's biggest downside is that if your other lanes go really badly, you as a core are the strongest on the map, but you can't actually rotate or feel good about your rotation.
Yeah, your stampede is what makes you strong, which is reliant on your teammates being strong.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, like everyone just chill. I've got a Vanguard. I took their tower, but I need Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Right? So you do have to make sure that your lanes are okay. And that is what I'm going to be looking for in OG's drafts, is that their safe lane or their mid matchup is good.
Yeah, I just like safe laners like Jug. That's just a archetype example of, I'm a Centaur. I'm going to do my own thing. You're good without me, right?
Yeah. Like Blitz likes to call him the Mario of Dota 2 draft. Juggernaut, he just kind of like, he fits everything.
Yeah.
He gives you a little. Yeah. He's not really going to lose his lane.
Nobody's ever like super excited about it. But he's tried and true,
Yeah, but now he's a Super Mario because he's been buffed up so many times.
Yeah, he had a mushroom or 2.
Aghanim Scepters.
They do ban him out. I didn't see that because I wasn't looking at the draft. I was so busy engaging in philosophical Dota conversation with you.
The analogy, sure. So what do we want to see instead? Because there's so many more carries in the pool than what we saw before. As said in the previous draft, a lot of bans on cores, but not this time around. And to be fair, I really liked seeing Ace on that Wraith King. It is also still in the pool.
They might need to ban out the Faceless Void instead, though. Aren't you a bit afraid of the Void Invoker combo? Is there a chance OG will just draft Void 3rd pick this game as well?
Aren't you afraid of Mars as well? Mars plus Dark Willow, plus it's a hero that locks people in, which is bad for Stampede.
A lot of combo potential here. There's the Mars ban. Cap.
I am super interested to see this Dark Willow in action, by the way, because OG banned it in the 2nd phase twice.
Yeah.
So Hellbear Smashers, we said, like, they've got a few strategies that they just look like really clean and polished on. One is the Medusa, one is the Wraith King. Here they're going to be able to get their hands on the Dark Willow. So I don't know if I've seen their Dark Willow yet, Looks like they played it in one of the games against Secret. Oh, the game that they won with the Medusa. That's what it was.
Void Snap, right? Like, isn't that just a 6-second round here for OG? Void Snapfire. I'm just nervous if you don't pick Void that Hellbear Smashers will take it. Maybe if you pick Void, they'll just pick Wraith King and you're not happy with that, so maybe that's what they're thinking. A lot of moving parts in this draft already. I think the funny thing about Willow Invoker is I don't see any synergy between these two heroes, but they have a lot of synergy with other heroes, like the Mars and the Void, that you have to worry about whenever you're picking. And in the second phase, when you're last pick overall team like OG, you're going to get countered pick to pick, and it's just really important to not lose the draft here.
So how do you, like, what do you do drafting-wise to make sure you don't get countered pick to pick? Is it just picking heroes that are overall, like, okay, no matter what? Do you want, like, a flexible hero that's like, I could be 4, I could be 2?
It's just like, you know what heroes go well with their lineups, so you don't want to pick heroes that are, like, also countered by those.
Okay.
That's the biggest part, because then they have a hero that's, it hits the double whammy, right? And right now, I think because Void is good with Invoker, but they have Wraith King, which is good against Void to pick. If they do pick Void, it's, like, really troubling OG on exactly what they want to do.
They go for Warlock.
Yeah, pretty safe pick. We see a lot of it in NA, specifically. We've seen a decent amount of it in EU as well. I think this hero is broken. I'm surprised he's not prioritized more. He is a bit stationary, similar to Centaur, so OG's ability to make early moves is pretty much negligible, but their team fight eventually is going to be pretty nutty.
So somebody asked me that question, and my theory was that the reason it's picked up so much in NA is that Warlock tends to feel better in more stationary lanes, which is part of this meta is good for, but then also slightly slower metas. So it's the difference between fighting every 2 minutes versus fighting every minute, let's say, right? And I think NA tends to always be sort of that kind of meta style.
That's fair.
Pretty sure this is a preemptive Wraith King counter. Or they're afraid of Troll on the other team as well. Undying Troll, incredibly strong lane for shutting down the Centaur.
So is Void still a good option for the Hellbear Smashers here?
So if it's any other team, yes. I just haven't seen Hellbear Smashers pick Void, and Ace has definitely had a limited hero pool in terms of the team's success. I'm not saying Ace can't play other heroes, but they clearly play around his Medusa Wraith King better than anything else. They might just pick Wraith King despite it not being all that great against Troll. Because of that fact, I would be okay if they did that.
Yeah, we obviously also don't know in terms of, like, last season, Void wasn't really a hero.
Oh, damn. That's a counter pick right there.
That's an ace one too.
Against Centaur.
And they've got the reach of Warlock as well. Like, the Golem can reach out and hit you with that stun, so...
Okay, so why is this a counter pick? Why is this good? Why the...
It's nice against Troll, because he just has no way to remove any of your stuff, and because of the Abyssal Blade nerf, he needs to, like, buy a Blink Dagger to ever get on top of you, and then he also needs, like, an MKB to hit inside of the bubble.
Yeah, you can't reposition yourself when you pop your ultimate. Once you're hitting a target, you can't be like, oh, I don't want to hit him from here, I want to be inside of the bubble.
Yeah, you can actually just put the bubble between you and him.
Yeah, okay, fair.
It's kind of interesting. I don't see too much Arc Warden, but this is an incredibly greedy draft from Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, and that's super concerning for me, right? Because we just watched them. The strength that they showed in Game 1 and Game 2 is they were outpacing OG, and now they're taking the opposite, and especially for a team that is not as established, that isn't, secured themselves, we're one of the top 4 teams in Europe or whatever, that versatility of play style is always a bit of a toss-up, right?
I want to see a Sand King ban from OG, and I want to see... It's another offlaner that would give Troll some issues.
10 seconds remaining.
The funny part is they chose Troll, and Axe Dark Willow is really good, but you're against Shadow Demon, so that doesn't work. Tidehunter is probably too slow.
Gru was a nice ban, actually.
Wait. Why doesn't that work for Dark Willow?
What?
You said Axe Dark Willow is really good, but doesn't work against Shadow Demon?
So Axe Dark Willow is really good.
Oh, you mean Axe the hero? I'm like, wait, what?
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
Yeah, Warlock Shadow Demon, not support you want to play Accent.
No.
Hard counter initiation save supports is Axe's weakness.
Did we like the Underlord?
They don't have any point and click stuns just yet.
Yeah, that's why I thought Underlord would be nice for them, but they do need stuns. They need disables to set up this Willow Invoker.
So as far as offlaners go that do that, then Slardar is in still.
Ooh, Slardar against
Sand King?
Slardar against Troll would be miserable in terms of the lane itself. That's
Tango does okay in this matchup. Like, he likes playing against Troll. They don't have any instant punishes against him.
I want to see Sand King.
I think Sand King is much better for sure.
I'm very surprised that I guess they respect the Night Stalker. Like, they've seen Hellbear Smashers win with it. Maybe I'm missing something. I think out of all the lane duos, Sand King's the most likely to be picked for Rasmus. Like, we've seen him play it.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just a point-click stun. It's a hero with innate mobility against Shadow Demon, which is always nice for the Disruption Purge combo.
One nice part that they did really well on is picking this Undying, I think, for this Arc Warden when you already have the Invoker as well. You need something to provide you a little bit of frontline, because the heroes that we're talking about, Sand King, Pango, that help fix their draft a little bit, they aren't necessarily frontliners in that regard.
So we mentioned Underlord, but now they just don't have stuns. I want to see Thompson on a mobile hero that just runs rampant. I want to see it. They banned out the Void Spirit. I want to see Ember or Storm and just
any of the
carry this game. It's a little annoying, the root from Underlord, but it's just not the same as an actual disable, because you can buy a BKB at some point and you just don't die until maybe like Arc Warden buys a sheep, like, which is, 35 minutes plus. This is the perfect set. They're giving it to Thompson if he just picks some unkillable a nuisance here.
They have decided it will be the anti-mage.
Oh, mid-troll. That's what they're going to do, mid.
You may now select your.
They're heavily reliant on magic damage. They don't have the best lockdown for Anti-Mage. It's a hero that gets on top of the Arc Warden. The question is just like, what is this troll mid gonna do for you, right? He can get a shard.
Buy a Mage Slayer.
He can get a shard and battle frenzy Anti-Mage.
That's true.
Arc Warden for Ace though.
Anti-Mage does have really good individual core-to-core matchups here. I've been doubting Anti-Mage because of the ability of the opponent to just kind of group up as 5. The question is whether or not OG can prolong this game long enough, because Anti-Mage will be able to kind of just blink around the map at will. There's really no way to kill him, so I think they'll do a better job this game. Anti-Mage will capitalize on a bit of space much more than Spectre.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm not too confident now after watching game 2 with Hellbear Smashers.
If we take it back to the lanes, because that's where the Hellbear Smashers looked good in all of the games, are they set up for success there again?
What, they've got Underlord, Dark Willow against AM, Warlock.
Yeah.
AM's
just like a
AM's going to be fine because he's got Warlock in that. Troll matchup against Invoker, I have to imagine, is going to be okay for Invoker. He's going to be able to rotate a lot more. Like, if lanes go kind of okay for him, like the Invoker can have a huge impact around the map, whereas I don't see like the rotation power of OG. Like, what do their supports do in that regard?
Moves.
Warlock,
Literally
Shadow Demon, like none of those heroes have an impact. I think Stormer carries this game, honestly.
I think he could. Yeah.
It's going to be too greedy, I guess, for OG, you'd call it, because they can't move.
Yeah, just in terms of stationary, I think Invoker's going to be the one guy that leaves his lane.
Yep.
Okay.
First like 10 minutes.
Can Stormer do it for his team? Will the Hellbear Smashers take the first series of their second season of DPC? We're going to find out together with Moxie and Fogged.
All right, Fogged, we've got a little bit of an unconventional mid lane here now that we have that troll. But I have a question for you, because I was looking up shards and I took a look at the Arc Warden shard. How common do you think this is going to be? Is this something that we're going to see picked up? Because it sounds interesting, right?
Yeah, I think it sounds interesting in practice, or in theory, but I think in practice it's maybe just weird. I mean, I don't know, actually. I haven't seen too much Arc Warden, so maybe we do get blessed with it, and I hope to learn quite a bit about Arc Warden, because Ace is one of those specialists. You know, this is one of his most played heroes. At one point, he was spamming all the micro heroes, we always called it for Ace. His Meepos, his Arc Warden, Broodmother, etc. He did love to play, and the cheese heroes. He loved playing Huskar and Arc Warden and stuff like that, so I hope to learn something, because I'm not sure how this hero fits right now. It's not been doing so well in DPC either. I think it's like or maybe not.
I believe Fogged is underwater now. He sounds like he has disappeared into the abyss. Hopefully, the mic situation. No, you're all right now. All right, excellent.
Okay, maybe I did fall into the abyss.
You went in for just for a moment, though. You know, just checking out the dark side here, the dark moon side. But,
yeah, I'm not too sure what to think of the Arc Warden really, because I'm not sure overall what the hero like. Usually, it's just played for the most part versus those like heavy ranged carries, right? Versus your Terrorblades, your Drows, etc. Versus high art versus like some of these squishier kind of heroes too that can't close the gap on top of you. So I don't know. I hope to learn quite a bit here. It seems like it could be a pretty tough game for that Arc Warden. I do feel like OG, they raised the greed. When they saw greed coming out from Smashers, they're like, all right, we'll just one-up you with greed by picking AM versus Invoker and Arc Warden.
But what does this mid-troll really hope to accomplish, I guess, here? Because that's what our panel was a little bit stumped on. They're trying to kind of theory craft, but it's not really that clear, right?
Yeah, they have played it though in the past, right? Like this is something that OG used to love to play. Just pick it because your lane overall is quite strong, especially into something like an Invoker who doesn't put the pressure onto a hero like Troll. I think Thompson should just be able to farm pretty nicely here. But he can't slow down Stormstormer too much either. Stormstormer should be able to just like pull the creep aggro constantly and just get easier harass trades because of that quas built in.
Yeah, and on the bright side too, for the side of OG, you know, the lockdown is exceptionally light for a while coming out from the Smashers. You know, usually when you see a troll, you want something that's going to be able to kind of disable him while he's trying to go into his ultimate. Or in the case of an anti-mage, you know, you need that lockdown. You need to make sure that you have some way to make sure that, you know, you slow him down and you can get your hands on him. And that's not really something that we're seeing coming out from this draft here for the Smashers.
Yeah, Smashers literally have like 0 stuns. They have
Sustain here in the lane, but mid lane, man.
Yeah, this is he's doing really well. Those denies are the biggest thing too. He literally just goes for straight damage, right? So he brings the Band of Elven Skin. Now he brings the Wraith Band. Just all about that little bit of extra damage. This Invoker is limited. Will connect with a nice Cold Snap though, and an EMP.
Plenty of harass here coming out from Stormstormer.
And wow, Sab actually not getting the most last hits right. He does have 4 creeps coming into him, but so far up top, he's the one who's actually falling behind out of the course.
A little bit surprising there about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've gotten some little side pulls and stuff like that that I didn't actually know. Saksa can't get the career he tried.
An A for effort, for sure here. How often have we seen these shadow demons really pop off in games? Like, obviously, you know, it's picked up mostly for, you know, the saves and whatnot, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of teams winning with it.
No, definitely not. I saw like Hanskin that one game, of course, that's the one that stands out versus the Void. He had such a spectacular performance with all his disrupts. But yeah, I've been waiting to see some more Shadow. I love this hero, I really do. I think he has some untapped potential, but he's a very specific hero. He's tough to make work because it's a 4 without a stun. So you have to have a stun built into at least 1 or 2 of your other cores. As the poisons are stacking up.
Got about 3 of them over here on both of the Smashers. Just gonna back off. Not quite gonna be able to land that 4th one, unfortunately. Again, it's just a game of harass as we could get some nice fatal bonds here in the bottom lane. But again, it's just chip damage. They're just trying to make space. It's kind of interesting, too, to note this time around, they're not bothering to do any sort of like a tri-lane here for Ana over on the side of OG. That's something that they have been doing fairly often in the past.
Yeah, I think it actually hurt them quite a lot in that last game, though. Like, I could understand why, because they like having it when they do have that, like, super hard carry, but Seb was, like, bottom 2 net, where Seb had no game because of it. So I like that they're actually helping Seb out, because whenever he does have a game, we see what he can do. Like, he actually can be pretty explosive and help out the team a lot. He was having a pretty quiet game last time.
I mean, that is one of the nice things, too, here. Although they are going to set up here with the disruption. Seb get the stomp off, get a couple hits off. But again, Tofu fairly tanky there, with the fact that he does have those 4 stacks of decay. So just a little bit of harass. Not much mana left on him, though. And speaking of no mana, Thompson is also very much hurting in that mid lane in terms of any sort of spell casting there.
Yeah, it looks like Seb, he's just gone for the... I mean, we've been seeing this a lot, but I thought perhaps because they saw if Tofu gets out of position, he'd hold skill points, but he put 2 in retaliate. Now he does have double edge. They actually find the Arc Warden.
Get the stomp off plus the double edge. We'll go the throw out that flux over there. Ace just ticking down at the last second. The Saksa gets himself the kill as Tofu's chasing. He's very tanky. He's got 8 stacks up.
Gotta watch your stacks. Saksa got the 4 stacks on him. He was not careful on Ace.
A little bit of a tornado here over the mid lane. Stormer was going to be able to scout out the arcane rune, snap that up.
Fine. You see behind 33 to 14 on the wall. That will control.
Gonna be honest with you, Fog, you're having a couple moments here where you just disappear into that shadow realm.
Might be having some internet issues. Sorry about that.
That happens. I know I have been there myself. But if I don't respond sometimes, that's gonna be why. I'm sure you're giving us very, very good insight, though.
No problem, Mox.
Middle lane, though, some of those whirling axes tossed out here by Thompson. Stormer just clicking away here. But if we take a look at the net worths currently, definitely seeing a bit of a trend going over to the side of OG.
Okay, hopefully I'm back, and hopefully it's not too underwater. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Just having a couple issues, I think. Yeah, we see like they're actually doing really well on all 3 lanes. The double ring of health on the side lanes, sustaining versus the damage. Seb has Vanguard, so he's just going to be chilling up here. Has Stampede now online, so Stampede could net them some kills in these side lanes.
Is it worth it to start to, you know, rotate some of these heroes up, trying to put pressure over on the tower and slow down Ace a bit?
No, I think if you're OG, like I think the onus is going to be on Smashers for the most part of this game to put the pressure on, because AM overall in this game, he'll win out. There's no stuns for an anti-mage. He's versus Arc Warden and Invoker, 2 heroes he gets on top of. I think it's going to be up to Smashers to really pressure and look to actually slow down OG.
Well, they're definitely putting out the harass over here. Ana having to be careful, though, because that Firestorm, he's sitting very, very low. He's got that ring of health. Oh, the creeps, though, over here on the side. The tornado sidestepped here. Oh, still, Stormer will be able to get the final hit off, as now No Tail running for his life. So Rasmus just whacking away over here. Stormer needs a little bit more damage, and No Tail's just going to use the Shadow Word to heal up and hide behind this tower.
Ana being too over-aggressive, you know, just comes with his name, I think. Just hitting Rasmus too long. Stormer sees an opportunity. He seizes it. And they're going to get really good damage on bottom tower here with this Atrophy Aura damage.
They are sending Ana back down here, though, to push them off at the tower. Open up with a Tornado EMP into that Pit of Mal, so they'll have a little bit of control. Not a lot of mana here, though, left here for Ana. He's just getting chased down and bullied away from this tower.
He just got back here and he just lost everything. Like, he's down to 300 HP. He's got the heal, but man, he can't blink. He can't actually posture aggressively at all. This tower's dead. Vanguard Underlord tanks it for free. No cares.
Easy peasy. Top
Seb
lane,
top, he's
Seb.
tanky, but...
Yeah, I'll drop plenty of these spark rates over here as Seb just teleports away, though. And again, that is the problem with the draft coming out. Where are those stuns? As the bottom lane, though, they're just putting so much damage over onto Ana. They need another click or two, and he's healing up thanks to that Shadow Word. Looks like he's gonna be able to escape, but definitely doesn't feel good to be bullied out of your own lane.
No, I love that Stormer is making these moves. He gives Gilgir the lane since they're not pressuring the AM with the Dark Willow. So Willow's getting XP mid. They take bottom tower, and they're actually slowing down Ana's farm. I really love that. I love these moves from Stormer. Playing this Quaswex very comfortably.
And again, like you said, you know, in the past we've seen him primarily just play Exort. So
yeah,
the way that he's making these moves is really showing, you know, growth as a player and a good understanding of what he needs to be doing here. Rasmus, though,
Rasmus.
He's getting chased after by both of these supports. Let's couple these stacks up. Ana jumping forward. You can see the teleports are coming out, but they're not going to get there in time. So Ana will finally have some revenge against the bullies in his lane.
Saksa, incredibly high level and a lot of farm. Looks like he did farm up a stack, a triple camp at some point in the game, just to get himself that good early advantage. Another thing that we see from some Shadow Demon players that you don't see too often. You can farm stacks really easy. Look at this, he's already starting out a second one, so he will be able to get good item timings on him.
It always feels good when you can do something like this. You're not taking anything away from your cores, you're still getting yourself some, you know, money and XP.
And he's helping No-Tail, right? Like, No-Tail's taking XP from it too, so the Warlock almost level 6. Gilder.
Working together here. The Curse Crown does proc, but he's just going to get rooted into place of the Brambles. They've got the Terrorize. Oh, that is unfortunate indeed, yes. But is going to need some help as Stormstormer makes his own rotation. Tornado EMP, they get the net off, though, over here on the Dark Willow. Gilgear needs a little bit of help. They go and they drop that Chaotic Offering, so they'll find that kill. Now Stormstormer, he needs help, and he's not going to be able to get it in time because they just run him down, and No-Tail gets the kill.
And Thompson's aggressive play pays off. Actually gets them a secondary one with the rotations. And No-Tail, he does hit 6 off of that creep wave mid because they farmed the jungle together too. Huge hit, really, from OG. And that's what the mid troll is going to do. He's going to go Ags, and he's just going to dispel these annoying spells that there are a lot of to dispel. The Brambles, Cursed Crown, Invoker's Cold Snap, etc. All right.
Look at this tower. The pressure is on Soxa in position. There are quite a few TPs coming out, though, as Soxa starts backing away. Stormstormer, they have a idea that he's hiding around, but they do have a nice deep ward here, so Soxa just running as fast as he can. Does eventually get clipped by the Tornado. EMP, Brambles down, and Disruption comes out. It's going to buy him a little bit more time and some space, but eventually Stormstormer will slay.
You don't mind that at all. Sox is like, okay, I pulled 3 heroes toward your base. My AM is hitting your top tower. My Warlock is stacking. My Troll is farming. I think OG's perfectly fine with a death like that.
You can see now Ana making this rotation up to the top lane, placing some pressure here. They have a nice ward. They do know that Rasmus is nearby, already placing that down, of course, earlier for Stormstormer. Nice stacks, though, over here coming out from the side of OG.
Yeah, Seb going to be nicely enabled. Vanguard Hood, pretty much unkillable in this game with this build-up already, and he's going to be quick for the blink, and they see the real Ace bottom. 15 seconds left on his TP, and they have Stampede, too. Ace
Look at the way they're playing this. Hiding in the tree line.
The scan, it did catch them, so Ace will back away nicely there. Great scan coming out from the Smashers to keep him alive. Would have been an easy kill if they got on him. And now they can push top too. Stormstormer pops the Alacrity, starts hitting the tower.
Nice plays coming out here from the Smashers to make sure that, you know, they're playing at that high tempo. It's a little bit concerned about this when you consider the fact, you know, it is a bit greedy, but, you know, greed answers greed here in this particular series.
It does. This is one of the greedier drafts I've ever seen. Like AM and Troll on one side versus Invoker and Arc Warden. It's unbelievably greedy.
Pressure on here at this top area. Nice Tornado EMP going over onto Thompson. Sure that he doesn't have any mana available. Does have some wand charges though at the very least, but Stormstormer still just chipping away. There's only so much that these two supports can really do as well, so backing off a little. Just putting pressure down, making space for Ace.
Yeah, and look at Seb's positioning. Like, he's just farming the enemy triangle right now as the Centaur. So they're getting this farm around the triangle. They're also farming their triangle. Their AM is farming. Like, the Smashers, they have to start putting some pressure on. I'd like that they're hitting this top tower to force some type of reaction. Because, yeah, it does feel like they have to start making some moves. This AM is getting too much space.
And you know what happens when Ana gets space? Ana goes diving into the fountains.
Especially when it's an anti-mage versus almost 0 stuns.
Head of Malice. Another Tornado EMP combo. Do have to be careful, though. No-Tail is standing nearby. Getting into a good position. Soxa picking up the haste.
Oh, haste, invulnerability in this game, right?
Yes,
no stuns. As long as he doesn't get brambled, he'll be fine with that haste to run away. Ace will port bottom and push out Ana from that bottom tower. And the rest of Smashers still looking to try to pressure this mid tower. They want to get some type of advantage versus the AM because they know he doesn't want to show up. So they know they're playing effectively kind of 4v5. So Ace can show up with an illusion.
The big tanky boy versus big tanky boy over here with Seb and Rasmus.
You could they just like ran into each other a little bit there for a second. They're both having fun with it.
I mean, what are they going to do to each other? Everyone else just has to stand back. They both have healers on their side.
He denies the range creep. There you go. That's how you get him. Good job, Seb. Yeah, I love seeing this. Like, they just can't push. Both of them tank heroes standing against each other. Ana jumps on the high ground.
They have the... Oh, they did it! They managed to go and land the fear! A nice play here coming out from Smashers.
Great Sunstrike for the vision.
All right, well, that's a little time here for the Smashers to be a bit more aggressive, knowing that Ana is not farming during this time, and more pressure in the mid lane. Saksa trying to put out some of that poison.
Seb has Blink Dagger. This could catch Smashers a bit off guard here. They're really trying to push forward for this tower. Tomb is down. Tomb is down.
They don't have tops in here, though. They've got the bubble up.
No.
Charles getting very, very close to that Ags. Rasmus whacking away. Tower will go down in mid. And
nice.
Smashers seems satisfied with that. Tofu gonna take the opportunity to drop a ward or two off to the side. But there it is. There's the Ags on the troll.
All right, I mean, he's got so many different things to dispel, as we were saying before. You know, all of the Willow spells that are annoying, Cold Snap, whatnot. So it's going to be a pretty strong pickup. We've seen him do it in the past, and someone on the panel said this. Troll's going to go Mage Slayer. He's going Mage Slayer.
Yeah, I think it was the Banana Slamma Jamma who said, just get a Mage Slayer. Easy.
He's done it in the past. Sure. You're playing versus, like, only magic damage. There's really just, like, no physical that's coming out on the Hellbear Smashers side. So if he wants this to be a deterrent, just to make his anti-mage go berserk in the game, sure. Go for this, then get your shard later on, get a rampage for your AM too. That's what the ability is called, not the 5 kills, of course.
Tofu is trying to, and he does eventually break the smoke. You're okay with this, I think, if you're Smashers, because this is, of course, your position 5, who's still alive, actually. They haven't managed to kill him off.
He's tanky.
A very nice Tornado EMP. The disruption comes out here from Sox. They're going to try to buy them just a little bit more time here. They'll get a TP rotation. Drop the tome. But again, when you have nothing to hold people in place, they're just able to just saunter on out and reset after this is over. Although Rasmus is waiting, looking to see if he can find him, and does run into No-Tail, so they'll get the Pit of Malice off, and they'll go and use the Stampede to run him out. They're not willing to take this engagement, not at this time.
All time for Ana. You know, he's got Battle Fury. He's getting this farm online. It's going to start getting to scary points for Smashers pretty quickly. See Stormstormer, he's queuing up the Midas. He knows he needs to be able to scale into these later stages versus this AM, but yeah, OG's just kind of dancing around them for the moment.
Tempest double down here, just clearing up some creep waves as the real ace, of course, is in the top lane.
That was the nice thing about Arc Warden. At least you're denying some farm from the enemy carry too, because you are taking farm from the scary side of the map. I'm still just wondering when the Arc Warden is ever going to be able to like turn up and fight as Sabbath.
I don't know, but I mean, this might be it. He might come in to come fight now because they've got the Curse Crown, they've got the Bedlam. Yeah, in comes Ace along with Stormstormer, and there you go. There's your answer to your question, Fogged. Right
Gets himself a freebie. Hey, still, he's keeping himself way above on that net worth for sure. I'm just wondering, like, when the fights do kick off, like, how's his positioning going to be? It's going to be hard because they're playing it to Stampede. So I feel like it's going to be so crucial for him to stay so far in the back because they have so many ways to get on him, and he is so fragile. So I'm going to have to be watching, in particular, like, Rasmus just blanketing him. Like, Rasmus and Tofu have to protect this Arc Warden with their lives.
Well, I mean, we talked about this in the second game, right? We saw the Abaddon coming out, and it's very, very difficult, of course, for the melee, well, yeah, the melee heroes to be able to go and just get these saves out, get the heals, but Tofu did a great job in the last game, so.
And Soul Rip is just way longer cast range, so he can play further away. As another D-Ward. I didn't talk about it in the last game, but because it was like Smashers had such good fights and everything, but my god, the ward control by Tofu in this series is unbelievable. He seems to always know where OG's got their vision. Like, he's winning the warding game in this series so far.
It's always fun to watch. I know Windstrike also does a lot of very unusual warding coming out and seem to have a good grasp of where the most common spots are.
Yeah.
No-Tail doing a little bit of his own dewarding though.
Hey, vision really can be everything. And, you know, No-Tail, he does have one sneaky ward right now inside the enemy triangle, so they do watch Stormstormer farming, and they are going to be aware, if they do see it, that he's gone for Midas. So greed raises greed.
They're invading though. It's Tofu showing himself immediately. Gets slowed down, then there's that Pit of Malice, the root coming to play. Go and pop the Flesh Golem, but it's a nice follow-up with that Chaotic Offering. But over on the back line, Stormstormer, nice disruption coming out, though. Tofu is just circling around this area. He drops that Tombstone, and he's just surviving somehow during all of this here. As Thompson, he's trying to just beat him down, but it's proving to be a bit too difficult as Thompson eventually does fall. They can't take down Tofu. He's too tanky. Now No-Tail is just trying to shuffle away as fast as possible. They've got the Atos, though, over here on Rasmus, though. They should be able to get this kill on No-Tail.
What a boss, Tofu. Oh my god. The Deafening Blast to protect him too at the disarms, but mostly him just saving himself. He gets the Holy Locket, he gets the extra heals from the Soul Rip 1 or 2 times, and beautiful tomb positioning.
Ooh,
that was just really nice. Seb?
They have the disruption at the very least. Will protect. But he blinked forward? Blinked forward? I don't know. It was a little,
That's my new word.
I don't know. We'll go with it. We'll roll with it. But he definitely put himself in a bit of a vulnerable position there if it wasn't for the Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Ace, he's got his timings continue to grow. He's got the Mjolnir done. He's got Butterfly queued up. That's okay. I haven't seen that one. Not that early, especially not on an arc order, not second item. And he's got Growth Bow, so he's got a nice, probably the best neutral on an arc order for most of the game. But yeah, that Butterfly, that'll be interesting if he does go for that.
I mean, no one really wants to pick up MKB over there, but Seb.
It's true.
Poking away. Who dropped down all of those lovely brambles as Tofu's just poking at him. They'll use the Terrorize, force him out, but that goes right back into another circle as Thompson is indeed here. Gonna try to protect him. The Atos, man, they have a lot of just roots, like we said before. Stormstormer trying to interrupt there with a nice throw. Seb, it's taking a long time, but eventually they do manage to slay him.
He just couldn't move at all. My God, like just brambles, the poor zombies beating on him as well. Thompson goes and starts hitting to him, and he's like, yeah, see you later, Seb. You're dead.
I'd rather not.
Yeah. But still, Ana is still farming on the sidelines of everything, though. It's still that scare, this anti-mage threat with your 2 cores who are very vulnerable to AM. It still is excellent core matchups for this anti-mage, all things considered. Even though Smashers, they've got this 7-4 lead, you still have to keep that in thought. You have to be prepared for the later stages and have some type of plan for the anti-mage when he joins the game.
This is interesting here. Do have the double damage over on Ace, but there are quite a few people off to the side. I'm not sure if they're quite aware of this, although walking underneath that ward, of course, will make them very aware.
Oh, they're going to be able to start the Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get the bubble up.
They killed it fast as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to quite make it there on time. They're on their way. I don't know about this, though. Final hit. Yeah, Ace is going to be the one who snatches it up, though. The Radiant get the kill on Rashad. No-Tail immediately evaporated, but he's already dropped the Chaotic Offering as Ana trying to jump in onto the back lines, and everyone's sitting low, but they don't just quite have enough damage here. So they'll turn right back around. Down goes Saksa, the Deafening Blast over here onto Ana. Over on the back lines, though, Thompson, he's trying to man-fight over here. Just going to be able to get the kill onto Tofu. Rasmus also sitting over into the bubble. The jump forward here coming up from Seb. They've got their eyes over onto Ace. They should be able to blow him up. Oh, Curse Crown, though, buys just a little bit more time. As down he goes.
And they do, this is what I was worried. It's like when the Arc Warden shows up, sure, they get Roche, they get this Aegis and everything, but what does an Arc Warden do? And they just jump on him. They get on top of him, and Ana just free
but they'll use the Stampede.
Is under attack.
But Ana's over here in the mid lane, and he just continues to...
Good chunk of farm in. Bottom, they're starting to pressure this tier 2, but Glyph is forced.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really hope I'm going to see some wondrous thing from the Arc Warden, because I feel like it's building up like this nice net worth and everything for them, but it's for what? Like, how's he actually going to be able to fight toe-to-toe versus AM? And okay, so he's got BKB queued up after, so I guess it's just going to be the group up around the Arc Warden mentality then. Just so he's this heavy right clicker who's immune or resistant to a lot of that physical, and then they just rally around him.
Oh, they're bringing the fight over. They'll use the Tempest double up first. They'll go and throw out some of these Tornadoes, EMPs. They go and they drop the Chaotic Offering. We'll push back a little bit, and they do have some nice Fatal Bonds on the back line, but again here, Ato's getting tossed out by Rasmus. Ana the entire time, though, still just pushing in those waves over in the mid lane. It looks like
it's just a rock to stall.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it kept them away from their buildings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely did the job for Ana to continue getting the split push on. He's got Manta. Should be just fine.
Doesn't have any of the backup there either. Look how it's a bit greedy here, considering he's gonna walk right into Stormstormer. Stormstormer just gives him a little poke.
Yeah, he's nope. It just continues to be the same thing for AM, right?
Yeah.
So AM versus just literally like 0 stuns. So he's got so much freedom. He's waiting for the double actually to finish TPing up top, as he's gonna try cleaving it down a little bit. Does have a butterfly though, so he actually can't just fight toe-to-toe versus that Arc.
There's a double damage rune available over here on the bottom river spot.
That's pretty huge.
Oh, they get the deny off though.
Okay.
It's just the illusion. Now they know. They're smoked up and nearby. But they're hunting, they're combing.
Ana commits. He had BKB queued up. The thing he was contemplating it, but he just goes for the full Scotty. Playing versus 2 ranged heroes, the Scotty's just that much more beneficial. If he gets on top of them, they can't move. Does mean he won't have true strike for a long time versus that butterfly, but...
Find an opening here over on the troll. Tornado EMP tossed out. They're backing off though. Rasmus though starts going forward again. Trying to get some information here over on the side of Smashers.
OG doesn't want to fight under Tombstone, especially when it's on high ground like that. They avoid that situation. Ana continues to hit some creeps.
Words are a lot of information over here. Go up. Looks like they're going to pick up a smoke over on No Tail.
They keep everyone's just poking their heads inside that pit. We still have about 3 minutes though until it will be until we find out how long it will be respawning. Smashers still looking for somebody to try to catch. Just really trying to apply pressure onto mid and bottom with Ace.
Yeah, they're just not letting anybody kind of show up though. As Ana continues, just pushing out the waves. And when there's just a lack of lockdown on the enemy team, he's allowed to do this. They will force the issue a little bit though. See, they put the Underlord very far forward here, just trying to put some damage down. Courage coming out. And
It's a stall. Delay until the anti-mage feels like he's got a good moment to jump in. Stormstormer, we have to watch his mana pool. Gotta watch your mana levels. We are playing versus that mana void.
Just all the disruptions coming out. Rasmus putting down another root. And again, it's just a slow siege. They have to be careful though. They don't stack up too many levels of the Shadow Poison. Just circles on circles here.
He's got the top tier 2. He's working on the tier 3 now.
And again, it's just a slow siege. They have to be careful though. They don't stack up too many levels of the Shadow Poison. Just circles on circles here.
He's got the top tier 2. He's working on the tier 3 now.
Okay, there it is. There's a big chaotic offering. It's just, they just keep, it's just 2 different people hitting different bases. My goodness. When are they going to hard commit on this? Okay, there it is. There's a big chaotic offering dropped, and good stuff here from Seb as they get them all just linked up over here on the side. Rasmus taking a lot of damage. Is going to get saved here by Tofu. They're going to try to group up right back again. They get off a nice terrorize. Everybody gets in the car, and they are out of here.
Oh my God, but the Rax is
They have to go deal with Ana though. And where's your control? Who's gonna grab him? They were clicking down pretty hard. Tofu came in clutch with that save though over on Rasmus with the...
My God, that was scary for a second. I think all 5 were bound together, right? The Fatal Bonds, I think, clicked on every single one of them.
And they were clicking down.
700 something healing or more that comes out from that Soul Rip, plus in combination with Holy Locket too. So it is crazy how much it is going to top these heroes off when they are pushing, but gotta be careful.
Big Fatal Bonds, the stomp from Seb, and look how low during all of this that Rasmus gets.
Like, imagine if the anti-mage comes in and gets a mana void. That's the fear that's going through Smasher's head. If he mana voids the Invoker there, it might just be a rampage. So they'll be having to be careful as this anti-mage is almost catching up to the Arc Warden farm. He's going to have BKB, so now he probably feels nice and ready to join inside of those fights every single time.
That's pretty scary considering how well OG has been managing to take these fights without him.
Yeah, they're just stalling. And now they've got a pretty big item also for Thompson. He's got MKB, so if he gets inside of that Arc Warden bubble, he's going to evaporate him.
Well, they won't have the Chaotic Offering for a little bit longer here, so perhaps they'll bide their time. But I'm sure Roche is the next big objective for everyone. It's going to be the big fight. But smoke coming out from the side of Smashers. They're hoping to catch someone. I'm sure they would love to catch the anti-mage, but I don't think that Ana is going to allow them that here, so... Stormstormer scouting.
Smashers, it feels like they're, that window, it's starting to close pretty quickly. This anti-mage, this troll, they're starting to get a bit too big. They have to keep pressing this forward, keep looking for these kills, keep playing around this Roshan, because Ana, he's gonna carry this game if they don't close it out very soon.
Rasmus throwing out that pit. Immediately the stomp forward, though, the initiation. Can they blow up Rasmus fast enough? A good heal coming out. Nice terrorize as well, but they've got the BKB over here on Ana, who's on the hunt. He does spy out Rasmus, trying to get off as much damage as possible. Pops that Manta, turns back around the side. Can they kill him? Yes. They'll take down Rasmus. That's one form of lockdown that is removed now from this fight. Two, technically, when you count the Atos. Buyback now. They're not happy about this.
The Tomb's almost gone, too. Like, that's a big window. That's a big thing for Smasher's fight that they're not going to have available.
Smash is going down very, very quickly. Nice stomp coming out on Seb. Over onto 2 immediately, and there's going to be the Stampede. They're trying to run away. Rasmus over here on the corners, trying to split it up. There it is. There's the Chaotic Offering. So they go in. Rasmus trying to man fight. He's trying to get something, trying to get the final hit off, and he does manage. It's going to be Rasmus who grabs the Aegis. And now Disarm over here, over onto Ana. The disruption coming out, though. Might buy him enough time, but they have the Root following up with the Meatball. They'll be able to take down Ana. Thompson already falling during this fight. Smashers.
They got Aegis and Cheese. They only got the shard on the anti-mage. A huge fight from Smashers, just pushing into the pit.
My God, Seb trying to do what he can here, trying to just cut this wave. Stormstormer doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana on him. Again, does have Cheese, but this is the most that Seb can do right now. They still have a creep wave, though.
Oh, it's
Tofu's
huge.
Oh, jeez.
It's 60 seconds now, and they were all, the scary things too, they were all 5-man fatal bonded again in that fight, but they just ran into the pit and got on top of the anti-mage, and they get the steal. Rasmus, quick fingers. And a deafening blast from Stormstormer, just the pushback. That was so clutch. That was beautiful.
I want to know what the comms sounded like during that fight. I imagine they were absolutely wild, but again, initiation, the step back and forth here. Tofu chasing them down along here with Rasmus. They even get the whip out there trying to keep Soxa alive, and they just can't seem to do it. They're diving a little bit hard here over on the side of Smashers.
They don't have a creep wave. The creeps still aren't quite here. The back door kicked in.
Buy them a little bit more time. This is all they need. They're grouped very tightly together. They have to be careful of Seb jumping on in. Damage is coming out, though. Getting those fatal bonds. Only Gilger, I think, not affected over here. Another tornado tossed out. Thompson doing what he can, trying to push them back. Ana's going to be up in a couple seconds here. Rasmus starting up the car, getting that engine nice and warm and running as they will leave. But the damage is done.
Nice play. Yeah, that was a really scary moment for the side of Hellbear Smashers, but they do succeed with this push-up and just honestly getting into the Roche pit. If Ana gets an Aegis there, completely different game on their hands.
All right, we've got the Bloodthorn online now here for Ace. So if Ana uses that Manta too early...
He had to use BKB versus the clone. That's this Smashers, I think with this you smoke immediately. There's no BKB on AM. You go look for this fight.
There
they're going to do it.
They do get the Ag Scepter online now for Centaur. Be able to reduce some of that damage, but hunt is on. They're scanning. They're hoping that they'll get their hands on an anti-mage who's farming, but they're grouped up pretty tightly over here on the side of OG. Ana hiding in the tree line. Rasmus. Smoke breaking, gets the pit off immediately. Can they follow it up? Can they keep him in place for long enough? The silence, tossed right back in again. Tried to go up with that terrorize. And they just immediately recede back into the base.
Yeah, timer has been almost missed. There's still 30 seconds left for the BKB timer, though. Stormstormer, he's showing himself. Ooh.
Rest of the team is nearby. Ana has to be careful here. Blinking out. Stomp coming out from Seb, landing over onto Rasmus. Tofu taking a lot of damage here. All the mana is basically used. They'll go up with the Chaotic Offering, and they get some of those. Oh, the meatballs tossed out here by Stormstormer, but they're just dodging away a little bit too much. This Donna disarmed over onto the back lines. BKB will come out as they're going to try to fight with Dobson over on the side. Force Staff coming forward here, trying to keep Soxa. Soxa's not looking too healthy over on the back lines. So Stormstormer will fall. Seb trying to run away, and again, this the BKB. It's back up and running. They're just going and trying to cut him down. Ace, he's man fighting as best as he can, but will eventually fall. Tofu also falling. Rasmus, he's back up. That age has already been burned. This is not looking good for him as he's the next one to fall. And somehow Seb surviving during all of that.
The Ag Stampede really coming into play. That extra little damage reduction, but mostly, even though they have this Aegis, we see the power of the Anti-Mage. These resets and repositionings, and also the Tomb dies instantly at the start of the fight on the high ground. They just all focus fire it, and then they just get some great resets.
Look at
Stormstormer.
chaos.
He gets the BKB off in a pretty clutch moment because he was going to get instant mana voided there. But look at everyone's mana. Look at everyone just bound up together on the side of Smashers, kind of panicking, running around. And then you see these two. Topson, as well as Ana, just the follow-up with Seb. They have it perfectly to get on top of Ace.
Yeah, they just walk into the base. They don't have buyback. Although you are going to have Stormstormer back up Ace soon as well. So perhaps they can, throw out some tornadoes, try to push them off. But it's looking rough now here.
Yeah, Anti-Mage is fully hit in his stride. This is why we were saying, like, there's just no stuns versus him. Like, on a couple, he did get picked off the 1, 2, 3 times, but it's an Anti-Mage game to win when it gets to these stages. If Smashers isn't itemizing like hexes and a lot of different ways to actually control him, this AM is going to just completely win this matchup, as we have seen now in these last 2 fights. If he is able to actually get on top of the Arc Warden, poor Ace just can't do much about it.
Do you think Ace should have gone something a little bit harder for lockdown instead of the Bloodthorn? I know he's got to be the primary damage dealer, though.
I don't know. Like they have the Atos and stuff like that, but it's this draft that, that's why the Anti-Mage was picked, is because he's into such limited disables. Like Stormstormer felt he needed BKB, or he just might kill his whole team with Mana Void, which it's appropriate.
That makes sense for sure.
Now OG feeling very strong. MKB also on the Anti-Mage, so he's got the way to just eat the Arc Warden now. Much easier.
Look at this positioning. They've got the Chaotic Offering up in just a couple seconds. Seb looking for the opening. We'll get the jump immediately over onto Tofu, and they're going to blow him up. Lotus coming out here as Ana backing out. Again, this is the kind of chaos that we like to see coming out from OG. A little poke here, a little poke there. Back off, reset. Although Ana goes right onto the back lines. He blows up Ace, and there it is. There's the Chaotic Offering just going to town over here. The cleave damage is too much. Rasmus next to full. They took out the Tempest double. Tofu have bought back here. Seb waiting patiently. Stormstormer does have a nice deafening blast. We'll push them back just a little bit. Trying to stack up some of that poison, get the vision. They do not have their carry. They do not have their big tanky frontliner either. Over here on the side of Hellbear Smashers, the meatballs tossed off. As the BKB coming out here now. Stormstormer, he just can't run away fast enough. Topson has too much damage as Tofu running back into the base. Buyback now from Stormstormer. Gilgear using that Terrorize, just going to try to push back Ana for a little bit, but he's going to be coming right back in again. I don't know what to do on the side of Smashers here.
You lose, Moxie. That's what happens. Anti-Mage, it really is. It's such a big timing thing. Like Smashers, they did such a good job of pressuring most of this game, but this Anti-Mage was just getting a bit too much, and the rest of the heroes were also still having pretty okay games on the side of OG.
Stormstormer, he's trying pretty gosh darn hard, but they have the detection, the stop, the double edge. Tofu's trying to keep him alive, but he just can't do it. As they go and they just chew up that tombstone. Got some more of these heroes back alive, turns around, they get the root off over onto 3, but where's your damage? Where's your Ace? He's not here just yet. All right, the Bedlam comes out here over onto No-Tail. They won't be able to get that kill, but Rasmus next falling yet again. As you can see over on the back lines, OG, they've had enough. They're ready to just go to sleep or maybe play some pubs. I'm not sure. As Topson just whirling around with those axes. Ace is up. He's trying to man-fight him over here on the side. But, while this is going down, the creeps, they're hitting the buildings. The heroes are hitting the buildings. They're waiting. They've got a bubble. Buys them just a little bit of time again. But they just can't seem to get OG to leave their base. Just bubbles on bubbles and circles everywhere here, Fogged. Ana, he just wants to finish this up. They're hiding over in the back lines. They get the idea they can see Ace, and it doesn't even matter. There goes the Ancient, and OG take the series.
Oh, it was a good attempt from Smashers. I think they did a lot of good things in this one. They did stick to their guns as well, too, which I'm happy. You know, Stormstormer playing his Invoker, Ace playing that Arc Warden, but this game, it was an inevitable defeat. If you don't get these super successful team fights, if you don't get this, like this Aegis and Cheese on the right hero, maybe if they have it on the Arc Warden, after all that stuff comes down, they do have one more shot, but you could just feel that ticker. You know, that timer was just ticking the whole time, waiting for this anti-mage to just be able to just get on top of the Arc Warden and on top of that Invoker. The matchups, the core matchups in particular, just way too good for that anti-mage as the later game does approach.
Now, Smashers, they gave it their best shot for sure, but when you have that much of a lack of lockdown, or at least hard lockdown, it just becomes such an easy game for anti-mage. So, you know, sometimes, you know, you just get last pick anti-mage. It happens, but definitely, you know, nice game coming out from Hellbear Smashers, but of course, OG are going to take the series 2-1.
We have a soundboard! Also, yes, OG won the series. We'll talk about that after the break!